Hello, guys. You're alive. I'm alive, and I'm live. I meant to go live yesterday, and that didn't happen. The intro music is straight diabolical. Like, it's so bad it can't be real. Okay. Low IQ comment for my mod. It's probably not going to be my mod much longer if they keep talking shit like this. But that to me sounds like a comment that I would expect from a fucking brokey because Wiz, who's monetized on YouTube? Out of the two of us, who's monetized? Who can actually earn money on this platform? Oh, wait. See, this is his strategy just to get me to play like copyright music or whatever so that my channel gets struck and then demonetized or banned or something. So I won't fall for it. I will not be fooled. We're going to cover parts of the Hunter Biden interview on Channel 5 with Pisco. So let me join his thing.
This second point is, could Biden have significantly looked like he was giving a shit more than he was? Did he materially leave cards on the table for the American people vis-a-vis his agenda? Now, you can either say, yes, he did, in ways that were obvious, or no, he didn't. My position on this is, yes, he did. That's the real disagreement, right? Like, there's no disagreement on this Manchin stuff. I'm glad you admit that attacking establishment Dems is okay. So this is why Timothy Douglas. All right. So I'm going to now be much meaner to Timothy Douglas. So sorry, Tim, but unfortunately, when you get called out like this, you run the risk of me being much meaner. This is a person who, at least in this moment, I'm not saying overly, is incredibly stupid. Find me anywhere in this previous 30 minutes where I said or implied that lefties attacking establishment Dems is, quote, disastrous. Where I said or even implied it. In fact, I think it's really good when lefties attack certain establishment figures, like, for example, Chuck Schumer, like, for example, John Fetterman. So you haven't been listening. And I think, Timothy, I'm just going to be real. You lack the ability to listen and to actually hear what's being said, right?
He's like scolding this
Only someone who is stupid, only someone
like a disappointed
who's unable
father
to listen would have gathered from what I just said that I think it's, quote unquote, disastrous for the leftists to be attacking Dems, establishment Dems. Sometimes it's disastrous and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's disastrous when people were going hard against Biden when they were being wrong about it. But sometimes it's absolutely based and correct. Like when they're attacking Fetterman, when they're attacking Schumer, when they're attacking Jeffries. So AOC's establishment Dems should, and again, usually, by the way, AOC is not considered a member of the establishment Dems.
Okay, there's something about the way what he just said. I thought he said the N-word. Like the soft
donkey
N-word.
Brains. Donkey brains.
When can I cut in on this? I don't think he knows I'm in this
At no point did I say it's disastrous. In fact, right now,
yeah, I'm muted.
What is the party approval of the quote-unquote establishment Democrats? 19% among Americans? Something crazy like that? The leadership of the Democrats, if you just look at my newsletter.
His newsletter that never comes out.
At least the initial ones, right?
Yeah.
I target Dems specifically because they're weak.
Are you done scolding your chat?
Yeah. Oh, whoa, you scared the fuck out of me.
We've been listening to you like loop on the same thing for several minutes. I don't know. You were addressing down a chatter. It didn't feel right to interrupt. If you see a mom like spanking her son in the middle of the supermarket and you need her to get out of the way, are you gonna interrupt that? No. You just let her continue and you deal with it.
Well, yo, what's good? How you doing?
I'm so ready to loop on Hutch, Biden's strategy, people feeling abandoned.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
You were just in the middle of doing that until I was
waiting for you. You took forever to get ready, but I'm glad you're ready.
So in your spare time, you just loop on that again.
I was specifically, that was the last loop. That was the very last loop. Yeah. Sure. And we were looking at a case and that was the last loop. And you commented, I didn't know that you were there for that long. Like, were you there for a couple minutes?
I mean, I'm always in your head, dude. I'm constantly mind controlling you. You're a
Chill,
loyal disciple. So you really don't even
chill.
need to know whether I'm in the Discord or not.
So
I am just always around.
You're really trying to promote these memes of mind control.
It's not me. You're having debates with people that think it's important to emphasize this point over and over again.
Yeah. Well, they didn't mention your name.
Connor did.
All about you.
Counterpoints.
Who?
Counterpoints?
Oh, Counterpoints did.
Yeah.
And yeah. What'd you think of that conversation?
It's typical.
Living a Connor.
It was amazing. It was amazing. It was the greatest piece of content I've seen all week.
He has very fascist aesthetics.
How do you mean?
He likes Warcraft. Minecraft? What is it?
Warhammer.
Warhammer. Nice.
Yeah.
How'd you know that?
Oh, I know things. But you're referencing like Star Wars prequels to like try to get through to him. How'd that go?
That's a nice tactical meme, tactical strategy. Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Connor's a class act.
And class acts derive moral lessons from the Star Wars prequels.
What is the best moral lesson from Star Wars? Probably to trust your instinct.
Is that a lesson from Star Wars?
Yeah, trust the Force, use the Force.
I don't find that the Force is like not intuitive. No, it's been years since I've watched like the originals.
You don't remember Star Wars?
No,
I think
not really. I've seen like the newer ones, like the Force Awakens and all that, and like Rogue One multiple times, but I've only ever seen the originals like once each, and they are not
seen, like,
very
New
good.
Hope once. You don't like the originals?
No, I think the reason why they're lauded so much critically is has to like it's more to do with nostalgia than it is actually to do with how amazing the story is or anything like that. The second one's good. The third one is really bad. I did not know that the third one is so bad.
Return of the Jedi? Are you talking about the prequels or are you talking about the...
No, the OG one.
So you mean Return of the Jedi, the one with the Ewoks? You didn't like that one?
Yeah, I didn't like that one.
Do you like when they go, tee-hee? That's Jawas.
Amazing Jawa's impression. The Force is not an instinct, it's trained. I'm crashing out. Okay, I was right. It's not, that is not what, the point is that you said you're supposed to trust your instinct, and that is never a lesson that is demonstrated in those movies at any point.
Why did George Lucas put all of these like racial stereotypes in his movies?
I don't know. What, because people like you enjoy them, right? Probably to pander to racist movie viewers like you, like yourself.
Like me?
Yeah.
Need I remind you that I'm Latinx?
So you can't be racist?
I can be racist, but I think that, well, not, logically I can be racist. There's no logical contradiction entailed in me being racist. Of course,
right, continue.
I would never be racist. I would never say something so horrible to take like a Chinese person or do like a Chinese impression like those guys from the Trade Federation.
Can you do it? Can you do it right now? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
I was not aware of such failure. That's my Trade Federation impression.
Okay, and that wasn't racist. That wasn't racist.
It's me doing a Trade Federation viceroy impression. Yeah. Hunter Biden had some dealings with Chinese people. Did you know that?
That's what I guess we're gonna find out. Wait, really quick, did you see that like Clay Higgins trying to pretend like everybody voted no when they were voting yes to release the Epstein files? Because they did like an oral vote, and it's clearly like you can hear the nays over the yays. There's like or like the yays over the nays and one or the other, and he pretends like, okay, the no's have it, so it's not being released. And that's after he had already tried to call a recess. So after he had already tried to call a recess to delay it.
There's some shit in there. It's got to be some shit like a picture of Trump with like a 16-year-old, or maybe it's Trump like a picture of him doing some kind of lewd or like wearing makeup. You think Trump is gay?
No, but I have long said that he embodies every single negative stereotype that is frequently attributed to gay men, and yet he is straight.
Hatred of women.
Hatred of women. He's extremely catty. He is a queenie little bitch. He's very he like rambles a lot. Like he's very, very flamboyant also. And yet he is like hailed as like peak masculinity. Oh, he's also very promiscuous. All of his like wives and like side deals
These
or whatever.
These are all gay stereotypes.
Yes.
Yeah. Of course.
But nonetheless, he is very, very straight.
You think he's very straight?
Yeah, a little too straight.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
I heard that Epstein also trafficked at least one boy. Do you think that's true?
I mean, if he was a pedophile, isn't there research showing that pedophiles actually don't have preference
whoa,
for
whoa. I thought you were gonna say that gay people are more likely, but no, I appreciate that.
I was gonna say that like I'm pretty sure they found that like pedophiles are actually they are not usually attracted to one specific gender. It's just the prepubescence.
It's the power. Oh,
so
it's the prepubescence.
It's a prepubescence, so it doesn't even, it like almost transcends the sexuality in the sense that they exclusively care about that. So if there are men that are abusing little boys, it's like they're doing it in spite of the fact that they actually don't find themselves attracted to boys typically, but because it's about like access as well. Because you gotta just abuse who is around you.
What'd you think of that answer from Jeffrey Epstein? Have you and Donald Trump ever hung around people under the age of 18? And he says,
I would love to answer that.
I'd love to answer that question.
Yeah, love it. Love to.
I'll invoke my rights for now. Like, that's kind of a weird way to put it, Donald.
There was also Midas Touch, like, resurfaced that. It wasn't anything new.
Yeah.
But they found a clip of him saying, if you are somebody who pleads the fifth, then you're probably guilty.
Yeah.
Oh. So what would you say about Epstein? Pleading, he said the 5th, the 14th, and what other?
6th.
Okay, and the 6th.
Yeah,
all
because
relevant.
the 6th, they are relevant. The 6th Amendment is relevant because there's a point at which post indictment, there are limitations on the ability of the state to like interview you and things and do certain custodial interrogations. That's your 6th Amendment right to counsel. So yeah, the 6th Amendment actually is very, very relevant. This was 2010, so it was post indictment.
Can't you just answer like I don't want to answer any of these questions during a deposition and plead the fifth?
Yeah, you can.
Shouldn't you have just done that?
Sorry. Well, think about it this way, right? Like, I actually don't know what matter this was. I'm assuming this is a civil matter, civil deposition. You can definitely plead the 5th, plead the 14th, 100%. But the 6th, it just covers you a little bit extra in case this were considered like some, court somewhere thought, oh, because this is post indictment, then it's not 5th Amendment because it the right to counsel under the 6th Amendment already attached. So he's just covering his bases. I think that it's fine to do it.
It's strange that they would answer any questions.
Huh?
It's strange that he would answer any questions.
Well, he has to answer some questions. It's a deposition.
And well, that's what I was asking you. You can't plead the 5th for every single question that they ask.
No, only questions that might reasonably incriminate you.
Oh, that's entirely subjective.
Yeah, a little bit subjective.
Every single question, are they not asking in the service of attempting to build a case against you, the strongest possible case, and they will use your words against you? You're just going to talk yourself into guilt. I would just shut the fuck up. I would say the whole time, plead the 5th, just pleading the 5th. I'm not answering any of it.
There's interesting doctrines about like if there are parallel civil case and criminal case, but you typically have an obligation to provide testimony during a deposition. And there's doctrines about like what would reasonably constitute self-incrimination or potentially open yourself up for that. But it doesn't apply to absolutely everything.
So can you be held in contempt if you attempt to invoke the 5th too many times?
It's not about the numerosity of it. It's about whether it's appropriate given the circumstances.
Who determines that?
The judge.
In a deposition?
You'll pause it. Usually, like, there'll be, if you're sort of doing requests for production, if you're doing depositions and stuff, there'll be a scope of questioning that is agreed to or understood by the parties relevant to the case. There's not a judge sitting in the deposition. These are all like done by the parties. And if there's a big disagreement, you can go back to the judge and be like, hey, we had this deposition on this day. He refused to answer these questions. And then there could be a motion to compel or something like that.
Why? Because if you refuse to give details that wouldn't reasonably indict you or
wouldn't subject you to
to some sort of penalty, then they charge you with what, like contempt or obstruction of justice or.
Not the first, like this is, if you're just having a disagreement between the parties about like, there'll usually be motion practice on this, and there'll be like a motion to compel, and there'll be a brief in favor, a brief against, a reply brief. They'll go back and forth. Okay, you have to answer stuff related to this and this, but not this and that. And then, redo the deposition or do the deposition for these questions or send in some rogs that you can respond to.
I'm guessing even if you did try to invoke the fifth every single time, that a smart lawyer wouldn't actually advise you to do that entirely frequently, actually, now that I think about it, because if it goes before a jury, probably doesn't look very favorable to a jury that you're refusing to cooperate in any way, shape, or form, that you're just stonewalling the entire time. And then that in and of itself ends up being used against you, whether that's right or wrong.
Yeah, so you can, in the civil context, you can, I believe you can take the decision to invoke as like a negative inference in certain circumstances. I think that you are allowed, again, your mileage may vary, your jurisdiction may vary in terms of their rules, but constitutionally, I think that you are allowed to take a negative inference for invoking your rights in the civil context, but not the criminal.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Don't you think it's cool sometimes to like collab with someone who's a lawyer and knows some of these things?
It's okay. It's all right.
It's okay. It's all right.
It's okay.
What's up with you today, huh?
This Hunter Biden shit is crazy. I was also looking at, because I love, PBD is just like a gold mine of right-wing content to react to. And they had Sean Hannity on. And let me actually show you really quick how Sean Hannity is spinning this Epstein shit. And he's like cool as a fucking cucumber. He is not worried like whatsoever, or at least he is good at giving giving the impression that there's nothing to worry about, you guys. Like Trump is like totally.
He's got the program downloaded. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Let me share my screen.
Share it. How's the Straighterade audience?
10 out of 10.
Shit, love it. All right, let's see what PBD has to say.
Okay. This is here. And we're here to see what Hannity has to say. We already know what PBD is going to say. PBD has actually criticized him on this, but not because he's not calling him out for, obstruction of justice or like potential or like obstructing justice or bringing to light this scandal or whatever. It's like, that's a strategic error. He's very, very clear to be like, it's like from a business perspective, that's not how you.
This doesn't make sense from a business perspective.
Yes.
You shouldn't be talking shit about your audience because it makes you look bad. It's those kinds of, yeah.
He's like, this is not how you bullshit the base, dude. I'm very disappointed in you.
All the research, all the reading. I just immerse myself 5 days a week, and that's pretty much all I do, in one capacity or another.
Well, you mind if we get into stories? Because
I don't care. This is your podcast. I'm just a guest.
Well, listen, if you say that, then I'm going to get into real stories. I'm just telling you because you happen to be in a very, strange place that I don't even know if you can speak on the story or not. Because on one end, you work for Fox News.
I do.
Okay, and you've been there for
30 years.
30 years in October.
And
thank you. Somebody has a memory here. Let's go.
And 30 years with Fox News. On the other end, you have a very good relationship with the President Trump.
I do.
And so you're kind of in the middle of the thing where last week, I'm not sure if you can speak on it or not. Obviously, we're going to open up with the story because it's you, Fox, Trump, and we've been talking about this whole Epstein thing for a minute. Trump, while everyone's talking about everything that's going on, you post this message last week on all the victories that most people are not looking. They're overlooking. Rob, if you can play this clip real quick, and you're going to react to yourself real quick. Go ahead, Rob.
One ugly guy. That I have been a longtime friend and supporter. We've been very transparent of President Trump. But even I am frankly amazed at what he has been able to do against all odds in such a very short period of time. What we're living through, you better take, really close notes because you most likely will never see this again in your lifetime. The single most consequential transformational presidency in our lifetime. And without a doubt, the underlying
I don't know that I disagree with that.
Promises made, right? Promises.
Yeah, it just holds a very, very different connotation when you say it, though.
Yeah, no, I just want to say that I agree with Sean Hannity here. There are a lot of consequences that have happened as a result of what Trump has done. Very consequential.
Yeah, he looks at
we'll never see it.
The raping and gutting of the federal administrative state, and he's just like, stunning work here.
Consequential.
President Trump, Commander-in-Chief Trump. This is amazing stuff.
It would be like, listen, I don't know if you're ever going to have kids. I don't know anything like this, but if you were to ever have kids and let's say that Lycan has his collection of like priceless Lord of the Rings originals. I don't know what these originals would entail. And all of a sudden the kid just starts destroying those like priceless heirlooms. And you're just, wow, really great work here. Lycan Jr.
Yeah.
Really amazing. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's very consequential. We've never had such a baby with such consequences before.
If the choice was between me having Lycan's child and
Oh, no.
not, but it has to be named Lycan Jr., I'm just not gonna have kids. Don't ever say that again, dude.
Lycan
Don't
Jr.?
ever say that shit again. Lycan Jr., no.
I think it's a pretty cool name.
I'm not
Lycan
condemning
Jr.
my child to a life of being
Lycan Jr.
Lycan Jr., no.
Okay. All right.
Is kept.
Okay, so the different victories that he's had, President Trump, we've seen him. We followed very closely on what he's done.
But he ends up with saying promises made, promises kept, and honestly, again, that's correct. All of these morons that supported Trump's re-election for 2024 and are like, what is he doing? This is not what I voted for. No, Sean Hannity is correct. Promises made, promises kept. This was all shit that he said he intended to do out in the open. Did you this is not even getting into like, oh, you could have looked at his first administration. No, just the promises that he was making on the campaign trail, the things he was saying he was going to do, that he wanted to do behind doors that was getting reported, and Project 2025. All of this is happening. It wasn't a secret. They didn't try to pretend like it was going to be anything else.
The promises that I keep them to. So I will often say that Trump broke all of his promises. But really what I mean there is his promises to make the economy better and to keep prices down. That's what I mean. But everything else, pretty much, yeah, promises made, promises kept. He definitely promised to fuck shit up, and he's doing it. Tariffs, another big one. Remember when people were like, I don't know if you saw there's one Twitter account who's like, you guys, this 10% tariff thing, this is bullshit. He's never actually going to do it. I'm like, my guy, he's doing it. And even when they actually did like the retaliatory tariffs and they did the whole
reciprocal,
whatever day. Yeah, he was like, this is just posturing. This is just posturing to get more free trade. And now where we are, like, I think we got 2-3 deals or like outlines of deals that have been announced, and we still have that like baseline 10%. That shit is sticking around. That shit is happening.
Yep. The other thing is that like all of those were deemed illegal. There was like a trade court in the federal trade court that said you can't do this. You cannot declare a state of emergency. The emergency being that you don't like the amount of immigration that's happened in the last few years or is currently happening, and use that as a pretext to launch all of these sorts of like market interferences with the tariff rates and all of that. And so,
I think the injunction has been stayed, but I'll have to look at the briefing there. I
well,
think
then they immediately like appealed it. They said they weren't going to be like paying attention to the court. No shit. And then there was actually another ruling that said that like some of them can stay or something like that. There was an update, like you're saying, where like they found some way around it.
I should look at it. I should update that. Yeah.
Releases a story last week. I want to say, is it last week? Tuesday? Yeah, last week.
But also what people don't realize is like if you lower something 10%, right? And you raise it 10% again, you did not actually restore it mathematically. It would have to be higher to get back to where it was.
Art of the deal.
Letter that the president got or wrote to Epstein at his 50th birthday party, I believe. And Rob, if you tell me what letter this page is on, Trump says, okay, calls a release. Okay, so
enigmas never age.
Is that page 5? Trump sues Wall Street Journal, Rupert Murdoch, over the Epstein letter. Okay, and as you go through the letter, most people are saying this is not true. Most people are saying this is not a real story. Most people are saying he's not doing this. He's not doodling. Well, he does doodle. No, he doesn't doodle. My father would never write this. Everyone's going back and forth because this Epstein thing became, in my opinion, I've said it on Jesse, I've said it on many different places, it was a fumble. I don't think it was handled properly. Promises were made. Promises were not kept when it comes down to this specific topic.
Unacceptable.
And I rated a lot of different people, and he's over the years said a lot of bad things about Epstein on camera. He said, here's a guy that, did he kill himself? Did he not kill himself?
He's also said a lot of nice things about him.
A lot of very, very nice things.
Did this happen? Did that not happen? Who knows what happened? We got to get to the bottom of it. And you're in the middle. How do you manage for you? You go to work. Your friend is Trump, President Trump, for many years, and your boss is Rupert Murdoch. They used to be good. Now he is suing your boss for $10 billion. How do you manage that?
It's easy. I just always tell the truth. It's not really that complicated.
This is a Fox News correspondent talking about how truthful he is.
I've been blessed.
I don't even have getting mad at Sean Hannity. That is like so 2008. I don't even know that I have it in my body anymore to be upset with Sean Hannity on anything.
It's elder abuse or what?
I see Sean Hannity and thinking anything negative about Sean Hannity, or like, it's not thinking negative, it's like getting all riled up. at obvious hypocrisies. It just reminds me of where I was when I was in like 2008, 2009. Like I just am not that person anymore. I don't have it in me to get really upset.
He doesn't get you worked
Hannity.
up. He's like a fascist on Ambien. He's just very like, he's so relaxed when he is just feeding you monumental North Korea level lies.
I'm just like, okay, let him.
Just in your just let him.
Lie.
And then after that, it's like, all right, off to bed, Grandpa. Thanks for the bedtime story.
He's looking older. I have to acknowledge that he's
all of these people visibly aged.
Yeah.
Like Bill O'Reilly, probably. He looks like gaunt, you know.
Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah, he's like not looking
better.
good. Why do people keep saying? No. There were multiple people in my chat that said he looked better.
He's definitely skinnier.
Yeah, he took Ozempic or something, and he's got Ozempic face.
Have you seen, by the way, Mike Pompeo? Bring on Mike. Hey, Bill, bring up Mike Pompeo on Grok. No, just like bring up before after Mike Pompeo. Right. Richard Hannity had the funniest tweet.
Oh wow.
Wait, we can't see it.
Well, I'm opening it in a new tab. Hold on. Oh my god, could it be any smaller?
Like Richard Hannity tweeted.
Why is this so small? Hold on.
Mike Pompeo OD'd on Ozempic.
Jesus, he really liked that drug. Oh my god. I wouldn't have recognized him if you just showed me the photo on the right.
Yeah, you would be like, who's that? Who's that pedophile? Is that
Whoa.
Whoa. Sorry, my bad. I mean, who's that guy with a shirt?
What about this reminds you of a pedo?
It's just, it's a joke. He just has a weird look on his face.
Yeah, sometimes you get a weird look on your face. Can I say that you're looking like a pedophile?
It's my
pedo stare. The Pisco pedo stare.
What's the Pisco pedo stare?
What you were just doing.
Why did you say that? What were they doing?
Because you called this American patriot a pedophile just because he lost weight and he looks different and you're intimidated. He's probably skinnier than you as far as like body fat percentage or whatever. Okay, I know where this is coming from.
Listen, it is coming ultimately from a place of.
You think you're better than him because you didn't. You're losing weight the natural way, you know.
I am losing
not through Ozempic.
And by natural way, I mean I'm lifting. But you think it looks like Pompeo's lifting too.
Lifting is not going to help you lose weight.
Yeah, but I'm doing cardio as well. Why does it become a conversation about my weight loss journey?
Because it was really important to you to say that he looked like a pedophile.
No, I just think it's funny. We were like examining these contributors, and now you're taking all this shit. You're talking all this shit about.
I'm not the one who said that somebody looked like a fucking pedophile.
So you're defending who is this guy to you? Who is he to you?
An American hero.
This is Pompeo. This is nothing to you. By the way, Ozempic is not wrong to do. This is a life-saving drug.
Okay, why aren't you on it then? You joining Rob Noor in the boycott? You're so brave for that.
I'm saying it's a life-saving drug. How is that a boycott?
Well, you don't take it though.
I don't take Ozempic.
Yes, you don't. We know. So.
But it's a life-saving drug. There's nothing inconsistent about that.
Okay.
A company that lets me be me, and honestly, that is rare in broadcasting. You're independent.
You fix
make
it so it doesn't lag,
right? But
I don't know what you're complaining about. What?
There you go. Press play. You got to keep your cursor on it.
For the most part, I make my own decisions. I don't have these handcuffs on that maybe some other people at other networks do. What I do for a living is I am a member of the press, right? I can produce thousands of hours of straight news coverage, radio and TV, over my career. I can produce thousands of hours of investigative reporting. I can produce thousands of hours of opinion, but I'm upfront, I'm honest, I am a conservative. I don't hide the fact that I support Donald Trump. I can produce thousands of hours.
Did you know that he did a dating site, a conservative dating site not long, like several years ago? Hannity.
Hannity?
Yeah.
What's the average age on that app?
It has to be pushing 45 plus.
I love how he has to do this big virtue signal too at the start of his like, I have sucked Donald Trump off on my news program for the past 20 years. No one has sucked him off more than me. Like,
okay, 10 years. The other 10 were for George Bush. Okay.
True.
And hating on Obama, that can't be discredited. But I do remember him saying when he was talking about Hannity that he really likes to pressure people to propose to their girlfriends, like men, and that he's like, one time I did it in front of Ted Cruz. Could you imagine? Like, you're out. Yes, he pushed somebody to engage, like to propose to their girlfriend right there, and he was like, Ted Cruz was with me.
Can you imagine that being your story?
Could you? Like you meet Hannity, Ted Cruz is right there, then all of a sudden before you know, he's like, hey, get on your knees and make an honest woman out of Joe right over here, out of Silly Serious right now. And you propose to Silly Serious in front of Ted Cruz. That's quite a story.
It's unthinkable.
Radio and TV topics on culture and sports and anything else that's going on in the world. So I just find it interesting. Whenever people, I find for myself, when people start getting really loud and emotional and rushing to judgment, I have this reaction. I pull back. You know, one of the things, my first thought is...
All right, now I'm starting to get mad, Aaron, because he's like, he's like, everyone's jumping to conclusions.
Oh, you're spreading fascist propaganda. You're spreading election lies.
Whoa, everyone just chill. Let's everyone just chill. Like, I like to, I'm a reporter. I like to take a step back.
I'm just saying that vaccines cause autism. There's no need to blow a gasket. People, calm down, okay?
If there was something so damning in there about Donald Trump and the weaponized Department of Justice of Joe Biden had it, does anyone here doubt they would have released it?
Just one, Sean, if they're all on it too. If Bill Clinton and all that group is in there, they're like, we really want to, but we can't because...
You can only name Bill Clinton. I can't think of any other Democrat that was named on it, except for like there's lots of Democrats that have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. But as far as actually being named on like the flight logs, I can only think of Bill Clinton.
Is there another one that, and also, can I just be honest? And we'll get into this. Thank you for subscribing. I hope with the Hunter Biden stuff. The FBI does not love Clinton, and they don't love Joe Biden or his family. All right, these people,
they're huge fans.
They're huge fans. No, they don't like them. They love them. No, but they fucked over Clinton's campaign with the email investigation, and Bill Barr created a whole little funnel system to launder claims against Hunter Biden, specifically in the DOJ, and so they had no problem doing that. And so it's just the notion that they would.
Yeah, but Bill Barr recuse himself? And that's why the Mueller report
Sessions.
It was Sessions. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we're in with him.
Because I was like, isn't there a reason why he's like on a shit list still? Like he's still not partisan
he's
enough.
On the shit list. He's only on the shit list because he said that the election wasn't stolen in 2020.
Well, yeah, but he went on CNN and told Caitlin Collins when she brought that up. She was like, okay, did he succeed though? No, then stop crying, pretty much.
Oh, you mean after, yeah.
Yeah, afterwards. When she was like, why are you supporting him if you didn't support the election lies and all of that? And he was like, well, he didn't succeed, right? So fuck it.
A lot of people actually say that when these debates are like, oh, well, we still have a country, don't we?
Yeah, that's not thanks to Republicans.
That's the standard.
Oh, well, there's also that, but it's like, it's a low bar to clear.
Lack of trying, yeah, I know.
And he's not like he burned down the country. Why not give him another chance?
They could have selectively leaked, though. I mean, they're more sophisticated than that.
True, but then the investigation opens up, Sean. But I see where you're coming from, but that's what it felt like I'm just like you. I love the president. I love what he's doing. Pat mentioned that he stumbled, but that's the one thing that hit me in my head where I'm like, maybe, I'm not saying he's definitely on it, but I mean, he knew the guy.
Just to preface this with, I love the president. I love what he's doing. We love what's happening here, folks, don't we?
But unironically, you laugh at that, Aaron. That's what everyone wants me to do every time I criticize the Bidens, no matter what. I actually do it because I'm a little bit of a cuck. I'm like,
criticize the Bidens, criticize Live and Learn co-hosts.
Like, guys, no one supports the president more than I did. I just supported, but that is what the people want. If you don't say that, they have a little revolting.
Why do you give in to that? Why do you give in to that?
I shouldn't. You're right. I shouldn't.
It's pathetic.
You're right. I shouldn't. Don't say it's pathetic. All right.
It is pathetic. It gets you like no goodwill anyway because
unicorn?
people keep
pick up that unicorn.
Unicorn.
Is there a unicorn?
Where?
Behind you.
There's like a million things behind me. What?
To your left.
That?
Wait, what is that?
It's a cow.
Looks like a unicorn.
No, it doesn't. It's like the horn. The thing, that little thing poking out is like the horn.
Search unicorn. Search inflatable unicorn.
Do you search this a lot in your spare time?
Compare.
That looks nothing alike, dumbass. This only works against you.
Compare.
There's even what?
Compare.
Okay, you're too scared to buck chat, but you'll double down on this nonsense. Okay.
This is what I'm seeing.
There are unicorn squishmallows. It doesn't look like that. This looks nothing like what's behind me. You can see like there's like no lashes or whatever. Like you would see the horn.
Okay, get back to the interview. Just press play.
This was your tangent to go down. You chose this.
Wait, what did I say?
You said grab the unicorn or something.
Oh, okay. Press play.
Doing anything to pivot because I called you pathetic.
You're pathetic.
Guy, maybe there.
Yeah, you think that reverse Uno is going to work on me? I'm not the one who caveats every single criticism that I make to appease chatters that are never going to be happy.
I'm not the one. Hang on. No, I can't say that. Hang on.
Oh, you can? What? You were so brave. 2 seconds. I thought you're not pathetic, so a not pathetic person would just say it straight to my face, whatever it was you're like cooking up in there. And your little noggin.
My little noggin?
Yeah.
You thought that Bill Barr recused himself.
Yeah, I did.
That's how much
And
you
then
know.
I was like, oh, I'm
And you
wrong.
came
And
at
then
me,
you
by the way,
corrected
were
me,
like-
and I said thanks.
You were like, oh, you need to read more about the Russia investigation before you debate these people. You know
You
who
do.
the fuck you're talking to?
You do.
You know who the fuck you're talking about? You know who I am. Have some respect on my name. You're pathetic. You think you know more than you do. That's your problem. And you can never admit when you're wrong.
This is like a little kid trying to lie. A little kid caught in a lie, and they're just like, I can see like
You're like 20.
the
You're
little
like
kid
20.
gears like turning in your head, attempting to like,
You don't
how do
know
I salvage
anything.
this?
You don't know anything. I sound like I have a
They're
cold.
all-
Why is my chat on your side? Pisco is a little pathetic on some issues, says Corey Pelsman. Jesus.
Merrick
Christ.
Garland,
Like,
I hear.
is that in your chat?
No, because my chat's not full of fucking nerds. Okay, they're not bringing up, and they're not up to date on
Your
like
chat is
Pisco
filled with
lore.
nerds.
No, chat's full of cool people. All right,
Who's
quiet.
your
We're
audience?
watching.
No. Who's your audience? Who's your target audience?
Communists, socialists, leftists, and liberals that will listen to me. It's also a lot of liberals.
I'm filled with fucking nerds. You guys all reading books, all reading fucking literature. You guys, none of you
You
guys are
were
reading
telling
workers.
Connor that the leftists have Riz and that they get more views than you.
Yeah, that
So
didn't mean
shut
you.
the fuck up.
That didn't mean you. That
Know
didn't
your
mean you.
place.
That didn't mean- that
You
didn't mean
already
you.
admitted that
didn't
you
mean you.
don't
That didn't-
have the
not you.
juice
Not
to
you.
compare
Not you.
to you to even hold a candle
You don't
to
have
other
it. Whatever-
leftist
whatever
creators.
It is whatever it is. You don't have it. I was talking about Crystal and Kyle. That's who I was talking about. You. Who are you? Who are you to say these things to me? You are nothing.
I'm your podcast
you're a
co-host.
I guess. You're pathetic. Press play.
Well, masculinity asserted.
There we go.
All on it. They're all on it as well.
Okay,
they
so
don't
add
go-
one more piece of to the puzzle, right? Because to me, it's a puzzle. People trying to put it together. 20 plus years ago, he threw his ass out of Mar-a-Lago. Okay, now if you got something on somebody, you're going to throw him out of your club in a spectacular fashion and embarrass the hell out of the guy, and not expect that that guy's going to come back at you with information if he had it. I don't know. That's hard for me to believe. Let me backtrack a hair and how my brain works and the way I approach things. You want the long version or the short one?
What I want to know is if there's anyone
have a long
qualified.
version.
No, give me. You're 30 years. You've been in this business. You're in New York. You come to Florida a lot.
No, I live in Florida. I'm done.
I know.
I'm out of New
I
York.
saw that in May
Free
when you
state
went
of
down.
Florida.
Yeah, freaking. Oh, you're welcome. We did the same thing. We left California. We lived in Dallas 5 years now. We've been here 4 years. We love it. But the entire your understanding of what's happened with Epstein. You've been in this 30 years. 30 years is a long time ago where stories 90s, 95 come in and you're hearing stuff about this guy. What is your impression? Is this a bad guy? Is this guy, did this
Epstein?
guy do what he did? Because some people are saying, who knows if he did? Now they're saying, who knows if the
Trump
story's
What a
all right?
I know the
question.
story when he
What a
got kicked out of
question.
Mar-a-Lago.
I also think it's like, again, he's going to keep reverting back to like, but he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago that one time, as if that exonerates him in any way, or that's supposed
So
to
do we have
mean that
proof of
like,
that? They keep saying that, but I don't see any proof of it. I'd rather see
did
proof of
Trump
it.
kick Epstein out of
I want corroboration. I don't just want Trump people saying that.
I've never
People
heard
say-
this. I've like,
People say he kicked him out. Well, Trump alleges it, but
if I put kick or Mar-a-Lago.
ban him. Yeah. Did
Oh, I
pull
should
up
say
Grok.
ban, yeah. Okay,
I'm
there's
gonna
no
pull up
ban. The ban doesn't come up. Lago. Let's see.
Lago. Pull up.
Okay, here. Mr. Trump has never been accused of wrongdoing in connection with the Epstein case and has said he had no idea that Mr. Epstein was abusing young women. In response to a request for comment about the president's history with Epstein, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said that Mr. Trump had barred Mr. Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club for being a creep dude. The citation is literally the White House press secretary. It's not an independent verification. It's not anything that anyone said. It's Sean Hannity is literally just repeating what the state, Trump admin's lying on it. These stories are tired and pathetic attempts to distract from all the success of President Trump's administration, she said in a statement. Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein largely went separate ways after a falling out around 2004, taking drastically different paths, one toward jail and suicide, the other toward further celebrity and White House. And the White House.
I'm getting Grok to help me out with this.
What is your new obsession with Grok? You keep trying to push me to do like Grok investigative journalism on
that's what
live.
Patrick Bet David does, and he's doing well for himself in terms of
2.67 million subscribers.
Yeah,
you can get guests like this and never push back on them. You too can have this sort of media apparatus.
All right, you can press play. I'm tracking it down. Grok is helping me out.
Imagine taking the jail and suicide path. Worst deal of all time, people.
It was because of how he treated young women. That I know for a fact. It wasn't for no reason at all. That the reason he got kicked out was because of his treatment of young women at Mar-a-Lago. Let me backtrack to what
Didn't that only come to light because Epstein ended up being taken to court? Like, I don't know how long these allegations had been floating around.
There have been some floats. I think there was initially... Hang on. Grok. All right. The claim that Donald Trump barred Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago stems from multiple sources, including court documents, books by journalists and lawyers involved in Epstein cases, and membership records. While there is no publicly available smoking gun document, like an official ban letter, the accounts are consistent across independent reports and legal filings, pointing to an incident where Epstein allegedly harassed or assaulted an underage girl at the club around 2007. Below, I'll outline the key evidence and sources. Most accounts describe the ban occurring after Epstein hit on, harassed, or sexually assaulted the teenage daughter of a Mar-a-Lago member or employee. The incident reportedly happened months before Epstein's 2008 guilty plea in Florida to state charges involving paying for sexual services from a 14-year-old girl. Interesting. The timing aligns with Epstein's membership being closed in October 2007 as per club records. Bradley Edwards, a lawyer who represented over 70 of Epstein's victims, filed documents in 2011 legal battle stating that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago because Epstein sexually assaulted an underage girl at the club. This was part of Edwards' broader efforts to hold Epstein accountable, and the claim was used to illustrate Trump's distance from Epstein. Interesting. Bradley Edwards' book, he writes that Trump, in a 2009 conversation, referred him to a Mar-a-Lago manager, Bernd Lemke, for details on the ban, but wouldn't elaborate himself. Edwards confirmed the story involved Epstein hitting on the underage daughter of someone at the club, but noted he couldn't fully verify it as Trump or a manager handled it. Edwards also praised Trump as the only high-profile figure who cooperated fully with his subpoenas, providing helpful information without any indication of wrongdoing on Trump's part. Interesting. Co-authored by the Miami Herald reporters Sarah Blasky, Nicholas Nehma, I don't know these guys. The book cites a Mar-a-Lago member who said that Trump kicked Epstein out of after Epstein harassed the daughter of a member. The authors viewed Mar-a-Lago membership registry spreadsheets from over a decade earlier, which listed Epstein as a dues-paying member with his account marked closed 10/7. This provides tangible evidence of Epstein's membership ending abruptly in 2007, contradicting Trump Organization claims that Epstein was never a member. The book notes the ban was to protect the Trump brand from harm. So it seems like the claim is that it occurred in 2007. And let's see when the indictment dropped of Epstein, or when they knew about the investigation.
Your mic dropped.
Okay, one second. When was Epstein first charged? And Epstein was first publicly charged in July 2006. Interesting. So it seems like
Even
Trump
if that happened, he did it after the fact.
After he was charged, and after they had a falling out in 2004. So I don't know. Seems pretty convenient to say, well, because he was kicked out in 2007.
Yeah, he's so altruistic. He's such a like a moral man for doing this, standing up for his for like young women that were being sexually assaulted or whatever.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm glad we tracked that down, Aaron.
Grok is
Brock helped me get the sources. I got the sources.
Going to say. So I was a local radio host before I started at Fox in Atlanta. First, I spent 5 years in Santa Barbara, California. I went to Huntsville, Alabama. Was paid $19,000 a year, but I loved what I was doing. I loved being behind this microphone. Then I got a promotion to a big market, Atlanta. I was there from 92 to 96. I gave you the year-end edition of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. 1996 was a great year. The Olympics came and Sean Hannity.
Dude loves talking about himself.
That's great. That's pretty cool, right? I guess that's some impact on the market. And then that's when I got hired by Fox. So I went up to Fox. However, my last year there, remember the Olympics in the city of Atlanta? Remember that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Remember a guy by the name of Richard Jewell?
Of course, he was the guy that I think
they were calling him security guy that was false.
Why are we mentioning Richard Jewell?
Okay, here's
Who's
the
Richard
Funny
Jewell?
movie about this guy.
He's
Yes,
a guy
okay.
who like there's you never seen that Clint Eastwood movie on it? Richard
No.
Jewell? There was like a bombing and he actually like warned people that a bombing was about to occur, but then he ended up being like there was like a media frenzy around him and he ended up being like kind of baselessly, I don't want to say slandered, but
He's dead?
misrepresented. Yeah, he is dead.
What'd he die of?
Why do you need to know this? Why?
Just get it.
Type 2 diabetes. If only he had
no.
Ozempic.
Ozempic, yeah.
Yeah. But was an American security guard and law enforcement officer who alerted police during the Centennial Olympic Park bombing at the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta, discovered a backpack containing 3 pipe bombs on park grounds, and helped evacuate the area before the bomb exploded, saving many people from injury or death. For months afterward, he was suspected of planting the bomb, resulting in adverse media publicity that came to symbolize the excesses of law enforcement and the news media.
Damn.
So, I hate Clint Eastwood
Richard
movies. This is actually
Jewell.
probably one of the stronger ones that he's made, though.
Do you like Gran Torino? Do you like the Dollars trilogy?
No, I do not like Gran Torino. I don't know how anybody likes these movies. I don't even like American Sniper.
I
And
haven't seen that,
American
but have
Sniper is
you- What
like,
about the Dollars trilogy? Do you like the Dollars trilogy?
no,
You don't like the Good, the Bad, the Ugly?
I've never seen them. So I guess I shouldn't say I don't like them. I've never seen them, but I'm not really huge on like Westerns.
Okay.
Here, the day that the Atlanta Journal-Constitution comes out with, he fits the profile of the lone bomber because he lives with his mother. Okay, maybe he lives with his mother because he wants to save money, right?
I like where this
So
guy's head's at.
I was instinctively on the air suspicious that this is.
There's nothing wrong
I'm not
with
rushing
living with
judgment
your
here.
mother.
Little did I know, and I found out later, Richard Jewell was listening to my program at that moment. And we had a conversation later. I got one of the early interviews with him. According to his lawyer, the stress of all this killed this guy, getting hammered in the press. It went on for a long, long period of time. But
I don't think the stress of this made him consume butter, fat, like sugary foods for several years and made him diabetic.
I'm unhappy, and I'm unhappy because I eat. Do you know that quote?
No.
That's fat bastard. Austin Powers.
when he came on the program, that taught me a valuable lesson about rushing to judgment. So I have a history, right? Everyone has a history in broadcasting.
A white boy unfairly maligned. Suddenly, Sean Hannity learns the importance of patience and like getting a story straight before rushing to judgment. A thing you should have already known if you were a fucking journalist.
His whole point was we caused this guy Richard Jewell to eat himself to death.
Yes,
By
that's
and
on
why I don't
you.
rush to
That's on
judgment.
your hands, personally.
That's why I don't rush to judgment on Epstein. Got it. Thank you for that point. You could have made it in 2 seconds.
I forgot he's like mobilizing this in service of saying that we don't. Who's to really say that Epstein,
who's to
despite
say?
successful convictions and multiple victims that have come forward with credible testimony, who's to really say if he's really guilty? Don't we all have demons?
And I've learned not to
Don't
rush
you?
to judgment. And I like
Certainly.
to watch stories develop. That's why I said when people start going in and racing out there and they're trying to outdo each other and they want to be first and they got their theory. And I kind of feel a little bit like this on the Epstein story. But if you go through my list of issues I got right over the years and everyone else in the corrupt legacy.
What noble thing did Epstein attempt to do that ended up looking disfavorable to him later and used against him? And then there's there was an exoneration for Richard Jewell. That was the difference, as opposed to Jeffrey Epstein. What?
Yeah, it's years. It's gonna come. It's coming. he was framed. He was
He was just
framed by
helping
Mossad.
these women.
He was just helping
The
them.
state-run media mob got wrong. I was right about Duke lacrosse. I went to meet with those families. I talked to them.
Oh,
I knew
Duke lacrosse. What do you think about Duke lacrosse?
UVA.
This is like ringing some bells. Can you give me remind me of what is?
False accusations of sexual assault by some.
Oh, right. Some of them said like they made like hyperbolic remarks or whatever, and they tried to use that to indict them, but they weren't guilty. But isn't there more to it that like some of them were? Not all of them, but some of them were.
We got her. Let's get the defamation suit going.
I was right on
We're
that.
not doing this.
I think that there's I think that they were innocent, but I could be wrong. Let me just check. Duke lacrosse scandal. It's a hoax. The Wikipedia says hoax. Was a widely reported 2006 criminal hoax in North Carolina in which 3 members of the Duke University men's lacrosse team were falsely accused of rape. The 3 students were these names, and the accuser was a part-time striptease dancer, but also a student. Alleged that rape occurred at the residence of the 2 teams' captains, and she admitted later to falsifying and fabricating the entire thing.
Oh, there you go.
Damn.
I'm pointing out all of these inconsistencies.
Should you go to jail for life for that?
Probably should carry some sort of penalty, but not specific to this particular false accusation. Just if you make any false accusation and it turns out that
Should go to jail for life.
not for life, no.
Josiah, marry, fuck, kill, Sean Hannity, Patrick Bet-David, Hunter Biden. Oh my God. I can't decide.
You're fucking Hunter Biden. You've seen his dick. Come on, be honest.
I haven't seen his dick. No.
Sure. Okay.
I don't think I could marry.
You're killing Sean Hannity. That's the easiest one. Come on.
I really want to kill Patrick Bet-David.
Why? More than Hannity?
That's a joke. That's a joke. All right, that's a joke. Hang on.
It's...
Are you marrying PBD?
No, I'm marrying Hunter Biden. Duh.
You're fucking PBD?
I have to fuck PBD, I guess. Yeah. I'm not fucking Sean Hannity, so.
Oh, I think that's right. Damn, that's tough though.
Missouri. I had so many.
This is like truly. What is it? What did he say to Jeffrey Epstein? The enigma. What?
Enigmas never age.
Yeah, this
enigma will never age.
This enigma will never age. No matter when you're being asked, it will always be difficult for you to be able to decide.
Contacts that were telling me, Sean, there are multiple African-American eyewitnesses that will corroborate Darren Wilson's story.
What?
How about Sean Zanity and he's barred out?
Okay, we're not doing. Okay, whatever. He's just gonna yap about himself. Clearly, let's do Hunter Biden.
Oh yeah. Did you know what he was gonna say, or you just?
No, I saw the beginnings of it, but I thought he was gonna talk more about Epstein or whatever. And I mean, it is telling that he thinks it's useful to bring up Richard Jewell to say that, like, we don't know, maybe Epstein will turn out to be exonerated like fucking Richard Jewell.
Can we find a way to mute just Pisco? That's so rude.
You said how did you describe your audience earlier?
What did I say? I don't know.
You said they were like the greatest, the loveliest, the amazing. Just like,
it was like talking
heaping
shit.
praise.
Was I?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
Look at how they treat you.
They treat.
If they're not whining in your ear about be nicer to this person or whatever, they're fucking telling.
Nice to Hutch.
They're telling you that. How do I mute you?
No, we're not doing that, guys.
Says 4 days ago on Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan, Hunter Biden sat down to give a raw tell-all interview. So let's go through.
I hate this already, and I only watched a tiny portion of it.
I actually found it very interesting. But I wouldn't say that, like, it's the type of thing that, like, the format is supposed to lend itself to people thinking, oh, this is them being, like, vulnerable and honest and real. But it's just as much of an opportunity for Hunter Biden to PR spin as anything else, even though I do think that there are times where he is being very candid and honest about his thoughts and feelings on certain things. There's other points, especially as it relates to what the majority of it will cover, which is like the myths, the criminality, his taxes, and like all of that. How much of that is just self-mythologizing versus him being honest and giving his account of the story.
Yeah, I just think that, like, he's on a warpath now with the Jamie Harrison interview as well, to talk shit about people who betrayed his father or whatever. And I'm not here for that. I think that Joe Biden did something that was incredibly selfish by continuing to maintain his presence in the race and continuing to do these Trump-like maneuvers at certain times. I thought that was very selfish.
Well,
But people hate when I say that.
which is why you keep repeating it.
With recovery. As far as the media goes, what do you think are the 3 craziest things you've heard about yourself in the press?
Oh my God, the list is forever and forever. They got stuck on for a while, even Fox News, that I funded the Wuhan lab. I said that
This wait, really quick.
forever.
I love that.
They got stuck on
Wait, did you?
for a while, even Fox
Did you,
News,
Hunter?
that I
Breaking: Hunter Biden's investment firm funded company that partnered with Wuhan Virology Lab. He spun that a little bit differently to make it sound more conspiratorial than it may have been.
Hunter, you
But
mean.
it has been revealed that Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners was managing director, was one of the main financial backers for a company that funded the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So it's like several degrees removed. But obviously, the way that he presented it, even though it's dishonest, I do think that is the way that most people interpret it. And that's intended. That's how they want people to interpret it. That like Hunter Biden was in bed with this or whatever and helped unleash a biological warfare weapon or whatever.
I funded the Wuhan lab. I said that to someone a long time ago on camera as in response to a question like you just asked. And you got to be really careful. Somebody's going to be able to cut that and say, I did not fund the Wuhan lab.
I did.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah.
Exactly. Me and George Soros. Supposedly me and George Soros have a lot in common. The one thing I'm positive we don't have in common is that I am very, very far from being a billionaire. But those conspiracies are kind of the craziest.
You want more money,
I
Hunter?
just heard Jake Tapper is going on TV saying that, I basically acted as the chief of staff.
I think Hunter was driving the decision making for the family in a way that he was almost like a chief of staff of the family.
Does that strike you as pretty bizarre?
I think I spent
Of the
12 days in
family,
the
he
White
said.
House.
Yeah.
He said
last
of
2
the
years.
family.
Of the family, right?
He said of the family.
That's the thing. I was like, he's not saying that you actually helped guide policy or day-to-day decision making
White
for
House.
Biden. He's saying that a lot of Biden's choices were informed by his family and Hunter
And he was
Biden.
the chief of the staff
Yeah.
of the family.
Right, exactly.
Of the administration. Had a lot of other things going on. I think the one that was like the
A lot of other things going on. A little busy.
Yeah, fucking smoking crack, doing drugs, banning whores.
me feel like you just got hit in the gut, by an elephant. Is when Rudy Giuliani and Bernie Kerik went to the Newcastle County Courthouse here in Delaware and talked about me being involved in, I think, child sex crimes and stuff like that. And I mean, literally with nothing. That one was the last and the only one that was kind of hard to wake up from. Is like how do you ever take that out of somebody's head after they've heard it, But I mean, truly, the list just goes on and on.
Did you try to sue for defamation or damages or anything after that?
No, and I mean, I am in a defamation suit right now. I mean, one of the craziest ones is what Patrick Byrne is.
Hunter Biden accuses Patrick Byrne of defamation for tweet. The younger Biden accuses the Republican mega donor of falsely implying he contributed to the Hamas attacks in Israel last month.
Wow.
This is November 2023.
Said about me, and let me get this straight. He said that I was the key person in ensuring that the sanctioned Iranian oil money that was being held in South Korea was released at the behest of myself and somebody in Pakistan, and I took a 10% fee off the $8 billion for my family.
We have to give 10% to the big man.
the
You're the
big
big man,
guy.
I think.
And then I had traveled to Tehran and to the Middle East in 2022 and 2023 in order to effectuate this, and then that ultimately.
Did you know the largest investor in Hamas is the Palestinian Authority? 1/3 of the PA budget goes to Hamas. Last year alone, they gave $1.9 billion. They spent more on Hamas than Iran and Qatar. Joe Biden knew, but he sent them U.S. taxpayer money anyway.
These are all lies, by the way. So basically, America was there were certain times. I think there was a prisoner exchange once, and it's like their money that we let them have access to in response to either some negotiations or it was like a hostage exchange or something. And people construed that as, oh, Joe Biden funded this genocidal attack on October 7th. You would agree, by the way, it's genocidal attack?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So you're the one who's going to virtue signal over that today and morally grandstand?
I just want to know if you condemn October 7th.
Oh, that? I thought you were saying it's... Oh, wait. I thought you were saying right now it's a genocidal attack. No, I don't think October 7th was genocidal, but it was obviously an atrocity. Yes. and I condemned it or whatever.
Whoa. Why wasn't it genocidal?
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Are you good?
His followers
I'm
made
great.
the direct connection that
October 7th was not genocidal?
No. On you to prove that it was. Because I don't assume that every single large-scale massacre is genocidal. Was 9/11 genocidal against Americans?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Then we're just like not going to agree on this.
Okay.
To fund Hamas for the murder of over 1,400 Jews on October 7th. That's the kind of stuff. And now, I know you guys look and say like, but who believes that? You know, I don't know. The million people that read that tweet, you know. I had one guy in California who is a, I don't remember his name, but he's associated with SpaceX, a big investor in SpaceX, a very, very wealthy guy, claim just months ago that I rented a house from him and that I trashed the house and I had the Secret Service stiff him on the rent and that I tried to pay him with a book of art made of my own feces.
His ex-landlord
claims he's... Yeah.
So this response to the chat. Modern Day Debates take volunteers to debate. Andrew Wilson would love to see you two throw down. Modern Day Debate tried to organize a debate between me and Andrew Wilson refused. So
what was the topic going to be?
It's about Trump policy, stuff like that. Like,
why did he refuse?
He said that I would have to pay him thousands of dollars in order for him to debate.
I guess him being like one of the most super chatted YouTube channels ever is not enough to pay the bills. Apparently, there also has to be an appearance fee attached to a debate,
and it has to be me to pay the appearance fee. It can't be anyone else. He says.
Okay.
Stiffed him on a whopping $300,000 in rent. What happens to the back rent that Hunter Biden owes my family? Is that pardoned now?
And, you know, like, how insane is that, right? You know, but you look into the background of this person, and he's a major investor in SpaceX. He's probably worth a few $100 million, and he has this huge following on X. Elon Musk retweeted that, and it went.
I don't get this from Josiah, Aaron. Quote: do we all agree Hunter's Riz is as plentiful as other parts of him? Is that like, what is that meant to say, Josiah?
It's pretty messed up, man. There's also some people, though, who just think that if you leave the country, you're a spy. You know what I mean? Like, why is he going so many places?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know, the really interesting thing is they created this a character that is both in some sense a ne'er-do-well fail son that has not ever accomplished anything, and a criminal mastermind all in one. I kind of feel like, you know, pick one. Most of my travel during that period of time when my dad was vice president, and by the way, I didn't travel anywhere when my dad was president. I don't think I left the country. But during that time, I was the chairman of the board of what's called the UN World Food Program. And I was also chairman of the board of the Truman National Security Project, chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy. I was a professor at Georgetown University, adjunct professor for over 4 years in the master's program at the School of Foreign Service. I taught a course on advocacy, largely based upon the implementation of a thing called PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for Aid Relief in Africa. And as the chairman of the board of the U.S. UN World Food Program, is kind of like what you know of, like as a kid growing up, like UNICEF. UN has voluntary aid organizations in which each nation state that is a part of the UN voluntarily contributes to the continued operations of UNICEF, UNHCR, UNESCO. All of these organizations are all voluntary aid organizations. The UN World Food Program is the largest voluntary aid program.
He sounds so much like Biden. It's crazy.
It's crazy how much he does sound like Biden.
Like a younger version, obviously.
I think that it's a little bit telling that Biden is donating to all these terrorist organizations like UNESCO, World Food Program, that kind of thing. I don't think it's a good look.
UNICEF, yeah.
In the United Nations, and it is the largest humanitarian organization in the world. It serves over 80 million meals on a daily basis in 72 different countries, and it is the first on the ground because it controls all the airlift and communications for all of the relief efforts globally in any natural disaster or civil war or conflict. And so the U.S. is responsible for about 65% of the budget of the World Food Program, which was my responsibility as chairman of the board. And I increased the budget of the World Food Program, which just won the Nobel Peace Prize 2 or 3 years ago, by 50% when I was chairman over my term, to like $2.4 billion.
This is supposed to be like media myths and conspiracies, but a lot of it turns into like, so I did all of this good stuff, and I was part of these humanitarian efforts, and I'm basically like a really good person. He
was also on the board of Burisma.
I know.
Let's talk about Burisma.
Crazy. crazy. Like, as far as I can tell with the Burisma thing, and he admits it, he was like, yeah, I get this shit because of my last name, okay? He says it at a different point. But he says one that carries also, that's like a double-edged sword because there's privileges, but since there's like laser focus on me because of my last name, I've also been held accountable more than the average person would have for like similar crimes or penalties, etc. And then he also
it's kind of true. Both are true. He wouldn't have had those opportunities but for his name.
Yeah.
But ultimately, he is being held accountable pretty harshly on some stuff where it's kind of a nothing burger.
And he also says, like as far as I can tell, if they put him on the board to attempt to get to Joe Biden, then that didn't work because he was on the board, he served, and then they never got to Joe Biden, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
If that was their goal.
It's all gone now. Trump ended all that. But point about traveling. So I went to the Philippines after Typhoon Haiyan. I went to Kenya to Dadaab when refugees were flowing in from across southern Africa and Ethiopia. I've been to Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, and I've been to all over the world. 75% of my travel during that period of time was on behalf of the World Food Program and other, NGOs that I worked on behalf of.
So I want to back all the way up to the very, very beginning. A little short bio. We could do a long bio too. So you're born here in Delaware.
From Josiah again. Wow, a big oiler. Pisco, serious question as I workshop a YouTube title. If Wall Street Journal reports Trump was briefed by Bondi in May, his name is in the Epstein files, but Trump just said he was never briefed. Can I call that a lie or is that merely a denial? I don't know, man. Are you asking for legal advice?
Can you say like mistruth or falsehood?
I don't know why. So what would be false about saying that Trump lied? All he said was he was never briefed. Isn't that a lie?
No, I'm saying that if there's any doubt or whatever, there's other ways you can say that somebody promulgated a falsehood without outright accusing them of lying. You can just say they stated something that was incorrect.
Trump falsely claimed that he was not, something like that.
Falsely or incorrectly, yeah.
If you're scared about it. You don't want to be blatantly dishonest in the YouTube? All right. Trump falsely claims he wasn't briefed by Bondi or something. I don't know. Some shit like that. You can do it.
Yeah.
In Delaware.
Okay, in Delaware.
Yeah, Wilmington.
Yeah,
10 minutes from here, 15.
What are your thoughts on Wilmington, Delaware?
Okay, I just find it funny. Like, Trump will sue you even if you're 100% correct and everything you said is true. And even if you put all those caveats. Like,
if he thinks there's like a dime to be made and a headline to be generated that might be skewed in his favor.
Anyway. Yeah, so you're kind of fucked, bro.
Place?
Oh, yeah. One of the things that I still do love about the East Coast.
So with that, Pisco's recommending that you just lie, Josiah. Obviously.
No. Justin Little has to go.
Fuck it. Throw caution to the wind. It's gonna happen. It's a foregone conclusion that you will be sued by the Trump administration for millions of dollars.
His way through press conference. You can use a word like that.
No, because it'll get deprioritized in the algorithm if you put like a bad word like that.
Bullshit, huh?
Yeah. I think even if you put like a star, it's not going to. It's not good.
Trump BS's. People BS's.
Delaware and the Mid-Atlantic is the history. And so I'm a little bit of a history geek.
Yeah, because Delaware doesn't really get much representation because you got Philadelphia, powerhouse of history and culture. You got Rocky, a lot of other things going on there, too important stuff.
Yeah.
And then
we agree on that. I'm basically living in a suburb of Philly. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say that, but you got Baltimore, The Wire.
Yeah.
You got people on horses in the streets out there.
Yeah.
People on ATVs, and then Delaware's kind of sitting in between. People know that it's a corporate tax haven. People know that the Biden family's from there. What's something that people don't know?
The Biden crime family.
About Delaware that they should.
Delaware's the first state. I don't know if they should know this, but it's the first state to ratify.
Okay, then he goes into like a history lesson or whatever. So I want to bring it to. I know you love a good history lesson, but we're gonna skip through that. He actually believes, and this makes total sense because he doesn't think that Biden should have stepped down and he should have been the nominee and run in the general and beaten Trump, I suppose. Okay, he defends Beau not having to disclose that he had cancer and running for public office, which is insane.
Wait, did Beau, he knowingly had cancer? And
and he was like running for like public office. Typical Democrat, man.
Did he become governor of Delaware?
I don't know. Beau Biden.
Beau Biden. Attorney General of Delaware.
Yeah, 44th Attorney General of Delaware.
Yeah.
But I think you should, it's not about you have to disclose it, but if you know that you have that form of potentially a terminal illness, which he did, you should not be running for public office. You should be fucking at home with your family being treated.
100%.
Because you cannot give your all while you're in the middle of a health crisis like that.
I think that's true. If we find out that Biden knew he had cancer, beforehand, I would be very, very pissed, like even more than I am now. Pondering asks, last question, will you all react to Mehdi and Piers? It just happened.
I'm sure I will after this, because Pisco is a hard out at 5:30.
I have a hard out at 5:30.
Because he's just so busy, even though this is now his full-time job. He has other shit to do, apparently.
You need to stop what you're doing right now, Aaron. You are...
Yeah, make me. Make me.
You're despicable.
I'm
person.
despicable. I'm pathetic. Yeah, what else you got?
I have a dinner to go to. There's a dinner I have to prepare for. I have to go to a dinner.
You have to prepare for a dinner? You have to rehearse eating? Are you okay?
You don't get invited to dinner, so that must be it.
You just said that you have to prepare for dinner.
When's the last dinner that you were invited to?
2 nights ago.
Yeah? Who invited you?
My friends in I almost said it wrong. In Florida.
In Florida, yeah. Where did you guys go? Did you guys go to Red Lobster? You go to Olive Garden?
What's wrong with Red Lobster or Olive Garden?
That's not the
Both
kind
of those slap. What's wrong?
Go to.
What's wrong with Olive Garden?
Don't try to lean into it and get the the working class on your side. You're trying to
the middle class. Right, I mean, Olive Garden and Red Lobster are like middle class fancy staples.
There's a dinner, okay? There's a dinner I have to go to. It's been prearranged for weeks now.
What the what the fuck does prepare mean? Prepare for dinner.
Prepare for dinner means get ready, get dressed up, go to the dinner, travel to the dinner, show up to the dinner.
Okay, it's not preparing though. I don't know.
It is preparing. You don't think showering and getting ready. How long do you take to prepare for your dinners?
He has to comb his Lego hair wig. Can you confirm or deny this? Is that part of your preparation process?
How long does it take you to get ready for dinner?
I don't know, long ass time. Why? If you gave me 8 hours to get ready, I'd use every single minute of it. I can spend that long getting ready.
Okay, so then we're on the same page.
But
then.
I'm human. You're not a woman, so why are you doing that?
So I need some time to get ready for my dinner. And it's not your place to question my preparation techniques. I get ready the way I get ready the way I get ready. That's just how I get ready.
The way I get ready, the way I get ready, the way I get ready.
Yeah.
That was the most redundant thing that you've ever said. When you so by rehearse, do you mean like you have to rehearse like the small talk you're gonna do because you're just like if you don't actually like try to plan conversations beforehand, they just end up being bad?
Sometimes they plan a quip. What's wrong with planning a quip?
Nothing. Makes you super cool.
Plan quips?
No. All off the cuff, baby. Completely.
You plan your quips?
Like what? What's one that I planned?
I don't know that I know that it. You know that you plan a quip.
Okay, well, you just made a claim and you can't back it up. So why don't you shut the fuck up and we can get back to Hunter Biden.
You don't say shut the fuck up. Do you plan a quip?
No.
All right. Well,
this is just a massive self-report that you have to. Like, you're so socially awkward that you have to rehearse conversations.
I'm not socially awkward. I sometimes will prepare a quip, and there's nothing wrong with preparing a quip. It's one.
You prepare a bit for dinner.
In the course of a conversation, you might have 4 or 5 bits, 4 or 5 quips. Maybe one of those is prepared.
Question from the audience: is part of your preparation process also shaving your entire body?
An everything shower?
Yes.
I don't.
The everything shower. Right, but it's right before dinner. That's the best time for you to do it.
No, that's not the best time to do it. You do the day before. You take an everything shower.
So you shaved your entire body yesterday?
No,
because you've known about this dinner for weeks. So you did the everything shower yesterday.
Wait, I have known about the dinner for weeks, but I don't need to take an everything shower for this dinner. Okay. For this dinner,
how else do you prep your body for dinner?
You don't need to talk about my body. You don't need to do this.
You're the one who said that you have to prep. I don't know what that means.
You know what it means. You know what prepping means. You prep for dinner. You dress for dinner. You go get dinner prepared for dinner. So I do what you do.
The only prep for dinner I do is if I'm actually cooking the dinner myself.
You can't cook.
Yes, I can.
What's the best thing you can cook?
I don't know. I've done vegan Thanksgivings for my friends before. They liked it.
Tofurkey?
No. That's always pre-bought because there's like store-bought ones that are easier to get than to like take time making it.
I don't wash my hair in that way, King Rainbow, where I'm like every day shampooing crazy amounts. I probably shampoo every other day. I don't shampoo every day. But I also don't go all the way where like, oh, you only need to shampoo once a week. That's crazy. I can't imagine people.
Thank you for clearing that up. Any other part of the preparation process you want to disclose before we get back to it?
Day. Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just fun to be under the hot water of the shower for a little longer than usual. Sometimes it's okay to just, look down and just let the water, just for fun, just a little extra. And so I like to build in a little extra time for me to have, a little bit of introspection. That's where a lot of my good thinking is done, is in the shower.
Do you do a full douche before dinner as part of your prep?
You can press play now.
Oh, now you're ready to get back to it. Got it.
I guess drinking or experimenting with drugs.
I think the first time that I think I write about this, the first time I took a drink was a party where I stole a glass of champagne and hid under the table. Maybe 11, something like that.
Okay, so before high school.
Yeah, but that was my first memory with alcohol was that. I don't think then I didn't continue drinking after that, but I can remember that distinctively. But then in high school was when I started to drink. I played football, so you wouldn't really drink during the football season, but weekend drinking, yeah.
So just like standard going.
Wait. This is gonna be about Bo.
It wasn't as linear as that. And so with me, what ended up happening was when my brother was dying, he was dying in a very slow but certain way because he had glioblastoma, multiform stage 4 cancer, which basically you have a 2% survival rate. And even that 2%, your chances of being fully intact physically and mentally are, basically 0.2% of people survive without, their life, but almost a 98% certainty that you're not going to live outside of 2 years. And so my brother never wanted to really know those numbers. And so I remember, I haven't read all of the book, but people have given me little synopses of this guy, Alex Thompson, who no reason anybody would know who the hell Alex Thompson is. He has this whole thing, I understand, in which he says the Bidens covered up Bo's cancer diagnosis. And I feel like saying, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You get a terminal diagnosis, okay? What do? Do you accept it, go home and die? Or do you say, I'm not dying, I'm gonna be part of that 2%. I sit down with the oncologist and the oncologists tell me that there are new procedures and there are new experimental things that they're doing as it relates to X, Y, and Z at MD Anderson or at Sloan Kettering, and I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna try that, and I'm gonna survive, and I'm gonna run for governor. My brother was the Attorney General. He was no longer the Attorney General. He did not run for re-election as Attorney General, but he was considering running for governor at the time. When my brother would be asked, he'd say, I'm okay. I'm okay. And he'd keep doing his job, and he was in private practice.
I mean, is this not him just saying that he did lie about it? It's a lie of omission.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a lie of omission. And also, it's one of those things that I think we should, I think, impose on our elected officials from now on a social cost to lying about your health stuff or to running for office with a terminal illness, regardless of how optimistic you are.
What's the social cost?
Led us. Social cost should be criticism. I don't know.
And if they run and they actually win, then when they eventually die in office, you don't mourn them, maybe.
Yeah.
Their legacy is just, fuck you. You're making it harder for us to fight off a Republican majority, and this is your fault. This is like your version of the, who is it? Whatever Kane Award.
What?
The guy who he was a COVID denier and then he died of COVID.
Herman Cain.
Yeah, Herman Cain. This is the Pisco's Hour Award. Any Democrat that's too old or infirm or is terminally ill and is nonetheless running for public office, and it comes to light that they knew, and they successfully win and then subsequently die in office.
Don't you agree?
Yes, I do. I think that there should be limits on this shit.
Yeah, there should be limits. Now, what do you think about, because obviously the West Wing did it first. Well, FDR did it first, right? What do you think about FDR? Should he have disclosed, oh, I had polio, oh, I can't walk?
If your illness or condition interferes with your ability to do your job, then yes, I think.
So you're going to give up all of the legislative accomplishments of Biden?
Is that what I said?
FDR?
You asked me if he should be honest about it. I think you have a responsibility to be honest to the American people, and that includes disclosing these types of things.
Didn't appoint 500 federal judges and it didn't pass major legislation.
I'm not here to say that FDR was like the most
legislative accomplished president. of all time, FDR.
Elected 4 times, right?
Yes, elected 4 times.
They needed term limits to prevent this motherfucker from getting a 5th one.
Exactly. And I think that the people have a right to know whether their president uses a wheelchair.
At this time.
As always, it depends on how you came into needing the wheelchair. But I have a feel most people that use a wheelchair, especially if they're in the public eye, that is not something that they avoid talking about. It's something that they end up talking about probably way more than they'd like to.
And so, what does Alex Thompson think my brother would owe fucking anyone?
Sorry. Oh, whoa.
Oh, no, I'm gone.
Just real quick. J-Mac, you keep talking shit in the chat. If you want to talk about Russiagate, you have to come on stream.
Not during this, later.
Not during this, but later.
Because that person's like always in your chat.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
I'm not going to run for governor. And why would he do that? Why would you give up on life? And it's almost like I somehow that this human being is not a human being. Like, he has not experienced life. He has not had anyone in his life that is, and I find that really hard to believe in a day and age when I don't know anybody that hasn't had somebody in their family that has cancer. And so what do you say to them? Oh, you have cancer? Oh, so you're gonna go tell your boss that you're dying and you should quit now? No, you don't.
Okay, it's different. It's different, Hunter. It's different. So he's trying to invoke Philadelphia. Have you seen Philadelphia?
Yes. Tom Hanks, Denzel.
Denzel what? He's trying to invoke like, oh, you're not supposed to discriminate. Like, first of all, if you have a major debilitating illness, at some point you should disclose it probably to your employer. I think that you actually do have a responsibility.
If it starts to interfere with your job performance, yeah.
HR, at a bare minimum to HR. There are ways that they can go about for medical leave purposes or for those purposes to make sure that like the bosses don't necessarily know, but you should at least at some point, if it starts to affect your employment, report it to HR. Number 2, if we're talking about public office, there's a higher level, I think, of
like duty
that is required for public officials than for people who are just like, jobbers.
Right, because people are putting their faith in you as opposed to like an employer. They you have to give like a resume and all of that. They do background checks. All of that's validated. When you run for public office, a lot of it is people just doing that, but it's not actually because they're forced to disclose more than what you have to disclose anytime you register to run in a public election.
HR is for the bosses for sure, but all I'm saying is
to protect the company.
I'm not.
But they also protect employees as well. So
they do, and also there are also if it's starting to materially affect your work, then you have an obligation. Like you have an obligation to also to protect yourself, to protect you, your reputation, all that stuff. You should definitely disclose as opposed to not disclose.
You would actually fare better by disclosing it to HR. They're probably forbidden because of some sort of HIPAA type rule from disclosing that to your superior or boss. And then you can't be held responsible, or if there were to be some error or something like that, and HR didn't tell you upon you informing them that hey, you're not fit to work here any longer, even though that's not why you were telling me that or whatever, they probably couldn't hold you liable. I could see reason legal benefits to disclosing it alongside the risks of disclosing it to HR that would actually protect you in the event that it did interfere with your job performance in a way you didn't anticipate it. Because it's yeah, well, I told them and no one told me that I couldn't work here. So, or that would be, it would make my job dangerous. So
you do your radiation, you get up in the morning and you eat better, and you go on a different diet plan.
No one is saying, it's not, he presents this false dichotomy where it's either you lay down and die with your cancer, or you have to if you don't think that should happen, then you have to let my brother run for public office and mislead the public about his health status.
So crazy.
It's another thing again, if you while you're in office come into having this illness or whatever,
very different. Yeah.
That's entirely different than if you go into it knowing.
Experimental procedures done, and you fight and you fight and you fight. At least that's what my brother did. Anyway, my point being, it was slow, and I knew that there was going to be a real transition, and I knew that there was going to be in the entire family, not for any other reason than proximity. I was with them all the time, as was his wife, and as was his children, and as was the rest of the family. But I was with them all the time.
His wife, who after he died, I had a love affair with. But
that never comes up in this.
Oh, it does?
It never comes up.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, not that I remember.
Isn't that irresponsible? Like the Nelk boys interviewing BB, they weren't there to push back.
Yeah, this is not a responsible interview in a different way.
Oh, really? You actually agree?
It's but in a different way. It's an interesting one, but it's not.
You guys didn't know that? You guys didn't know that Hunter Biden had an affair with his brother's widow? You didn't know that? Oh,
he's talked about it publicly before, but not in this.
So I knew what every doctor was saying, and I stayed. I was clean and sober through that period of time, and off and on, I had some relapses, but I had gotten sober in 2003 from alcohol, and I was clean and sober basically.
Okay, then he talks about this, and then
is it an affair at that point if the husband died?
Probably not by like some technicality or whatever. It's a thing that's
relationship.
It's clearly going to carry with it social stigma and penalty if you do that.
But should it though? I don't think it should.
Probably not. No, I don't think so. But I'm also not gonna bury my head in the sand and pretend like people are crazy for thinking that that's inappropriate.
I think it's appropriate.
You'd go so far as to endorse it.
Someone said it's what God wants you to do in the Bible.
Yeah, somebody said that's biblical practice, BTW here.
So I think by definition, by divine command theory, it is appropriate.
I mean, biologically, like his kids are related to him, right? Yeah. Beau Biden's kids are like related to Hunter, so.
They're nephews. Not morally wrong, in my opinion, says DeVos. Maybe it's Davin.
It's not morally wrong, no.
Okay.
I don't know that it's like a moral maxim though to do it any more than like any other type of relationship like that is. This is where he talks about like the crime bill. Hold on. Like his father's like rolling that.
All addictions are completely dependent upon the way in which a community responds to them. Nobody gets clean and sober without community. Nobody gets clean and sober without support. If, the response is, met with just violence from the dealing to the destruction, I don't.
Do you think that like looking back at the crime bill and stuff, your dad and that kind of?
Oh yeah, I mean, my point was when I was at Yale, I wrote my senior analytical thesis was on the disparity between crack and powder cocaine sentencing. That was in 1996, in which, I mean, we knew then, and that's when my dad became president. He did away with all of that. And I think that Obama did part of it, and he eradicated it all. And then he pardoned almost everybody at the very end of his administration that had been swept up and were still in prison related to those disparities in federal sentencing. Obviously, he has no control of the state, but hundreds of people were commuted sentences and were pardoned.
And you feel like your paper at Yale kind of helped implant that idea in his mind and help forward that cause?
No, I don't think he remembers my paper at Yale more than anybody remembers my paper at Yale. I think I'm the only one who remembers.
He had mentioned that his a thesis or dissertation of his was on the sentencing disparity between
crack
and powder cocaine, yeah.
Paper at Yale. But I do know this, is that at the very end, I was the only thing that I can say that I truly weighed in on with my dad was on that level, and he was pushing on an open door. I think people forget the historic record number of people that he pardoned based upon the drug laws.
Also, he pardoned Leonard Peltier, or commuted his sentence from life imprisonment in Florida to house arrest at the Turtle Mountain Reservation.
I was never more proud of my dad. And again, literally, the only things that I advocated for were those things.
Peltier and the sentencing reform.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did a report up in North Dakota about his homecoming event, and it was definitely interesting. I didn't think it would happen.
Hey guys, here's a quick preview of our upcoming episode that's being referenced called...
Okay, yeah. It includes like a whole segment here.
Been studying his case, and you have to realize there are elements that were inside of the FBI that still, to the very end, were very threatening. It said that there would be huge consequences within that community of the former and current FBI agents who still firmly believe that Leonard Peltier was responsible for the death of that agent. Anyway, so I knew an inordinate amount about the case and had studied the case. I was in a course of a guy named Stephen Bright, who ran the Southern Center for Human Rights, not the Southern Poverty Law Center. Two different organizations, same purpose, but the Southern Center for Human Rights, which mainly dealt with representing people on death row. One of the cases that we touched on, because I don't think Leonard was ever taken off of death row. Anyway, we worked on Hurricane Carter's case, and I became friendly with Stephen Bright, who's a leading expert in unjustly imprisoned people.
Oh my God.
And so we studied Leonard's case. I was really, really, really proud because it was really crazy.
Do you know who that is or what?
No, he just very long body.
That's what you were exclaiming at?
Yeah,
a superficial observation. I thought it was the...
Go back.
You were like, Jesus Christ, look at this man's torso.
So we studied Leonard's case. I was really, really, really proud because it was a really courageous thing that I think that my dad did. I wouldn't write who throw. Anyway, we worked on Hurricane Carter's case, and I became friendly with Stephen Bright, who's a leading expert in
Slender Man over here. Pisco is astonished by this man's height.
Look at his size.
How tall do you think he is?
6'7".
How tall are you?
6 foot.
Ooh, he's mogging you by 7 inches with that giraffe neck.
Unjustly imprisoned people. And so we studied Leonard's case. I was really, really, really proud because it was a really courageous thing that I think that my dad did by letting him out.
Thank you for the bits.
Some people take it for granted that, well, why wouldn't the president do that? It's the right
Joanna
thing to do.
says this Leonard Peltier case is actually more relevant under this presidency than ever.
You have a lot of really, really
Did
powerful
she say why?
people that can really mess with your life, and particularly in this atmosphere, by doing the right thing.
What do you think is the biggest inconsistency in the government's case against Peltier?
The 2 cases that were held against his 2 accomplices, who both were acquitted, and the lack of evidence that was allowed in Leonard's case as related to the lead up to that event on Pine Ridge, where the tribal police force, along with the FBI, had basically created a goon squad. And over 60 individuals had been tribal members and living on the reservation I think it was over 60, had been murdered by this goon squad, had been taken out. Or was it 60 or 16? I can't remember the exact numbers. But they were on a mission basically backed by the FBI. And the judge never allowed all of that information, which they had got, into the case when Leonard was tried. And I can't remember all the other inconsistencies, but one of the things that also is that the woman that they said was Leonard's girlfriend, when they were able to extradite him from Canada to the United States, they used her testimony to justify the extradition from Canada. Once they got him back, she completely recanted and said that she was basically threatened by the FBI to say that she was Leonard Peltier's girlfriend and that she witnessed the whole thing. When in fact, they hardly even knew each other. She had lived on the reservation but didn't have any relationship to Leonard. But there's a whole bunch of other inconsistencies.
On a deeper level, what do you think it was about Leonard that scared the federal government in such capacity?
That's a good...
And this is where he starts talking about why he believes the GOP has to put all of these restrictions when it comes to curriculum and is trying to prevent American students from learning and wanting to eradicate the Department of Education, because if people don't know these things, that they're a less informed populace.
Question. If you believed Leonard, then you had to understand the rest of the story of what the federal government was doing, which was they were systematically murdering members of an organization that were setting out to highlight the...
We're not looping on that, apparently. But
I don't know why he's built it. Does it look at the space between the top of his head and the camera? I'm just slouching.
Now you're sitting up. That comment was enough to make you insecure about it, because now you're sitting up.
I'm just showing them. I'm showing them.
I mean, most of the time when we're doing the Just Press Play, it's like you're like this much of it is like your head, and then like this much of it is like your set because of how like low in your chair you are.
You know what? You guys are making too many comments. You can see me on
too many comments about you after you just went, oh my God, at a man's like stature.
Good inconsistency. Joanna says he was a prisoner because he was a cover-up for international ineptitude, and releasing him would mean admitting their mistake, much like Mahmoud Khalil. Interesting. Why? How is Hutch melting down? I don't believe that.
The injustice that was occurring on reservations across the country. I think that we are in such a ahistorical, is that even the term, time right now? I know why they want to erase history. I know why they don't want to teach about the actual history of this country, because to do so makes a lie out of almost everything that they are trying to achieve. And how could anyone see the way in which Native Americans then and now are treated on Pine Ridge by the federal government to the degree that they basically paid for and implemented a program to systematically murder those that were simply speaking the truth. Our government, the FBI. By the way, they were able to do much of it at his, but all of the documentation was available. All of the communications were available at the time of the trial, and the judge wouldn't allow that information to be shared with the jury.
Yeah, I mean, because if you look at the bigger picture, American Indian movement was just one of many groups they were targeting.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe one of like 150.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 40, 50 years later, what has it been? How long was it, Leonard, in 48?
Something like 50.
Yeah, almost exactly 50 years, I think, right? 75. Why do we still hold on to that? Because it still makes a lie. I don't believe in conspiracy theories in the sense of I don't believe that the government has the capacity to carry out a conspiracy. You know, a secret plan. It's all in the open, man. There's no conspiracy behind what ICE agents are doing in the streets of Los Angeles, you know, right now. Or, by the way, in the streets of Detroit or Chicago or Philadelphia or Tampa or whatever the hell they are, is that they're openly terrorizing people for the purpose of scaring the shit out of them. You know, people look at this moment in time and they get this impression. I used to think it was hyperbole. I'm not so sure now. And the comparisons to 1930s and 1939 and 1932 and Kristallnacht and this is the time and are we before this, are we after this? And you know, I look at what we're going through right now as more associated with a moment in our own history, which was Reconstruction.
You're talking about, for reference, after the Civil War.
Yes, from 1865 to 1877. What people don't understand about Reconstruction.
Do you see that? Do you see these parallels that he's drawing, or you don't think it's as bad?
I don't. Wait, from Reconstruction
to now, yeah.
No,
do you see
I
like
don't
a resurgence of that type?
Well, because I don't see it as geographically contingent as that was, and I think it has. They are different realities, but it's kind of it's not as easily geographically distributable like that. And I also think it relates to different things. It relates to the legitimacy of the country overall. Maybe it's similar, maybe. Because, you know, Reconstruction is about legitimacy as well. So maybe let me hear him out. Let him cook.
Reconstruction is that we just fought the Civil War. All of the freedoms which the Constitution was guaranteed for black citizens that had just been released from slavery. And people think there was this great migration, it all fell apart. The black population, because of the weight of slavery or whatever other excuse you want to make, kind of fell into this communities of poverty and disenfranchisement and blah, 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 blah. Total bullshit. Between 1865 and 1877, the South Carolina state legislature was a majority black.
I was going to say the state senate that was, I think at the time based in Charleston, was almost all black.
Yeah, all black. And on top of that, because, by the way, it's a vast majority African-American state after the Civil War in South Carolina. You know, and by the way, which was where the first slaves were delivered in the 1600s, right there in Charleston. And so what happened after the Civil War? This amazing thing, this amazing renaissance. These people that jumped in, that had been in slavery for over 200 years. These communities are thriving. And then you have in, what was it, Colfax, Louisiana.
Is that where the first Klan started?
Not where the first Klan started, but the first major lynching occurred in the sense of this, is that you had in Colfax, Louisiana, you had black lawmakers that had gone in to secure the vote in this little town in the courthouse. And white supremacists surrounded the courthouse and they rolled up a cannon and they said, we're going to kill all of you unless you come out and give up this effort to, you know, and they're all wearing masks.
So they talk about this and then, hold on, let me see. Where like they land on it. Like they talk about how like the KKK ends up being, obviously so it's like intimidating and like harassing is the understatement to say black Americans. But like its roots in it's like how it was like a voter intimidation squad
of the Constitution.
And there's also this perception, if you look at whenever segregation on public transport was codified with Plessy versus Ferguson, I think it was in 1902, there's this perception because of the voting records of that time that most people supported it. People don't understand, or some people do, but the Klan emerged as a voter intimidation force. It wasn't just simply terror for terror's sake, that was a part of it, but it was to specifically target black area polling stations, voting booths.
It did. And by the way, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Whether it's voter suppression through violence and intimidation or disinformation, it's the same goddamn thing. It's whether it's
this, and this is how he sees like the parallels or whatever.
I think that some of the aims are the same, but I think it's you know, let's not compare.
Why not?
What was? I mean, I just don't think it's exactly the same. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, obviously, it's not the same. It's literally a different time in history. Did you never compare and contrast in history? Compare and contrast the First and Second World War. Compare and contrast the Civil War.
They don't want people to vote. They don't want people to vote. They don't want people to vote. I think it is along racial lines. I think that is something that's happening. I think that's why we had, for example, the Voting Rights Act litigation that occurred, I think, in Louisiana and some other states. So, yeah, I mean, he has a point.
I think he's saying that this country has a legacy of attempting to disenfranchise minority or inconvenient voting populaces, and that never really went away. It's the strategy, and the groups that they target have kind of just evolved and changed slightly. And the way that you do it in the 21st century is going to be different. Different. Yeah. I don't think he's comparing the severity.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think he's saying that you'd get lynched today if you're like a Black American attempting to vote. Obviously, they have. It's a lot more sneaky.
Yeah, they want some people not to vote. They want some people not to vote. Some groups, some identified, coherent set of groups.
It's an algorithm, or whether it's a cross burning in your yard. That is what we have fought. We are caught in this loop. It's like the permanent Reconstruction loop, okay? The permanent Jim Crow loop is that every single time that we get closer to that idea, that promise, that potential of a more perfect union, what ends up fucking happening is they come in and they shut the door down because there's this evil symbiosis between money and power. So what do? If I said to you, look, I'm going to tell you a story from the past. It's about a minority group of people that live in a country. It's constitutional democracy that has had its problems in the past, but it's an economic powerhouse, and it is the center of learning. It's the center of culture. It has a deep and rich history. But there is a minority group that those in power that came into power through democratically elected means are going to target this minority group because they're stealing all the jobs.
Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force, and their jobs are taken.
They're not originally citizens. They're not the original people.
When Mexico
ear thing,
everyone started wearing the ear bandages. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. I remember this briefly.
Mexico sends its people. They're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you.
On top of that, they're spreading disease and distrust, and they're criminals, and they can be violent. They're eating your dogs and cats.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
And what we're going to do is we're going to send masked men to this marginalized group, and we are going to take them, put them on planes, put them on buses, put them on trains, and send them to a prison camp in a foreign country. What am I describing right then? Am I describing Germany, or am I describing the United States right now? Because I will tell you what, if you think that the prison in El Salvador is not a fucking concentration camp, you're out of your fucking mind. Tell me anybody that's returning from there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now they just recently had some people returning, but his commentary there is very based. Very based.
You saw those pictures. Do you think anybody's getting out of there? Or, is it a rehabilitation center? You think I've been to those places in South Sudan and around in those areas? You think anybody's getting out of those South Sudan prisons ever? Ever? Out of your fucking mind. That's a death camp. They're done. They're over. And if you're not dead, you would want to be dead if you were in that prison. And we just sent a bunch of people without due process, some of them most likely legally in the United States. Like, I think of that poor guy that they said was a gang member because he had a tattoo on his arm that was a makeup artist. And they say he's MS-13. He literally a makeup artist that fled, I think, I'm making it up, Venezuela,
right? Yeah.
Because of a dictator, and came to the United States and sought asylum, received asylum, and they literally take this poor guy and they pick him up, and he has a family, and he has friends, and he has an entire community, and they give him no due process, and they put him on a plane with maybe a bunch of other criminals and send him to that fucking hellscape. He's dead, and nobody gives a shit. And
I think he was just released.
Like, we sit here and we talk about the one guy,
But if he had stayed there, given the types of things they have, that goes on in this or whatever, like if you, like he said, if you lived, you'd want to be dead because of the lifelong trauma that being in that type of environment for even a brief period of time is going to expose you to.
Because there's a clear legal path to being able to.
This is from Reuters. Venezuelan makeup artist returns home, describes torture in El Salvador.
Get him back. What about all those other people? Am I not supposed to feel for someone? Am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. Fuck you. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your fucking table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your fucking garden?
What do you think about this argument?
Is here by the...
I think I don't like it personally, but I also recognize that it's not the message that is attempting to resonate with me. He is trying to reach people that you can give them every single humanitarian appeal to try to get them to not be so draconian on immigration, but they just don't want to hear it. So you move to kind of a self-interested, nationalist, economic, like there is a benefit to these people being in the country. And so it should be, and it's something that you, whether you realize it or not, are already benefiting from in a way that's completely invisible to you. So you should take that into account before you go around saying that these people steal our jobs and they don't contribute and they leech off the American government and the economy, when it's the exact opposite of that.
Fucking sheer fucking just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because
I like that swearing is legal now.
Themselves and their family a better chance. And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the fucking criminals. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a fucking violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm fucking Emanuel. So fucking smart Rahm Emanuel. He said, we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that fucking appealed to those fucking white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old. And he got 81 million votes. And he did not because he appeased their fucking Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from fucking Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. Then nobody said, oh,
he doesn't
Joe
understand
Biden's turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they
You know, when he was asked how many genders are there, you know what he said?
At least 3 or at least...
At least 3. Isn't that adorable?
No, he's right. There are at least 3 genders.
At least 3.
Yeah, he's right about that.
But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, fuck you. How are we getting those people back from fucking El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the
Don't threaten me with a good time, Hunter.
Don't threaten me. Don't threaten me,
call the fucking president of El Salvador and say, you either fucking send them back or I'm going to fucking invade. It's a fucking...
That's what I would do. Whoa,
yeah, you would do that?
I would do that. No, that is actually a base policy of that. Listen, I was talking shit about the Bidens. I didn't expect this level of baseness from Hunter. That was one of my policies, that were a Democrat to take office and were we to demand the Gulag prisoners out of CCOT and were Bukele to refuse, I would, as president, support military action against the government of El Salvador and intervene and potentially regime change, but certainly military action to obtain all of the political prisoners from CCOT. Absolutely, I would. I think it's, in fact, go back 5 seconds. I want to hear him say that again because that just made... Because in order for us to lead, I say, fuck you. How are we getting those people back from fucking El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the fucking president of El Salvador and say, you either fucking send them back or I'm going to fucking invade. It's a fucking 100%
what they're doing.
You were going hard on this interview. And again, he does say things that merit a lot of criticism in this conversation. But there were also moments like this where I was like, damn, he's kind of cooking. He's kind of cooking.
He's
you know,
cooking.
like this is
Blue MAGA in the chat. Blue MAGA in the chat. That is the most based. And I need a Democrat to say that. I need an actual Democrat leader to say that. I need Chuck Schumer to say this. This is crazy that Hunter Biden on this issue is more based than our Democratic representatives. Crazy. Blue MAGA in the chat. Thank you.
The thing that's frustrating is that, like, okay, so the big point of contention, like the biggest thing that tanked Trump's approval ratings in his first term, what was it?
Trump in his first term?
Yeah.
Was the trying to repeal Obamacare. They got him down to like 30.
No. The thing that where his polls tanked and they never recovered. It was related to immigration.
Maybe the government shutdown? I don't know.
Child separation policy. Because you had these fucking ghouls going out here saying we need to take kids away from their family to get them to stop coming. And it's just insane to think that that was like the biggest scandal related to immigration outside of just the Muslim ban in his first term. It almost looks cute in comparison to the shit that they're doing in Alligator Alcatraz, the way that they're just not even like going forward with due process or whatever. Because what they did is like, and it was so fucking malignant and evil what they were doing, is that they would get parents. Why are you laughing?
Sorry, someone put a comment that killed me. It said, if Gavin wants to beat Hunter in 2028, he's going to have to start smoking crack right now. Sorry,
okay, that is funny.
Child separation.
No, what they do is like these people come across the border and they detain them, and then to get them to surrender their kids, they would say, "Oh, we have to question them, or we're going to give them a bath." Sometimes they would say that to get them away. Then they detain the parents, and they start the process of deporting the parents usually, and then they move these kids and they put them in these ICE detention facilities alone, and then they would immediately. Some of them just stayed there. It was supposed to be no more than 20 days. Some of them ended up staying there far longer than 20 days. And because the state's not supposed to assume custody that long, and certainly not in those facilities at all. For that period of time, and then they're putting them in fucking foster care thing. There's still 1,300 kids that have never been reunited with their families.
Yeah, I had a family separation case that I worked on. So a couple. Aaron is absolutely correct. What they would do is they would charge the parents with a crime. Typically, DOJ policy, it is a crime to cross the border without inspection and admission, and what they would do is, even though it's not the policy to charge that offense unless it's the second time or unless they've already been deported, they would charge just the parents for that crime and force them to go into the criminal system and keep their kids. Now, without a parent, they would have to be put into the custody of Health and Human Services. There's like an offshoot. And they'd have to go on those specific. So it was like a mandatory separation policy, and it forced all like thousands of families separated.
He's a fucking dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
Yeah. The craziest thing to me is especially interviewing migrants and like hearing about the journey they went through to get here. You got some people who walked for 30 days to the deserts of Mexico into the Arizona desert in the 110-degree hot summer. Their feet are bleeding. They have a gallon of water. There's people dropping dead while they're walking who they physically cannot stop to help because they are so determined, and because the coyotes trafficking them will kill them if they stop too. And then finally get to the U.S. just to do menial labor. And you have people saying like, do it the right way. It's like, trust me, if there was an easier way, they would have done anything but that. And secondly, I feel like anybody who goes to that length to get here.
Not just that, they're like they show them like climbing over like barbed wire fences and shit to get in. They're going through. They have these like buoys that have like spikes on them. Greg Abbott put those along the Rio Grande to prevent people from coming in. People have died.
Hutch is raiding in. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Big raid from Hutch. Hutch with the raiding party of an insane degree. An insane size Hutch. We love Hutch. Hutch is our boy. Thank you. The music.
Even though you're going offline in like 20 minutes.
Well, no, hey, guys. I'm not going offline. We're not going offline at all. In fact, we're talking about all the great things that Hunter is doing in this interview. We had our shit talking about Hunter, but one thing that we thought that was very based on was saying basically that Bukele should be invaded if he doesn't hand over the political prisoners of Sikot. That was a very based Hunter Biden moment. And now we're getting into some of the intricacies of some of these policies, and Hunter Biden is expressing some sympathy for the people who come into this country and basically face all sorts of perilous dangers to get here, and that there should be more respect given and more sympathy given to their plight. And and Aaron, you were finishing your thought on that line.
Well, I just don't think that like enough pressure is being exerted from Democrats to attempt to expose what goes on in these facilities like Alligator Alcatraz to show the American public. Like they're going in and then they're giving testimony, but I'm like, but you need pictures to tell people. You need to be able to show people what is going on, because words or whatever, especially like with people that are still voting for Republicans and shit, or at least like are sympathetic to Trump on the border and like immigration and stuff, they need to see this so their minds can be changed. Because like, again, photos from these facilities will go a lot further than any testimony from a Democrat.
Aaron, do you know what I want? I want Hunter Biden without the crack.
And that's not really Hunter Biden, is it?
Can I get Hunter Biden to be in charge of the Democrats without the crack?
I mean, somebody already said Gavin Newsom to them looks like the type of dude that smokes hella crack already.
He does look like he
looks like a Wall Street bro that like does like powder, not crack.
He does a little powder. Well, he does a little powder. No, listen, if it weren't for all the bad taste in my mouth about the Joe Biden stuff and his role as the chief of staff of the Biden family, I would be a lot more sympathetic to Hunter. But his role there kind of sours him a little bit. But I do agree with a lot of his political vision here.
Deserves to fucking be here. I mean, deserves to be an American. Like, we didn't do shit to get here. I mean, I'm sure at some point, like, our great-grandparents did get on the boat from Ireland and were like, fuck, I don't know what's going to be over there. But it wasn't like the grueling conditions that people experience on the way here. And it's just the lack of humanity.
And plus, that's just like...
I think like Ellis Island was pretty bad. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, that... plus that journey that they're showing, that's just like the first part of it. Then when you actually get into an immigration court, you're not entitled to counsel if you're before an immigration court. You have kids representing themselves or whatever. They're speaking to the judge in like Spanish because they don't have access to like a lawyer to help represent them.
Humanity. Yeah, and also...
I totally, by the way, think it's really reprehensible when we have kids who are going against a government lawyer from ICE and they're like 3-4 years old with their little earphones because they barely understand. They need a translator. So you have a translator translating these like concepts to a child, like 5-6-year-old child who's sitting on like books or something in like a little tiny suit or whatever, and they have no lawyer, and like the judge has to act like in the moment as like a kind of pseudo lawyer, and the judge again is not even an Article 3 judge. It's like a DOJ administrative IJ judge. And so, yeah, like this is what the law allows for currently. And even the process like that, right? Even that process was denied to the individuals like who were sent to Sikot without like, we're not talking about major trials with the right to counsel, with, you know, the ability to subpoena all these witnesses.
Zoom meetings.
We're just talking about like even that was denied to the people who were sent to this torture chamber. So that's why when I go to Tim Pool and all this stuff, they try to make it out like I'm asking that all these people get criminal trials. That's not even what we're asking for. Like, we're just asking for the bare minimum. And even the bare minimum, I think, is like, if it were my way, I would want to improve the amount of due process that people get, even in expedited removal. Certainly for children.
No,
right?
Of course, for kids, you're answering for something, for a situation that your parents have made the choice for you. You don't have any say in that. Kids are not coming across the border alone. They're always accompanied by an adult. And that was the line that they went with to justify this policy. How is this any different than when a child is separated from their family because of like jail or something like that? It's like it's different in like so many significant ways. It's insane that they even got that talking point off the ground.
And it's also insane because like people have the sympathy for the quote unquote DACA kids, many of them who are now like not kids anymore. But these kids who are being brought, they're like the people in the same situation, right? Same exact situation. They're just like newer kids. And people have like no sympathy for them, but they somehow do for the DACA people just because of an arbitrary date cutoff.
It just pisses me off so much that like, okay, he's talking about this, but like obviously he clearly differs from his father in this respect, because what does Biden do? Biden caves on all of this stuff. The Democrats cave on all of this stuff, and the bipartisan border bill or whatever, just total capitulation to Republicans. And for what? Because it's like they couldn't even get that legislation passed.
You're never gonna out immigration hawk
Republicans. It's not going to happen.
You should be in favor of some like baseline border security. Absolutely. And you should be in favor of like funding border security and stuff like that, because there are some deplorable conditions for the coyotes that you can actually increase, like prevent trafficking and stuff. And also, by the way, like you should know who's coming to the country. I agree with that, but you shouldn't try to like on the rhetoric stuff. Like, why did we vote for the Laken Riley Act? It's actually, and I in the real time was calling out all these Democratic losers who voted for the Laken Riley Act. It was fear, but all you were doing was giving more discretion in the hands of the federal government now for detaining people. And it seems crazy in this context that like if the Laken Riley Act had come up after everything we're finding out about the immigration transgressions of the Trump administration, I think that it wouldn't have passed. But because they were like pushed into this fear, Democrats bipartisanly passed the Laken Riley Act.
It just drives me fucking crazy. And like they're falling for it because again, Republicans don't get baited into voting for shit like that. Democrats do, because they don't want to look weak on immigration. So every single like crackdown on immigration that they put into it, or that's like put in front of them, they sign it because they're just worried about some headline that's like they want to let criminals in. It's like, yeah, well, guess what? You guys have caved entirely, and they still say that. They still say you want an open border, you don't care. So like there really is no point in appeasing these fucking people when it comes to this. Because again, you were just like, you're expending all of this political capital on crackdowns. It's not reform instead of what you should be doing, which is offering comprehensive immigration reform, which I feel like Democrats had been promising for like a decade or whatever. And yes, I realize you need congressional approval and stuff like that, but I'm saying like there needed to have been a better, more effort to whip votes in favor of stuff like this, because this will continually be made to be like a campaign issue until there is reform.
Immigration objectively wasn't on Biden's agenda as much in the first 2 years. And that just is true. And he had a lot of other stuff in his mind. Like, I get it. But I think that they should have, because even with those majorities, I think you could have had a grand bargain when you had the House. The reason why you weren't able to pass a bipartisan bill, which was very conservative, really, in the second term, is because you didn't have the House. I think you could have gotten a better deal in the first term, and you would have actually made some changes and simplified things. But like right now, currently, the immigration system is more complicated than the tax system. It is a mess. Anyone who tries to navigate the system, it's super complicated and weird and unintuitive. So yeah. And also to J-Mac's point, Obama never had mandatory child separation. That was not a policy.
Children were separated in certain instances, but the Trump administration tried to claim that was a policy. But there are case-by-case bases where sometimes
makes sense.
Depending on like what the situation was or whatever, it was not appropriate for a child to remain in the care of the person that they had crossed the border with, or not like the person they were with was like a family friend, and then it's not as simple as like, well, you remain with them because they're family or whatever. Like there were exceptions. It was not that they intended to do that.
Yeah, and it just like when it's discretionless and mandatory child separation, because the whole point was we'll do mandatory separation to discourage illegal immigration. It is because people will know when they cross the border
they lose their
be
kids,
separated from their family. So that was the whole point. Not we'll separate these families in the best interest of the child. Obviously, we would always say what's in the best interest of the child should govern all the time, no matter what, right? Like that's what we would say. But the question from the perspective of the Trump administration is how do we get numbers down on immigration? And what we'll do is we'll scare them by forcibly removing them from the child, even if it's not in the best interest of the child to do that.
I think that the way the Democrats need to go about framing it is like you are actually enhancing crime at the border and encouraging this every day that we don't attempt to reform it, because the more difficult, the more hoops you put in this process for people to jump through, the more creative they get with finding ways to skirt around it, because it's just not practical. Because people are trying to get into the country now. Like there's no stopping it.
Lack of understanding as to how American corporations economically dominate those countries and how U.S. intervention has created unlivable conditions there too.
And are the incredible beneficiaries of that new blood that enters our bloodstream year after year after year. The only thing that makes us different from fucking China or Russia or anywhere else or Europe or anywhere, and the only reason that I believe that we as America are different beyond the fact of the idea of the Constitution, the idea that we represent is immigration. And I can't even believe
Joe Biden talk.
This discussion with anybody. How do you think that
see that clip of him being like, who the hell does he think he is? Who the hell does he think he is?
Reborn.
Joe Biden is funny as fuck.
No, he is.
Joe Biden is really, really fucking funny. And it really is such a shame of his frailty because of his age, because I think Joe Biden had the potential, and I think really was, from the domestic legacy perspective, a better president than Obama. I've said it consistently. I think he's the best president of my lifetime. And he's funny as fuck too. And he does change over time his opinions on stuff. And he's moldable. But he's also stubborn in some very annoying ways. And
yes.
I think it can
hardly unique to him though. That's most presidents in most head of states and going to be.
How do you think that we attract the smartest people in the world to the United States of America?
It's just like, again, his age is such an impediment. He had no ability to communicate his accomplishments to the public when you're that old. So it becomes like moot that you're charismatic, because it goes from like charisma to geezer and mentally deficient and senile very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
America through immigration. I mean, you sit here and just think about it. You got some motherfucker who's made over $251 billion being a United States citizen that got here and stayed here illegally before he got his citizenship, sitting here lecturing us on who we should allow into the United States of America and giving us a fucking Heil Hitler along the way. Are you fucking kidding me?
And talking about how gangs are like a threat that's going to come here from other places. I'm like, MS-13 started in a Koreatown in LA.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like, the U.S. prison system invented gangs.
Yes.
Like, we are basically like the creators of worldwide gang warfare. Like the styles, basically everything about it. And so it's just crazy, the idea that like we're going to build a wall to keep gang members out. Yeah, 21 Savage is on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, exactly. Or, or we sit here and watch Sons of Anarchy. It's just such bullshit. It's just such racism. It's just so easy pickings, and it just makes me so angry. Have you read the quote from Dietrich Bonhoeffer?
No, it's a cool name, though. I wish it was my name.
Then he goes to, hold on, where does he? This is like, he talks about this thing called like elimination theory. This is like a Maddow thing. Let's see what you thought about that.
This will be our last clip because I have a hard out at 5:30, but I'll rate into you.
Okay.
Lead to some of these situations.
Wait, explain that to me again. What's the conspiracy in that?
The conspiracy is that most mainstream conspiracy theories, flat earth, chemtrails, QAnon, all that stuff is deliberate misinformation to convince dumb people that they're doing important research and keep them away from the truth, which requires a higher
Oh, I totally believe that. Yeah. Like, look, here, I'll give you the hierarchy of things. You have Steve Bannon. If you want to understand what the intellectual direction of what we'll call it the MAGA movement is, just listen to Steve Bannon. He spells it out. He says flat out. He says that he's going to bring the war that they've known for a long time, that if the war for the United States of America is going to be won on the streets of Los Angeles. Steve Bannon flat out said that, you know what we're going to do before the election was even over. He said that we're going to contest the election. We're going to say that the mail-in ballots were fraudulent, and we're going to contest the election, and we're going to go as far as we can, and we're going to break the institutions as much as we possibly can.
Almost 100% believe strongly that the 2020 election was stolen.
And we're not going to allow this to be stolen.
Can you pause real quick? Because I honestly think that this kind of thing, if they had used Hunter, by the way, shout out Joanna. This is a Joanna opinion, and I'm just remembering it months later. She is really ahead of the curve on absolutely everything. Holy shit, I just had a deja vu moment because this is her opinion. I'm just repeating it. They need to use Hunter. They need to bring Hunter into the open to have these kinds of discussions. They need to bring the family, instead of hiding behind them, they were running scared on everything. They were running scared. And that I think is like, not to bring it back to the whole discussion with like Vanguard, Hutch, but I just mean like, I think that there's a general feeling that they were running scared and people sense that fear and trepidation. And even on Netanyahu and Israel stuff, like you really felt that they were just not in control of the situation that entire time. Or at least they weren't able, their rhetoric wasn't matching their actions, or it was Netanyahu wagging the tail the entire time. But on so many different issues, I think that it felt like there was an air of fear and of like, let's hide Joe, let's hide Hunter, let's hide all, where I think that they needed to integrate them, because this kind of conversation, it really does humanize Hunter. And he stops being this like boogeyman where the right can kind of put a bunch of stuff, like imagine that Hunter just like dropped a podcast in the middle of this whole like the hype about Hunter and Russia and just like brought people on to have these discussions. I almost think that would be a nice distraction, and it would.
You're seeing him in peak form now because he had done some interviews earlier, and I remember watching Kyle Kulinski cover it, and he looked rough because I think he was still in in recovery. So I don't know how feasible it would have been, but it's like if Biden, let's say Biden had been reelected or something like that, I do think that there's obviously no burying the story. So at that point, you should attempt to narrative control, and there's no way you can successfully narrative control without just having these people at the front and center of it and being more transparent and attempting to craft an image around that, because it just seems like a futile exercise to like, you're going to hide the first family and the president. It just is like, it's not going to work.
Yeah. On that note, I do have to be out of here. I need to get ready for dinner. Guys, you should all follow Straighterade. I'm going to raid into Straighterade, and she's going to finish reviewing stuff and taking a look for sure. So, and we'll be back on Tuesday next week. And so check us out. And thank you, Aaron, for as always, the great stream.
Of course. We'll finish the rest of it because this is just the good stuff. I want to see you get angry, and we'll do that in the next episode of Just Press Play on Tuesday, you guys.
Fuck yeah. All right. And talk soon. The raid goes out now. All right. Bye, guys. Bye.
Bye.
And catch me on Tim Pool tomorrow around 2 or 3. I'll put out the official announcement tomorrow or today. Thank you. Bye.
All right, you guys.
Bye.
How we doing? Give me a second. Did he raid me on Twitch or did he not? I don't think he did on Twitch. I think he only did it on YouTube. Let's see. No, you guys. On YouTube, so let's say if I refresh, has it gone through? No, he still hasn't gone through. He did? Oh, there we go. All right, welcome Raiders. If you're not following me yet, you should be. That way you can know every time I go live. You can also subscribe to me. get access to emotes, ad-free experience. You can also gift subs so people can have the same. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already, or subscribe to me. And if you want to support me, follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. And yeah, I want to watch a little bit more of this just to the end of this segment, and then we're going to go on to like PBD or whatever. It's an awful lot of plushies. This ain't even all of them, dude.
We'll break the courts, and we will break Congress, and we will break the Constitution. And he lays it out exactly what he intends to do. My point being is on the hierarchy of that, it goes from Steve Bannon to fucking Alex Jones. And Alex Jones talks about the flat earth, and he talks about whatever Alex Jones talks about.
I eat babies. I eat them every night. I eat them with barbecue sauce. And I flew to the moon last night with a witch, and I took DMT with Easter bunnies.
Sandy Hook and things like that. This unholy alliance has come together because of one really big reason. They've all figured out how to become incredibly fucking rich because of it.
So maybe the conspiracy isn't, Russia telling people what to do and how to think. It's just profit incentivized content creators farming outrage through these ridiculous conspiracies.
Yeah, and yeah, I have, like, for instance, what is that? What's that thing called? It's a technique that the Russians perfected, and of course they had like a term of art for it.
Neuro-linguistic programming.
What?
NLP, neuro-linguistic.
No, it's more along the lines is that if you...
I thought for a second he was going to be right. I think this is where he mentions the Maddow thing.
You say the most outrageous thing possible about someone or a group of people, that
yeah, this is the elimination theory shit.
If you say it over and over and over again, Rachel Maddow did a whole thing on it. I can't remember the term of art.
We'll put it on screen.
But basically, here it is, and they did it. This is how I'll give you the example of how they did it. The way that they did it is when Vladimir Putin came to power after Yeltsin in the early 2000s. Okay, remember? And everybody looked at him and he said, "Hey, this guy may be okay. He is he's a technocrat, and he is and he's really smart, and he has seemed to be able to quell all of these, and control all of these oligarchical tendencies that are occurring." And so what he systematically did is he eliminated all potential dissent from inside of Russia. And the way that he did it to many people was he took people that were of good stock, that were decent human beings, that were family people, and he...
Technocrat good. It's usually used as a pejorative, but it can be. These are people like... I don't want to butcher this. Technocracy is a form of government in which decision makers appoint knowledge experts in specific domains to provide them with advice and guidance in various areas of their policy-making responsibilities. Technocracy largely follows in the tradition of other meritocratic theories and works best when the state exerts strong control over social and economic issues. This system is sometimes presented as explicitly contrasting with representative democracy, the notion that elected representatives should be the primary decision makers in government, despite the fact that technocracy does not imply eliminating elected representatives. In a technocracy, decision makers rely on individuals and institutions possessing specialized knowledge and database evidence rather than advisors with political affiliations or loyalty. Usually, though, the way that this is invoked pejoratively is that these people are not, like, technocrats are not really interested in just merely advising elected representatives, but that they want to be the one crafting all of this policy. They are not interested in any input from the constituents that actually put these people in office. They want to just force through their agenda without any care or consideration for how it's going to impact people. And that it's almost like a human second kind of approach to policy.
Accuse them of being pedophiles. Everybody's like, "What, are you kidding me?" And it didn't matter. They would send out these things. They would say they're pedophiles. They're pedophiles. They're pedophiles.
Use
they're pedophiles.
loyal press organizations to distribute that.
Yeah, or just, at that time, as that time goes on, in whatever way that you distribute it, to the point that what he did to a couple of them, including one guy, I just saw an interview of him. He's an oligarch. He made it to London. They planted pictures on his laptop. London police raided him, and he spent 5 years defending himself. And I forget what it's called, but my point being is that I believe in those conspiracies. I believe that there is a real conspiracy in academia to not actually tell, the true history of the United States or of,
This is also like a really good narrative counter to the people that are like these liberal institutions or just indoctrination machines, because it presupposes that like the students of a university, the most progressive ones, are indicative of academic thought within that institution, which is like thinking that Vought is progressive just because Vought from the boys, just because they kind of have that veneer over them and try to appear that way. But anybody who's actually looking with a critical eye can see, oh, these people are not authentic, genuine. This is a highly crafted message or whatever. Like academia is a lot the same way. You see a lot of, they're populated with young people. The loudest voices are people that are usually socially progressive or radical at times, but that doesn't mean that they're a reflection of the institution. They are disruptive in significant ways, and a lot of academia is very, very old and very, very conservative. So Republicans are complaining about these being just like ideology factories, like churning out liberals consistently, but that's not even true. It's not I don't want to say it couldn't be further from the truth. But it breaks down by subject area usually. Like you see about 50-50 when it comes to history, as far as like partisan breakdown, like 50% of history majors are Democrats, 50% are Republicans. But when it comes to like business, humanity, or business, marketing, economics, that's dominated by conservatives. When it comes to like humanities, liberal arts, and certain STEM fields, that's usually dominated by Democrats. Which is why Democrats are really terrible at messaging, because a lot of Democrats don't actually have a background in marketing or communication. So you have the people that are being the most educated when it comes to how they explain their ideas to the public, even if they are unpopular, are the ones that can narrative craft very well and sell an unpopular agenda to people, even though they shouldn't be able to because of how unpopular their policies pull, versus Democrats that have the more popular agenda, but they don't know how to communicate it to the public. So you would think it's very, very unpopular. And with the way they act sometimes, it's almost like they've gaslit themselves into thinking nobody actually wants our agenda, even though the Democratic agenda is consistently polls better than Republicans.
Of global history.
Interesting thing about erasing history is it's only possible when you create a monolith out of the past, like capital P past. Like I always think about the way they do that. If you watch some of like the Charlie Kirk debates, he says, well, why should we talk about the past? I'm trying to move forward to the future. Don't be a victim. Don't feel bad about things that happened. And it's playing on like a trope in psychiatry that you should just move on, but they're using it to like cut the connective tissue between the present and the past. So they want you to believe that the past has no connection and nothing that was done by the ancestors or anybody else, or even the older people of today, has any coherent connection to modern times. And we need to be utopian and look forward, because looking back will only cause that trauma to repeat itself, and it's just total bullshit.
Yeah, it almost invariably ensures that we're going to repeat the past.
Yeah.
It almost, and by the way, isn't that the point?
Hey guys, it's me again. So obviously Hunter here is somebody.
Shameless. Get Incogni, Channel 5.
Incogni.com/channel5 and use the code channel5 to get 60% off your annual plan. That's incogni.com/channel5, code channel5, or just click the link below. I'm gonna make it easy as hell, and so do they. You just sign up, give them your permission to fight for your data rights, and then you sit back while they go full Rambo on your digital trail. And if you care about your privacy and you don't want your name,
Jesus Christ, thought this was done. Okay.
you guys stay safe out there. Back to Hunter Biden.
So I want to talk about the 2020 election, because I feel like that's when your personal affairs kind of took center stage as far as the media cycle goes. You also mentioned, before we get into that your sobriety date was before the 2020 election cycle. When exactly do you think you had your last go?
Officially June 1st, 2019.
Oh, so pretty significantly before.
Yeah.
And you met Melissa right around then?
Yeah. Yeah, I met Melissa in the beginning of May. We got married in the middle of May. I tell the story, and I have enough sense to recognize that if I was being told this story by my daughter in real time, I would say, you're out of your mind. It was a miracle that I found her. I met Melissa, and within literally an hour, I was telling her my whole unvarnished life history and the immediate problems that I was facing.
Wow, he loves oversharing. So relatable.
Was crack addiction. She literally said, well, that ends now. And it did. I mean, not that minute, but over the next 2 weeks. And then I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. And I said, well, why wouldn't we do it right now? And so we literally called Justice of Peace to the house. She came and she married us. For me.
Of course, she's younger. How old? This is his current wife, Hunter Biden. Kathleen. No. Melissa Cohen. People. Who is Hunter Biden's wife? All about Melissa Cohen Biden. He's been married to her since 2019. They share one child. 54-year-old son of President Joe Biden. Again, this is back in this last year, so he might be 55 now. Is married to Melissa Cohen Biden. They tied the knot in May 2019, 6 days after meeting for the first time. I instantly fell in love with her, and then I've fallen in love with her more every day, he told ABC News of Melissa in October 2019. I just want to know her age. She is from South Africa. This subtitle, thank you. Born in South Africa, but is a naturalized U.S. citizen per ABC News. she wed Hunter 6 days after meeting. She knows what she wants. They have a son. What is her age? I just want to... How old is Melissa Cohen Biden? She's 38. Let's do it right now. That's such an addict type move. Stop.
It was a miracle for Melissa. The really hard
Huge hog, daddy, president, crack, connect. What more could you want? True. Ideal male specimen right here.
part started then, in the sense of, like, you know, getting clean and sober is not easy. It's even harder on the people.
The age difference is huge. I thought she would be in her 20s still. She looks younger. She looks like she could be in her 20s.
That love you, and if they're that support system, it's a full-time job in that immediate period of time. Because, you know, as I said to you before, the dangerous part is withdrawing from alcohol, and it can be kind of scary. And she went through all of that, and she went through the entire process with me, and she did things that I wouldn't allow anybody else to do. I saw in Melissa somebody that, without any history between us, look at me with as much as love as I looked at her. And I accepted that love in that moment. And a lot of it was tough love. Like, I mean, she took my car keys, she took my wallet. She took my clothes for a period of time, so I couldn't leave the house.
So wait, took your clothes?
No, I didn't have anything. I mean,
Jesus.
It would have been impossible. We were living in the Hollywood Hills. There was nowhere to go. And if I could go anywhere, there's nothing to buy anything with. So
I can remember covering the 2020 election about a year later, and I think it was the first Stop the Steal rally at Reading Terminal Market in Philadelphia, and I saw what I thought was a BLM flag, Black Lives Matter, but it actually said Biden's laptop matters.
Oh, yeah.
And so I asked the guy, what the hell does that mean? And he just sort of kept yelling the slogan over and over again. Couldn't get much out of him.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, what
It's
happened
self-explanatory, dude. Biden's laptop matters.
with that?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. And I really mean that sincerely. Like, you'll have a lot of people that will come up with something about the laptop. But I always say to anybody, I mean, you're steeped in the...
The photos. Okay. I'll do a little bit of this, but I don't want to do too much because I really want to do it with Pisco on Tuesday.
And just through your work, the right-wing narrative around it. And my question to anybody that is keeping an open mind is, what is it that you think the laptop proves, or what you call the laptop? So everybody has a laptop. So when they say Hunter Biden's laptop, what is it that they're talking about? Do you know?
Whom amongst us doesn't have a laptop that has selfies of us in the throes of a vendor, fucking hookers, dick pics? We've all been there. We all have this laptop.
Well, I know that you, your entire iCloud was connected to it. All of your personal text messages, private photos, all that kind of stuff.
Like everybody's laptop.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you left it with a repair shop owner who, for some reason, gave it to Rudy Giuliani. Not exactly sure how that's legal. He distributed it to the press. Particularly, I think the New York Post was involved in the spearheading of this mass dissemination of your private materials. From what it seemed like, it was a lot of private text between you and your friends, family. Your entire sort of private life was on there.
Yeah. And again, so everybody has a laptop. Everybody has a cloud.
I'm assuming not.
No.
He keeps reiterating this point. No. Everyone has this. Everyone has a laptop, and everyone has these photos, these materials, this type of shit on it. We all have our secrets.
Everybody has a laptop. Everybody has a digital life. Almost everybody has a digital life.
Okay, that's an easier claim to defend.
Everybody has a digital life, pretty much. And that includes voicemails and pictures and text messages and emails and location data and, you know, everything. Everybody, you do, everybody that is here right now. By whatever means, they got my digital footprint going back decades. Over 20 years. Again, I ask anybody, you're steeped in this, and this isn't a challenging question, but it kind of makes my point. What does my laptop prove about criminality or anything? Other than what I had already read.
No, dude, you made no effort to keep that stuff private. It's unclear to me how that laptop ended up in the at the repair shop or in the hands of Rudy Giuliani.
He admitted to, completely transparent about, is my drug addiction.
Well, I'm trying to remember specifically what the most radical conspiracies that I heard. I think that a lot of people are concerned or curious about various international business dealings.
So,
okay, this is where we pause. And speaking of other conspiracy theories, there has been an update to Candace Owens. So Candace Owens is being sued because it has been her latest cause to talk about how Bridget McCrone is actually a boy. I don't know why this is like her crusade, but it is. Macron sue Candace Owens, right-wing podcaster, claiming defamation. The suit seeks damages after the podcaster claimed Bridget Macron is a man. The French president and his wife said the statement caused pain to us and our families. This to me is like, I mean, they had the right to do this, but fuck it. Like, why not fight fire with fire? Why don't you go on there and say Candace Owens is a man? Go on YouTube to the Macrons. This is free advice. Go on YouTube, start a channel, say Candace Owens is actually white and she is actually a boy. We have proof of this. Find some people who claim to have grown up with Candace and that she was actually white, and this is an elaborate scheme to fool people into thinking that she is a conservative black woman, and when in reality she's just a white boy. Fuck it. Candace Owens is fine with the people doing investigative journalism into these sorts of taboos. So why not, reverse Uno her on this shit? Meet her where she's at, because I don't see how this ends well. Because Candace Owens is only tripling down on this shit. Yeah, you could say that her husband's gay and she has his beard. Allegedly, many people are saying this. She did a whole series, an 8-part series called Becoming Bridget, talking about Becoming Bridget, gaslighting the public. This is episode 1 of an 8-part series dedicated to talking about how Bridget Macron is actually a man. And it has almost 5 million views, and it was streamed live this year, February 4th. So she has a response to all of this, and I'm very excited to see what the fuck she has to say, because she's convinced that she's right. She's like, do it. This is like making her day, because she thinks that something's going to come out in Discovery that like blows the lid off of this, and then the whole world knows that, again, it's like not a crime to be transgender. So I don't know what we're supposed to get out of this. She has to be running out of topics to cover something. She's not. That's the thing. There is no shortage of shit that she could be talking about. But it would, like, the biggest stories all have Trump at the center of them and make him look really, really bad. So even though she says, I'm not a Republican, I'm off the Democratic plantation, she obviously has a partisan agenda. And she doesn't really lean too hard into, like, covering Trump stuff negatively. She also doesn't try to, like, sweep for him just too much. So I think that's why she's pivoted to this. And this is a gift to her. This is a fucking gift to her. Like, she's not going to be fired. She's like, I'll stake my whole professional career off this. Like, your professional career is ranting into a camera and uploading YouTube videos. You're not bound to any institution. You're not even at the Daily Wire anymore, which is a propaganda rag that has no journalistic standards. But she couldn't even meet those, that bar, which is already in hell. So she's on her own YouTube channel. What do you risk? By lying about this shit? It just gets you views and money.
Life of Candace Owens. It works like this. I wake up, I stretch, I have a cup of coffee, and then I am served with a lawsuit. I think that's the morning routine, my friends. That is clearly my morning routine. It is so effortless. And today I have been sued by the first lady man of France. So let's just go, guys. Let's just go. Welcome back to Candace. You know what? It's one of my favorite movies, and there may never be a more appropriate time in my life for me to roll this clip. So let's roll it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
That's why you're here. That's why you're here. That's how I feel right now. Me receiving my papers today.
Gladiator reference.
By the way, another lovely individual who delivered those papers to me. I really got to say, Tennessee, we are absolutely crushing it. The people that deliver the papers are just fantastic. They're so kind. They're always fans of mine. Anyways, I am floored. Are you floored? Because this is just goofy. You are officially a very goofy man, Brigitte. But I got to give it to you. You've definitely got balls. Fire everybody around you. Literally everyone around you who told you that this was a good idea. That this was a very good idea for you to be the first sitting first lady of a country to file a lawsuit against a journalist of another country. You are literally making history in all the wrong ways. And I want to be very clear here right at the top that this is obvious, very clear.
I get no shortage of things to go after the Macrons for. Manuel with his terrible fucking record, as well as his wife with like the fact that she was his teacher. I don't know if people realize this. She was literally his teacher. That's how they met. No, I don't want to search my history. I want to search the internet. Let's see. Oh, wait, duh. Personal life. So Macron is married to Brigitte Trogneau, his former La Providence high school teacher, and Amiens, close to 25 years his senior. What's the Hunter Biden like differential or whatever? This is worse. They met during a theater workshop that she was giving when he was a 15-year-old student and she was a 39-year-old teacher. Romantic relationships started later, and his parents attempted to separate the couple by sending him away to Paris to finish the final year of his schooling, as they felt his youth made this relationship inappropriate. That understatement of the fucking year. The age of consent in France is 15. Thank you, Wikipedia. Very cool. The couple reunited after Macron graduated and were married in 2007. She has 3 children from a previous marriage. So she ended a previous marriage so she could get with the student that she fell in love with after he grew up. He has no children of his own. Her role in Macron's 2017 presidential campaign has been considered pivotal, with close Macron allies stating that Brigitte Macron helped him to develop skills such as public speaking. Yeah, I'm sure she also helped him develop a lot of other skills when it was not appropriate for her to be doing that. But that aside, with that in mind, I do not know why she goes down this road of like, she's a man.
That it is an obvious and desperate public relations strategy. That's what this is. Where do we even begin? Okay, so let's rewind this. In case you're new here, a few weeks ago, Brigitte finally lost her defamation claim against 2 journalists, which was taking place for years.
As Straighterade, did you vote for Kamala? Yes, I did. And not only did I vote for her, I canvassed for Kamala Harris in Florida. But thank you for asking that.
The way over in France, it was the most viral story worldwide. Everyone's going, okay, obviously something is here. She's been clinging to this defamation claim, saying, oh, well, I'm suing them for defamation, and this is not true. And Brigitte's world, therefore, came crashing down because that was her only effective PR strategy. That was the only thing that they used to dissuade the rumors that she was born a man. It was an absolute farce of a lawsuit, which relied upon the public not knowing the details of the lawsuit at all. In short, the lawsuit was not about whether or not she was born a man, okay? That's not the claims of defamation that she was bringing against them. But rather, it was very particular, and it was about whether or not Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy misspoke when Natasha said that a document that they had received throughout their investigation appeared to her to be fraudulent.
So she's even indicting her based on the way that she has decided to bring about the lawsuit. Like the specific language about how she's like not really denying certain things. She's just trying to like imply that. But if you look closely at it, it's and like hold the actual, lawsuit under a microscope, it's like not what it really is.
I mean, they were getting really petty. She basically was like, if you make a mistake, I'm going to sue you for defamation. And of course, when you're working with people who won't answer basic questions, you are bound to make little mistakes. But like I said, Brigitte's entire PR strategy...
We all make a mistake. Y'all ever accidentally just create an 8-part series saying that somebody is a man when they are not? We all make errors. Nobody's perfect.
And then the public ignorance went away when I did the Becoming Brigitte series, because people realized you only have to get one episode into that thing. Okay.
Yeah, and this photo, I believe, is like her brother, which, crazy. Brigitte, as a young girl, looked a lot like her brother because they have the same fucking parents.
Okay. You realize these are not outlandish allegations. These are not allegations coming from the quote-unquote far right or the quote-unquote far left. These are not allegations that are coming from deep on a Reddit feed, okay? This is the reality. It is a couple in reality that has been involved in way too many pedophilic scandals, okay? Scandals are related in some way or another to pedophiles. People that they've worked with, people that they were friends with, artists that they've hired. Things just didn't look right. Then, of course, I invited you guys to recognize that the press in France lied about their origin story. They lied about everything. They tried to present them as some modern couple, telling us that she was so hot, she was Claudia Schiffer.
I mean, they probably did try to, she says, this is like the French press manufacturing it. In reality, it's like you get these details from the people, from the sources themselves, and I'm sure they tried to spin it as completely appropriate until it was not. And then it came to light that, they met when he was he was a student and he was underage and all of that. But
Yeah, even though he was 14, she was just irresistible. And then you see this picture.
Like, what French publication put that? Like, I know it's the French we're talking about, but I would be shocked to see that.
And you're going, what? That's a picture? The hot teacher that the press was trying to sell so people wouldn't question this odd relationship. A person that's 40 being attracted, or alleged to be 40, I actually think Brigitte's older than that, is attracted to a 14-year-old boy. That's disgusting. It's perverted, no matter what. This is an incredibly perverted story, which centers around individuals who happen to surround themselves with other perverts. That's the reality. You cannot look away from that. And then, of course, right about the time that President Donald Trump personally called me and told me that Emmanuel Macron asked him to order me to just stop talking about his wife's penis, then the world knew something was going on here, because that's not normal. That is completely not normal for
This is why, like, every single attempt to debunk it, every single attempt to clear the record, it will just be used to further it. That's why you can't really go about defeating it in this way. Aaron wouldn't be criticizing Candace like this if she was a man. Wait a minute. Yeah, very true, Econo boy. If you're even a boy, just because he says Econo boy, B-O-I at the end, does that actually mean that we shouldn't be asking questions about whether or not Econo boy is actually a boy? And not a socialist?
For a sitting president to get on a plane to come over and visit another sitting president, discuss Ukraine and Russia, negotiations for world peace, and then to take him to the side and say, hey, so do you know Candace Owens, this podcaster? Yeah, that was the moment where the world went, it's over, pack it up, go home. There's clearly something here. So Brigitte is now pivoting strategies. That's what's happening here. I told you already that they went to market in America to hide.
French people look off to me. That's the other thing. She's just a French woman. Like, Candace has just never seen French women. Bridget Macron is just like a French woman. That's it. Like, she's not a man. She's just French.
Hire a crisis PR team on American soil. Again, a sitting president of a foreign country trying to hire a crisis PR team in America, that's not normal. And it is more than likely, and I'm surmising here, that crisis PR team was the one that gave them this advice. After they lost against Amandine Roy, Natasha Ray, they probably said, file another lawsuit. We know you can't win that lawsuit, but it doesn't matter. We just need you to file the lawsuit for the sake of press, so that you can, again, say to people, oh, well, it's not true because, look, I'm suing Candace Owens. If you need any more evidence that Brigitte Macron is definitely a man, it is just what is happening right now. The idea that you would file this lawsuit is all of the proof that you need, okay? I have been in communication with their lawyers, or via our lawyers, like their lawyers and my lawyers have been speaking, phone calls, emails since January. She's now named her law firm. I protected that, but now we can tell you it's Claire Locke, okay? Claire Locke.
See, but you don't know. Even if there's a birth certificate, it can be made up. She has actually released her birth certificate to attempt to quell this rumor, and it didn't work.
Is representing Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, has been in communication with us for months, and yet they did not send us a copy of the lawsuit.
Although she is right that, like, as far as like trying to win back like the narrative war, I guess that is an upside to the lawsuit, is that it will really make people, it will make some people who may have otherwise been tempted to pay attention to this, that, oh, if the Macrons are actually going out of their way to sue somebody in the States over this, and they actually think that they have a case, maybe she's not a man.
They did not give my lawyer a heads up that they were filing a lawsuit, but they did instead opt to give this lawsuit ahead of time to the Financial Times, the New York Times, CBS News. What does that tell you? It's a PR strategy. They don't care if they win. This is about running it through the press. And how much PR are we talking here? Claire Locke, Tom Locke, or Tom Claire, whatever his name is, they actually uploaded the lawsuit to their website, and then they gave CBS News a link to the uploaded lawsuit before I had been served, before my lawyer was even informed about it. I found out with all of you. I found out with the world. I found out from the Financial Times that I was being sued by the first couple of France. Not normal, guys. And even in the Financial Times, this is what's really funny, despite getting the exclusive on the story, and they must have gotten it yesterday, by the way, they definitely had to have received it at least yesterday, maybe even before then, because I think 3 people worked on the article. So this is not like they were breaking news. It was quite a long article. But even the Financial Times, despite getting the exclusive, they're kind of stating the obvious in the piece. They're like, yeah, this is a pretty steep mountain to scale. This has kind of never been done in the history of the world. Not sure what's up here. Specifically, the article reads, quote, "The suit is a rare case of a serving world leader personally suing an online influencer over
Again, Candace thinks that this is supposed to like exonerate her because it's rare, even though you could absolutely use that point to say, doesn't that show you that this is such an egregious lie that even the head of state of France did not think that they could just let it go unchallenged?
Content. It goes on to read, the Macrons face a high legal bar since U.S. defamation laws require public figures to show actual malice, meaning the person knew the information was false or had a reckless disregard for the truth. Making matters even more hilarious is the preschool principle that they have established here as the basis for their lawsuit. This is a quote from their lawyer. Given to the Financial Times, it reads, quote, Owens has dissected their appearance, their marriage, their friends, their family, and their personal history, twisting it all into a grotesque narrative designed to inflame and degrade, the Macron said in their filing. The result is relentless bullying on a worldwide scale. Okay, so my first question is, how old are you? Are you 5 years old?
Okay, so we're not going to respond to that. What else would the purpose of this be?
Really? This is bullying?
Because again, this is like not even about accountability. What is there to account for? Even if I granted Candace Owens that this was true, it's not a crime to be transgender. This is not something wrong.
Coming at me with, which by the way is exactly what they're coming at Xavier Poussard with, which I should mention now, Xavier Poussard.
I'd sue the shit out of Candace if I had standing for any reason. Maybe.
Not being sued for defamation. He's the one that wrote the book that I based.
But there's no winning because she just makes more content off of it.
My entire
she like loves this.
I'm not suing him for defamation. No. They're going, you're a bully. We're going to sue you. And then we're going to launch this lawsuit against Candace in the United States, not against you as a French citizen, because we know we can't win this, but it doesn't matter because courts take a long time to establish that. In the meantime, we can just say, finally, that we're suing her. Secondly, the audacity for Brigitte Macron to call me a bully. When we just watched Brigitte physically assault her husband on the world stage, you pummeled him. You beat him. You're the bully.
They said that this was them like horsing around or playing around.
I don't like Candace's words. You whooped your husband in front of the entire world on a plane. You're the bully. You're the bully, Brigitte. And you.
How is this even comparable? What, you don't see any difference between Candace Owens launching a disinformation campaign about a woman being a man and somebody slapping their partner on the face, maybe playfully, maybe harder than intended. What's wrong with you?
Bullying him, I would bet, since he was 14 years old. I think you've been grooming him, and that's the worst kind of bullying in my viewpoint. By the way, I want to read you this from their lawsuit because I obviously have not had time to read.
Did you vote for Kamala? I already answered you. If you fucking ask me again, I will ban you. Why do you keep asking me this?
Read all of this, right? The Financial Times reported that the lawsuit also says that their filing includes a description of the circumstances in which they met. The president was a 15-year-old student at a Jesuit high school in Amiens when he first encountered Brigitte, then a 39-year-old married teacher with 3 children. So much of that is not true. Again, they're trying to say he's 15, he was 14. According to the filings, they, quote, formed a deeper intellectual connection.
Do they say in the filings that would actually be funny if they met? They try to say that like, they met when they were older. Hold on.
She directed a production
the Times is the whole thing.
Of the 1971 Milan Kundera play Jack and His Master, in which Macron played the lead role, and later.
Okay, she's going into their history. I'm gonna put a lawsuit. Filing running more than 200 pages. If I put 15. The jurisdiction, where would they say this?
The two began meeting regularly to collaborate on another play. Their relationship, quote, remained within the bounds of the law, the filings say. But when the teenager's parents found out about his, quote, strong feelings for his teacher, they moved him to a different school. Before he left, he told her, whatever you do, I will marry you. Dude, you're such a creep. Like, the fact that you're stating this as a defense, and you're not even telling the truth here, okay?
When she says dude in this context, it's on a whole other meaning.
Because you can't ignore the facts of how old he was when he was in that play. You just can't. So happy to go through this in court. But do you realize how creepy you are? How creepy this sounds? His parents then took him away because I'm disgusting, right? Because I'm a creep. Because I had power over this student and tried to seduce him.
Oh my God, Jimmy Dore is in this? I'm trying to find this, and I just noticed Jimmy Dore is in this. The clicks kept coming, so Owens kept going, seizing every opportunity to promote her salacious claims. Defendants released another episode mentioning the conspiracy on June 26, 2024. On July 1st, 2024, Owens repeated her false claims in an episode encouraging viewers to reject scientific findings in favor of following their gut. Oh, okay. I thought she promoted this specific thing to Jimmy Dore, and he repeated it. It seems like it's related to like COVID. Defendants went so far as to create and sell merchandise to promote these claims. On July 8, 2024, defendants posted a photo on X of Owens in a t-shirt showcasing a fake Time magazine Man of the Year cover featuring Ms. Macron. The shirt sold out. Yeah, we saw this. She like sold merch off this. Hold on. Candace Owens Man of the Year merch. This is what it looked like.
Because I looked like Claudia Schiffer. Because I'm just like a creepy old man. Like, that's what happened here. And you stating this is like, oh, it's so disgusting. Anyways, you have to also appreciate that their lawyer told the Financial Times that they're willing to fly to the United States for this lawsuit, right? They are willing to commute to the United States, to Delaware courts, where they filed this. But they were unwilling for some reason to allow us to fly to France to interview Brigitte, which we offered to do before we started the series. They were also unwilling to simply answer our yes or no questions that we emailed to them so that we could ascertain facts. We did all of this before we aired the first episode, which makes the opening lines of their lawsuit especially egregious. It's just the audacious, it's like the audacity of the lies that Claire Locke is now telling. This is what they write in their opening complaint. This is Claire Locke, ready? Can you pull up the opening lines where they say that we didn't allow them? Yeah. It says, in March of 2024, Candace, a right-wing podcaster, told the world that she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron...
Again, professional reputation. Candace, what professional reputation? What are you talking about? You have no purchase or credibility outside of right-wing spheres.
A man, and then goes on to say, rather than engaging with President and Mrs. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Okay. That's very interesting. So now we can just go ahead and show you when they contacted us. Actually, what they said was she does not have to answer your questions about whether or not she is and always has been a woman. And we went back and told them, no, actually you do. And here are some more questions. And we're willing to sit down for an interview. I actually went into my computer today, found that letter we sent to them and typed in the word interview to see how many times we mentioned the prospect of flying out to interview them. Again, we sent this letter to them before we ran the first episode of the show. So this was in early January. Let's pull up what we wrote here. Second, my lawyer tells them, your insistence that Mrs. Macron outright refuses to provide evidence of her gender alone creates...
It says second, although Candace is not required to have documentary proof to support her statements, see Moses v. Rowland, because I guess she's already responded, and although she had and has no obligation to seek comment from Mrs. Macron before publishing, your insistence... Then she starts us.
Significant reason to doubt her counsel-filtered denials. As such, Candace is interested in having Mrs. Macron comment on this controversy, and, as detailed below, Candace now extends Mrs. Macron a full opportunity to rebut the allegations at issue here. Should Mrs. Macron decline this opportunity, that fact, too, precludes a claim of actual malice. Okay, we can go on here. Elsewhere in this letter in which we wrote back to them, we wrote here, you state, because they did, that Mrs. Macron, and we quoted them here, does not owe Candace proof that she is and always has been a woman. But you are wrong for several reasons, and your statement on the matter, which we consider to be admissible evidence, precludes your claim of actual malice by itself. Elsewhere, in that exact same letter, as my lawyer just completely obliterated all their arguments, we included a subheading that says, questions for a fair and balanced interview. You guys remember this? These are the famous questions they declined to answer. And you can see I was searching the word interview, which is why it's highlighted in yellow here. It says, as such, we offer any date and time during the months of January.
Again, if they do the reverse oh no plan, like I'm suggesting they do, could you imagine Candace having to actually entertain the notion that somebody is saying that she is not actually black and that she is not actually a woman and having to rebut them before she can like sue them for defamation?
February and March of 2025. for an interview between Candace and your clients. Candace, her producer, and a videographer will fly to Europe.
By gender, they mean sex, right? Yeah, that's how Candace means it, because somebody asked a good question. What is evidence of gender in this context or whatever? It's like really what they want is like her chromosomes or whatever. I don't know.
Arrange for a translator and studio in which the Macrons can answer questions. As you know, the first remedy for a defamation plaintiff is mitigation by, quote, using available opportunities to contradict the lie or correct the error and thereby to minimize its adverse impact on reputation. We then listed the questions. To facilitate this interview, we offer the following questions in advance, okay? We then list all of our questions, very simple questions. Did Brigitte Macron ever use the name Veronique? As an example, number 5, can you identify each child in the Amiens family photograph? Did Brigitte Macron physically give birth to 3 children?
Oh my God.
If I'm trying to avoid being defamed, I would very happily reply, yes, I, Candace Owens, I physically gave birth to 4 children. Okay, elsewhere, we can show you this, how we wrapped up this letter. Here are more of the questions, which you guys are welcome to pause and read in your own time. And then we can show you how we ended it. We urge you to respond to this letter on or before January 23rd, 2025, so we can make arrangements to schedule an interview with the Macrons. We reserve all our clients' rights, claims, and remedies. This letter does not contain a full recitation of the facts underlying this matter. They did not reply to our answers. They did not tell us, yes, we'd like to interview or rebut things and say. They basically just said, she doesn't owe you anything. She's always been a woman. That's not how this works, okay?
That's not how this works. When a right-wing online pundit accuses the first lady of a developed country, no less, like not just like a random country, like France, of being a man, basically baselessly, it's incumbent upon her to come on her show and rebut them. And if she doesn't, she's going to say that you're scared and you have something to hide. Like, again, why would she talk to you?
Okay. This is not how this works. You could have easily
when I make some shit up about you, an interview in your DNA.
Evidence or answered simple yes or no questions, which we would have said was an actual statement coming from you, but you've refused to do that in this context, just like you refused to do it overseas. It's why they overturned the defamation claim that you were holding on to, hoping that this would somehow prove that you weren't born a man, something that is so easy to debunk. Hi, where are the first 30 years of
so easy to debunk? You'd think that she was going to say so easy to prove. No, just easy to debunk if it's not true.
Life. Where are the photos of you raising Tafan? There should be so much. You say you have 3 kids. Did you take no photos of you having those kids the first day you held those kids? What about pictures?
I mean, when people record them giving birth or whatever, they don't typically record the actual child crowning and whatnot. They were just doing it like they're in the room generally. I would bet most mothers that give birth don't have it recorded.
From your wedding day, tons of pictures from your wedding day. You've only shown that one, which was filtered through by Mimi Marchand, who we're going to talk about in a second. I want to be very clear.
This is like deep cuts. Mimi Marchand, I guess, to enjoyers of Candace Owens, you probably already know who the fuck that is.
Clear. It is so obvious what you are doing, okay? You went to the...
How likely will the lawsuit go through? I mean, it's not even a question. Of course it's going to go through. It's a head of state of another country that has like probably very, very expensive lawyers that are bothering to sue a woman in the United States.
Financial Times, as opposed to contacting my lawyer, who you've had contact with, you went to the Financial Times because you're trying to appeal to a very specific type of person, a certain class of people that you have to face now, who now know that you have a penis. Okay, that's beyond obvious. Even in your filing, the filing actually reads this, and I quote,
"That's beyond obvious."
As a result,
again, Pisco and I need to watch this series. Why is that obvious that she has a dick? What does she show to prove that?
False and defamatory accusations and implications published.
Like people would do this with Lady Gaga, and it never came to fruition. And there was more evidence that you could quote unquote, that you could have said with Lady Gaga than there ever has been with Brigitte Macron.
The defendants, the Macron's relationships with other members of the government, potential political allies, and others have been undermined as a result of the false and defamatory. Like you are also stating here, the Macron's integrity and fitness as political and governmental leaders has been undermined. That's exactly what this is all about. It's about you not wanting to stand across from Kate Middleton, having her glance.
This is so insane and stupid. OMG, how can you take Candace seriously? Well, I have to, because the fucking First Lady of France and her husband, the head of state of France, are suing this bitch. And practically 2 million people give a shit. So I have to. I can't not watch her double down on this.
down quickly and, give a knowing look to William. That's what it is. You're embarrassed. You are embarrassed. And so you want to save face by being like, well, we sued her. Yeah, we know we can't win. We know it's literally impossible mountain to scale. We know she very clearly has presented a lot of evidence that I'm a man. That's why the whole world believes you're a man. Okay. People didn't watch this series. If what I was saying was ridiculous, okay, if
what I was saying was ridiculous, people never would have clicked on it. Yeah, most consumers of YouTube videos, they're definitely selecting for normal, just straight, neutral, factual videos. People are definitely not more likely to click on a sensationalist documentary claiming that the First Lady of France is actually a man and has been deceiving the entire world, apparently.
This wouldn't have gone viral. It wouldn't have gone viral. It would have been so beyond what anybody could plausibly imagine.
Like, she's really trying to, the basis of her claim is that the more tethered you are to reality, the less likely you are to go viral.
And could be true. They would have said that was weird. I don't know why Candace did 5 hours on this. Instead, we converted people into believers of this story because there was that much evidence to the contrary. While you produced no evidence and won't answer questions, we produced 5 hours of evidence alongside the reporting of Xavier Poussard. Okay? So what you are trying to do with this lawsuit, it's again very obvious, is you're trying to defame me. That's why this lawsuit is littered with factual inaccuracies. It's got all these points that have nothing to do with the substance of what
are we going to get into them?
You're even coming after me for. You're trying to delegitimize the reporting by smearing my character.
Delegitimize.
Character.
How dare you delegitimize Candace Owens?
Which is dressed up as a lawsuit. Okay.
And again, Candace Owens is one of the smarter right-wing grifters.
Incredible. If you read through this, guys, that Brigitte actually and intentionally defames me throughout the filing. Says all of these things that are untrue. Attributes quotations to me that I've never said.
She's using it in a colloquial sense, but I think you can pretty much say anything that you want to in a lawsuit, and it can't ever be counted as defamation because it's an allegation because it is a lawsuit.
There are just a few of the things that she says about me that have nothing to do, by the way, with her penis. Okay, these are just hilarious points of the lawsuit. Here's one. She has promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods, long debunked anti-Semitic tropes, such as a blood libel and Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the atrocities of Joseph Mengelé's medical experiments as mere propaganda.
This is true. I read a New York Post article talking about how she did this. Hold on, Candace Owens, New York Post, Mengele experiments. So it's July 10th, 2024. Candace Owens calls Mengele's Holocaust experiments bizarre propaganda and latest anti-Semitic scandal. Controversial podcaster Candace Owens sparked fresh accusations of anti-Semitism after calling the gruesome medical experiments performed during the Holocaust by notorious Nazi doctor Joseph Mengele bizarre propaganda. Owens, who parted ways with the Daily Wire earlier this year after reportedly feuding with co-founder Ben Shapiro over Israel and anti-Semitism, launched into her head-scratching Holocaust diatribe during her podcast Tuesday. The Nazis experimented on innocent people. Thank you for subscribing, Hannah. Owens began. Some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. They just cut a human up and sewed them back together. She wondered, why would you do that? Owens went on to say that literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's tremendous waste of time and supplies. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda, she concluded. Owens apparently disregarded the well-documented atrocities conducted by Mengele, the SS physician who earned the moniker the Angel of Death for his gruesome experiments on inmates at Nazi concentration camps, including Auschwitz. Historians and researchers of the Holocaust have reported that Mengele conducted experiments on twins by amputating their limbs, as well as blood transfusions, forced insemination, and injecting them with diseases. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I didn't remember this. Owens had made statements in the aftermath of October 7th Hamas attack in which she denounced genocide, though she said she was not referring specifically to Israel. Shapiro called her behavior absolutely disgraceful. In May, it was reported that the Daily Wire obtained a gag order against Owens, even while she and Shapiro were publicly discussing a venue for an online debate about the topic, which never happened. She has also denied claims that she was referring to Jews when she denounced a gang in Hollywood that was doing horrific things. I didn't remember this, that they'd actually gotten a gag order.
Content is not intended to inform, but to inflame and attract the attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. None of that is true. None of that is true. Unfortunately, too many people watch my podcast. They're not going to believe you. But again, you're appealing to the people that don't watch podcasts, right? You're like, oh, look, Holocaust denier. Don't even look at the series. She or Holocaust distorter. I didn't even mention Joseph Mengele in what Brigitte's referring to. That doesn't matter. Again, this has nothing to do with the substance.
I mentioned him in that was a different anti-Semitic rant that I was going on. Get it right, Bridget.
Of what they're coming after me for, but they're including this because they want their friends to go, oh, well, I better not listen to anything else. It says right here in the lawsuit that she's a Holocaust distorter. It goes on in the lawsuit to state this. Owens alleged that secret Jewish gangs commit horrific things in Hollywood. You'll note here that they only put gangs in quotations and horrific things, but it was fun for them to add Jewish. And on social media, she repeated the long debunked blood libel myth that Jewish people drink the blood of Christian children. I mean, that is unbelievable. That is the most absurd lie that you could possibly put in a lawsuit. Bring it up. Wouldn't you include that in the lawsuit with a picture of that? I said
a picture of you saying something?
Simply put, that is libel myth that Jewish people drink the blood of Christian children. I mean, that is unbelievable. That is...
Okay, hold on. Has Candace Owens ever repeated that Jewish children... Is it Christians? What comes up is the lawsuit, but doesn't speak for Catholics. I don't know that she has done this. If I put like blood label. Wait, Owens says also, according to the ADL, what is it? Dude. Oh. Owens also promoted the blood libel conspiracy, the false charges that Jews use the blood of Christian children for ritual purposes, which in past centuries led to Jews being violently attacked. She claimed that the family of Leo Frank, a Jewish man lynched in 1913 by a mob in Georgia after being wrongfully accused of murdering a young girl who worked at his factory, believed in pedophilia and incest, quote, as the sacramental rites, and they would commit these acts, things that that would normally be termed blood libel were actually happening. Where did she say this? I wish it would like link to it or whatever, because in these like they link it.
The most absurd lie that you could possibly put in a lawsuit. Bring it up. Wouldn't you include that in the lawsuit with a picture of that? I said that Jews are going around drinking the blood of Christian children. Are you out of your mind? Yes, Brigitte, you are out of your effing mind. This is your strategy. You're defaming me because you don't want people to continue to watch the series. But I'm sorry, my friend, the train has left the station. There's even a section of this lawsuit which is hilarious because they list quote unquote factual statements and they're not factual at all. I don't even know if Claire Locke knows what the definition of a fact is. This is it. Let me pull this up for you. It's literally entitled Factual Allegations, and right under, President Macron rose to the power in France, embodying a modern dynamic image of leadership that resonates with many citizens. Like that is not a factual statement. You can't just be like, factual statement, I am beautiful and powerful. And
I have no idea if that's part and parcel for these sorts of lawsuits to editorialize in that way, even in a section that is subtitled factual allegations, or maybe that's not technically the allegation and she's trying to mislead people. I'm not sure.
Dynamic, and people love me. What are we doing? What are we doing here? I think he even says more about,
because yeah, that's like not a fact, but it might just be that that's how they lead into the more factual allegations that they substantiate and levy against her.
Statement. Pull that up again. It says, yeah, from an early age, he demonstrated intellectual curiosity and emotional sensitivity. Homie, that is not a factual statement. Just because you label it factual statement does not make it so. Then they have this statement, which is just false. Candace has a British citizenship through her husband, George. No, I don't. I am not a British citizen. You can't just say stuff. You can't just put stuff on paper. What are you doing? What is the point of that? The next statement, it reads, French courts said Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy defamed Brigitte. Okay, well, that's called a lie by omission because not mentioned here is the...
Actually, Candace Owens is the victim of defamation here, folks.
Rather negating fact that the higher French courts said she didn't defame you. Okay? Again, you're trying to groom the courtrooms here. I feel like this is what Brigitte's trying. You're trying to groom our courtrooms into believing these lies. And then they introduce this as another fact. They write, quote, she, meaning me, launched her website fueled by her desire to make these specific false claims.
Okay, somebody has like the Leo Frank thing. Hold on. Candace Owens takes on the Leo Frank liars. This is weird. Political commentator Candace Owens made a powerful statement about the ADL and the Leo Frank case in a tweet she posted on May 23rd, 2024. She wrote, "The ADL was literally created to cover for a wealthy pedophile murderer named Leo Frank, who raped and killed a 13-year-old little girl, then tried to blame it on a poor, black, illiterate janitor who worked for him. This was in 1913 in the racist, segregated South. The evidence was so overwhelming that they convicted him, wealthy Leo Frank, despite his attempts to plant evidence on other people. The ADL now refers to Leo Frank as a victim of anti-Semitism. They are sick, perverted defenders of pedophilia and murder. Every single person should study the Leo Frank case and ask yourself why the ADL has so much pull in our government." Her tweet has 3.5 million views and has created immense support for her position. Of course, she is completely accurate in her assessment of the evidence. And she is correct in her subsequent tweet that Leo Frank has a sordid history of pedophilia, which was revealed in this trial. 20 young girls testified to sexual harassment. It seems clear that Ms. Owens will be revealing more about the case in days to come. So that's what they're talking about. Now I have to go look at this obscure person. An American lynching victim convicted in 1913 of the murder of 13-year-old Mary Fagan, an employee in a factory in Atlanta, Georgia, where he was the superintendent. Frank's trial, conviction, and unsuccessful appeals attracted national attention. His kidnapping from prison and lynching became the focus of social, regional, political, and social and racial concerns, particularly regarding anti-Semitism. Modern researchers generally agree that Frank was wrongly convicted. But apparently Candace Owens knows the truth. But okay, like only to these people is Candace doing some bold act of bravery.
About the Macrons without adhering to content moderation policies. What? I launched CandaceOwens.com because I wanted to be able to speak about your relationship. Are you crazy? I have an entire Shot in the Dark series. We have covered so many things. How can you just say that that's a fact? That's completely absurd. The entire series is available on YouTube right now. Okay? Right now. Then they write this, which is ridiculous. They said Owens supported these claims of violence and criminality with statements that the Macrons are surrounded by criminals, pedophiles, and a quote unquote extraordinary syndicate. She claimed that they purposefully hire employees who, quote, will break you down and use, quote, tactics of blackmail and coercion. Again, sampling quotations and accusing me here, I think, of telling the truth about the people that you hire, the people that are around you, and the things that they have been accused of. First and foremost, Mimi Marchand. Yeah, your PR thug.
Who is this bitch? Mimi Marchand. She's mentioned her multiple times. I don't even know how you would spell her name. Mimi Marchand. Maybe. Bridget Macron. Michelle. Mimi Marchand is a French entrepreneur and PR consultant. She worked for various gossip publications such as Gala, Paris Match, Public Closure, whatever. She developed close relationships with politicians such as Nicolas Sarkozy and Emmanuel Macron, as well as his wife. Marchand also involved in various controversies. She has a criminal past. Stuff for like white collar crimes, it seems. Major donor to the UMP party. As a supporter of Nicolas Sarkozy, she sat in the front row of some of his campaign events in the run-up to the 2016 primaries. In 2017, she was one of the communicators for Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron's media campaign for Macron's presidential election. After she was introduced to the Macron couple by entrepreneur and investor Xavier Niel in the spring of 2016, the Macrons also gave their agency Best Image exclusive rights to their private image. She befriended them and advised them on PR matters. However, she was reportedly dismissed in 2018 after the publication of the juicy biography dedicated to her, Mimi. Deep in debt and threatened with multiple lawsuits, Marchand sold her agency Best Image to Xavier Niel in June 2024. Suspected of forging documents, including a false marriage certificate of Vincent London and Caroline of Monaco, and a fabricated interview with Princess Diana's bodyguard. She denied the allegations against her. And then there's like multiple like legal run-ins that she had. But they dismissed her. She's not like still close to this family.
Let's just check out Mimi's Wikipedia page. Since this is like coming up from Candace, I think Mimi's been in some trouble. We can scroll down here. I think it's under her, yeah, here it is. Controversies. In addition to her criminal past, Marchand was accused or suspected of forging documents in several cases, including a false marriage certificate to Vincent Linden and Caroline of Monaco and a fabricated interview. Like, that might be relevant, that this was the person that everyone had to go through to learn anything about your past. That what limited photos you provided, what were there, a total of 4 from before the time that you were 30 when you were married, all went through Mimi Marchand, who has been in trouble for producing false documents. That might be relevant. It might be relevant also. We mentioned Claude.
I know, but she didn't produce, there's no evidence that she produced false documents of that family.
Levesque? Yeah, did you not?
Candace is just assuming it because she did it in other instances.
Handpick him as the artist? Did you not use his carpet? And then he later got charged with rape and sexual assault of minors. You were very involved in styling the office of your husband. Did I lie when I mentioned Olivier Duhamel, the person?
No way. The first lady was involved in styling her husband's office. Crazy revelations we're hearing.
Who played a significant role in Macron's campaign. Did I lie when I said that you guys worked with him on the campaign, and then he admitted to molesting his stepson when his stepdaughter came out and said that they would have these weird parties and people got molested?
Again, like all of this talk about like, oh, they're surrounded by like crazy people. It's like, is this in any way relevant to the claim that she is a man? No, then why are we talking about it?
Where did I lie? You can't just put things in quotation marks and pretend like I was not justified in presenting the facts of the cast of characters that surround you, the many. And that's just naming a few on this episode. Go back and watch the series. You can't hide this stuff.
I just might need to do that.
And then I have to tell you guys, there's a portion where the lawsuit is just funny, right? Like, I don't even know where they're going with this. They wrote, she posted a photo on X of Owens in a t-shirt showcasing a fake Time magazine Man of the Year cover featuring Mrs. Macron.
I was about to say, to the audience, this is like, hell yeah, this is just based.
The shirt sold out. I thought that was funny. So, you know, we restocked this shirt. We are restocking this. We're going to go ahead and sell 1,000 more. So if you want to get your Man of the Year t-shirt, you can do that right now, because what's your claim here? I sold a t-shirt, a parody, and there's you, Man of the Year.
I was about to say, she probably, I wonder if this could be considered defamation.
Yeah, it's funny. That's fine. This is okay. I'm allowed to do that. I don't know what goes on in France, but I'm very much allowed to do that here. Parody is protected. So there we go. And I got to tell you guys, the internet is having fun with this, recognizing how absurd it is that we don't even know what your argument is. Here's just some funny reactions that I saw floating on X. This person, Brad Pierce, writes, Brigitte Macron's lawyer. My client may be a groomer pedophile who sexually abused a student, but she is not a man. The American public, you do get how that's worse, right? It's very funny. Also, Milo accurately says the Macrons just made the most spectacular PR blunder.
I mean, that tweet is assuming that people are going to follow the coverage of this lawsuit. Like, as it develops, it won't be. It's the only time that people will engage with this, if they didn't already follow it, is if Candace wins or loses.
I've ever seen in my entire life, maybe the worst ever. I agree. It's all very irresistible. And shout out to my PR person for giving the statement when I refused to give a statement. I just read this. What did Mitchell say? He said in a statement, Candace repeatedly requested an interview with Brigitte Macron. The statement said, instead of offering a comment, Brigitte is resorting to trying to bully a reporter into submission. In France, politicians can bully journalists, but this is not France, it's America. It's absolutely true. We're not going to shut up. You're not going to bully us. Frankly, I find this all to be irresistible and delicious. The lawsuit is just, it's what we could just go.
She loves it.
Here. The discovery alone is going to be out of this world.
Is Candace Owens entitled to even ask for discovery materials in this case when she's the one baselessly alleging something? What discovery is going to be like? I don't know that discovery is going to like have to force Bridget to like disprove this any more than she already has, because she's already shown her birth certificate and shit.
We would be required to depose President Donald Trump. Getting to the bottom of that conversation. I bet there were cameras. Maybe we'd be able to maybe he was wired. I don't know. Maybe we could actually hear what you said. It sounded pretty panicked. I don't know. When I got the phone call, same day, definitely had to have been urgent. Certainly wasn't an afterthought. Same day that you were here, I got the phone call. So what's going on? Which, by the way, he acknowledges that the phone call happened in this filing. My lawyer being able to sit across and ask Brigitte Macron questions about her penis. Brigitte would then be compelled for the first time to answer them under oath, again, for the first time, because you've just been ditching and dodging and going after people that are powerless, people that have cancer, literally Natasha Ray, for misspeaking on one statement that she made.
Okay, what is this? Hold on. Bridget Macron, Natasha Ray, defamation. Because Candace is like, just a poor little cancer victim. Let's see. How does Time describe it? Natasha. The complaint references a ruling. Oh, wait. The lawsuit claims overwhelming evidence of actual malice, a standard required to be proved clearly and convincingly by plaintiffs in order for a defamation case to overcome First Amendment protections. In addition to her response to the retraction demand letter, financial motivations, and political bias, it cites Owens' reliance on non-credible sources to promote an inherently improbable conspiracy theory. The complaint references a ruling by a court in France last September that found two of Owens' sources, so-called clairvoyant Amandine Roy and amateur detective Natasha Ray, liable for libel for spreading false claims about Brigitte Macron and her brother. An appeals court overturned the convictions earlier this month, though the complaint against Owens notes that the ruling, quote, did not overturn the judgment on the basis that the statements were true, but rather because it believed the defendants made the claims in good faith. That case has been appealed by Macron to France's highest court. So she is trying to give the impression that, like, that was all, like, the fact that it's been overturned or whatever had to do with the underlying facts of the matter, but it just had to do with the fact that, like, no, they actually did believe the shit that they were pushing. But like cancer though. Guilty of slander. The pair, Roy and internet fortune teller Ray, a self-styled independent journalist, discussed at length in a YouTube video the baseless rumor that Brigitte Macron had at some point undergone gender reassignment. They spoke for 4 hours on Roy's YouTube channel, where Ray outlined what she termed the state lie she claimed to have uncovered. These people sound mentally unwell. The reason, this is why, like, why even bother, like, suing these fucking people? The claim went viral ahead of France's 2022 presidential elections. Oh, well, according to Candace Owens, if something goes viral, that means it's probably very, very factual. It was spread by accounts opposed to Mrs. Macron's husband, President Emmanuel Macron, including those on the political far right, anti-vax groups, and followers of the QAnon conspiracy movement. Of course, this leads back to fucking QAnon. Mrs. Macron's lawyers acted quickly, and the women were sued for libel a month after the video was posted. The prejudice is massive. It exploded everywhere, Mrs. Macron's lawyer, Jean Inoki, said at the time. It's not a victim. So Candace is trying to be like, oh, well, because she, like, has cancer and she misspoke. This doesn't sound like they misspoke. They had, like, multiple episodes talking about this conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's the real bullying that has taken place. And I have to tell you that you have definitively met your match. I cannot stand corruption. I cannot stand people that think they have the power to use and abuse people. And
again, even if this were true, it's like the worst quote unquote claim would just be, how dare you think you can transition without telling the whole world?
Call up their rich homies in the press, right? Powerful homies in the press, and say, go after this person.
Well, if she has cancer, then she could say whatever she wants without any consequences. Yeah, that's how it should be, obviously.
Person. I don't like
the
that.
cancer
I don't like
card.
the attack dogs that you're sending around. It's very obvious because you played the game this morning. Like I said, you sent this lawsuit because you wanted to smear me, and it's not going to work. Okay, you've met your match. And in case you haven't checked what time it is, this is not the world that you grew up in.
I don't know how they're going to meet the malice standard, because Candace is very, very convincing when it comes to, like, believing this shit. She really does believe this shit.
And people are tired of this. Okay. You're paying attention to what's happening with Epstein, what's going on here. We are revolting against this. We're revolting against the.
But again, the malicious standard just includes, like, are you ignoring sources or like statements that go against your narrative? But I wouldn't be surprised if in her mini series on all of this, she incorporates the strongest evidence that correctly claims that Brigitte Macron is just a fucking cis woman, and finds some way to debunk that.
Perverts that run the world. And I want to be very clear here. I count you among them. I think you're sick. I think you're disgusting. And I am fully prepared to take on this battle on behalf of the entire world.
The whole world.
That's what I'm going to say. On behalf of the entire world.
She's so brave.
I will see you in court.
So moral.
Anyway,
she's such a selfless hero for doing this.
Going into some of our sponsors before we get into a couple of updates on the
sponsors for this.
From it's getting weird. A cultural Candace. Okay, a lot going on, guys. It does feel like we are at a cultural inflection point. I think we would all agree something is happening. It seems like a lot is being exposed. It's why I do just think it is the wrong time for Brigitte to do this. The world is paying attention. It's getting weird. There's just too many pedophiles in the mix that are being protected by courts and the press that's lying and telling us to look the other way and don't look over there and maybe distraction. We don't like it.
Again, Candace is doing this right now because there are so many salacious stories surrounding Donald Trump and his administration that to prioritize this over covering any of that when you have a conservative audience that is dying to hear your spin on all of that, it really is just you trying to distract.
And Epstein, as we know, was a fan of Paris. All the best pedophiles are. By the way, I'll just ask you, Brigitte, was it a mistake we depose you?
Aaron, could you beat Candace in a fight? Econo Boy, you answer that first and then I'll answer.
That you had Andre Gide's book, the official presidential portrait of Emmanuel Macron, with a self-admitted pedophile, self-admitted pederast that Andre Gide, the author, was. Not by accident. You didn't know what book was in the background. Didn't know what book was in the office. Just happened to be Andre Gide, who was molesting Muslim kids. In Algeria? Is that what we're doing? Are we pretending like that was all an accident? Like I said, the evidence.
Yeah, she like these. I wonder how much of her audience like speaks this language already. How much do they already know? Like, do they know these like obscure people? I don't know who any of these fucking people are, or how it's related to this.
We're laughing in our face. It was like
I feel like you might be a little scrappy, but then again, Candace is bigger. I think no, Econo Boy. I'm saying, would you beat Candace in a fight? You have to answer that first.
Got away with everything. These are all my friends. You guys can't do anything because we haven't made it into the Elysee Palace. And now the world's looking, and you don't like it, right? Because that's what it means. You've had unchecked power.
Econo Boy, oh, for sure. Okay. I don't know. I'm very weak. I don't think I would beat anyone in a fight. I am tall. I'm 5'9". But crazy. I am not. I've never been particularly athletic, so I really, really doubt it.
Or for so long that you were able to like groom a student and marry him and control the press and control the narrative, you don't even know what it looks like to be treated the same. You think that you're special. You're not special. You are unique in how positively disgusting you are. You sicken me. I'm someone that has children. So I'm ready for this fight. Trust me, I am ready for this fight. All sickos will be exposed, okay? Mm-hmm. Everything's going to be exposed. So let's do it. Let's get to the part where we get to depose you and we get to request
She's fucking salivating. I can't with this.
Documents, and we get to request emails, and we get to request conversations.
Again, do you get to request this stuff when you're the one making the baseless accusation?
To see how
they get to request shit from you to make sure you haven't put anywhere in a fucking message that you don't actually believe this shit. You just promote it because you know it makes you money.
You're really dealing with this behind the scenes. Let's get to that point. Anyways, on the Epstein matter, because like I said, all the best people love Paris. Of course, he was in Paris and was working with Jean-Luc.
Okay, Epstein ties into this as well.
Brunel.
This is her coverage of Epstein, explaining how it ties into the story of how the French First Lady is actually a man.
Who then conveniently killed himself when charges were brought against him for human trafficking. We know that these men were dealing with minors. And a lot of that happens under the Parisian watch. I wonder why that is. And regarding that case, there's been an update. We are getting into the Jeffrey Epstein files. It's all going to become connected. And I think in part that's why they're coming after me. It's like the process is supposed to be the battle that I have. They want me to be tired. I'm not. I'm energized. I'm energized by the idea of exposing you little sickos. I really am. Anyways, a judge has just, shockingly, denied the release of the Jeffrey Epstein transcripts in Florida. A federal judge ruled on Wednesday.
Oh, I saw Charlie Kirk talking about this, being like, this is an Obama-appointed judge. Let's see. Judge denies Epstein release of Jeffrey Epstein. In Florida. I want the NPR one, though. Federal judge denies release of Jeffrey Epstein transcripts in Florida. On Wednesday, denied a request to unseal grand jury transcripts of a federal investigation into disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. Trump had called for the release of grand jury testimony related to Epstein, who was accused of sexually trafficking children in response to pressure from lawmakers and some supporters to show more transparency with the case. U.S. Judge Robin Rosenberg of Florida, said in her ruling that 11th Circuit law does not permit her to grant the government's request and that her hands are tied. Rosenberg also said that the government's request to unseal the grand jury transcripts does not fall under the limited exceptions allowed under the law. 2 judges in New York are also considering parallel requests from the Justice Department to unseal grand jury transcripts related to Epstein. They have given the department until next week to adjust more fully why the transcripts should be made public, and an additional week to hear from Epstein's reps and his victims. Why do they want these? While the government claimed that releasing the grand jury transcripts was a matter of public interest and that special circumstances should allow for their release given Epstein's death, Rosenberg ruled that the request did not fall under the limited exceptions allowed under the law. The DOJ's stated rationale are not exceptions, Rosenberg wrote. The ruling comes amid a political firestorm that was sparked earlier this month by the release of a DOJ memo asserting that there was no evidence that Epstein had possessed a client list or that he had blackmailed prominent individuals. It appeared to contradict previous statements made by Attorney General Pam Bondi about an alleged list of clients. In February, Bondi told Fox News in an interview that Epstein's client list was sitting on my desk right now to review. But yeah, they're like trying to spin this like the Democrats are the ones holding it up when Republicans were the ones that were blocking it until yesterday or like 2 days ago. That they were going to deny a request to unseal the grand jury transcripts of a federal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we remember Trump had called for the release of the grand jury testimony, and I told you, yeah, don't bet on that. And he was calling for that in response to pressure from lawmakers, obviously pressure from us, pressure from the supporters. Like I said, we want to know who is in control. We want to know why these people still have power, and we're not letting up on this. Like, the time is now. We are at the gates, and we need to stay there. Anyways, the judge that made that ruling did say something quite curious. She said that the law does not permit her to grant the government's request and that her hands were tied. I'm not sure what to make of that. Like I said, I believe like it's on the DOJ to prove that that it truly is an exception where they could.
That this was a bit of PR, pretending that they were going to ask for it. I'm wondering if the insinuation here that her hands are tied could be similar to Alexander Acosta back when he was the one who cut the 2007 deal with Epstein, which basically said, yeah, whatever, you molested children, but we're going to let you off and let you run the sheriff's.
I hadn't even thought about that. So with those Rosenbergs, which reminded me that, again, this massive anti-Semite, she is probably like, this entire part is probably just a massive dog whistle to say, yeah, Epstein, those files aren't being released, not because of Donald Trump, not because of the Republicans, but because of the Jewish judge that Obama appointed. Yep.
Office. He similarly indicated that his hands were tied because he was told that Epstein was an asset, that Epstein was above his pay grade.
Econoboy says, anti-white racism is no longer tolerated in America. Yeah, well, it's tolerated in this chat, okay? Just kidding. Just kidding, Twitch. I would never tolerate any sort of discrimination, but certainly not against white people in my chat.
Meaning he is a part of the state. He's CIA. And that makes sense in the context of William Barr, Donald Barr, his father, the early CIA, the OSS, being the one that pulled Epstein up through the system. All of that makes sense. I don't know why, but Pam Bondi sees no evidence that he was working for a foreign state or working for a state. But we've been able to uncover tons of evidence that he was working for a foreign state. And it's looking like they are trying to have us chasing our tail on this. I told you, we cannot place faith in the system, right? We're not going to figure out what was going on because they decide to be forthcoming. Like I said, the reason that it's a very small club at the tippity top is because there are very few people that are sadistic enough.
Yeah, just like talking about like the cabal that runs the world, right?
To harm children. And they protect each other, and they're willing to go through great lengths to do that. And so it's going to be incumbent upon us, the people, to come together with the facts, to do these series, to continue to create a quote-unquote frenzied response. My frenzied fans, yeah, my fans get pretty frenzied on the topic of pedophilia, Brigitte. You're right. On the topic of...
Again, this all ties back to Bridget McCrone somehow.
Grooming. All the things that we learned throughout your series of what the people around you were up to, we can get more than frenzied, actually. So if you think throwing in that's a scary thing, calling us frenzied, oh, I don't want to be considered frenzied. I want to be considered polite. I look the other way when someone's grooming a child. Get out of my face. Literally, get out of my face. I'm not the one to mush. You can mush your husband, but don't.
Dude, it's moments like this that I wish I had a soundboard so I could get that. Like her pretending, like mocking somebody looking the other way to child grooming and then saying, get out of my face.
Oh, I don't want to be considered frenzied. I want to be considered polite. I look the other way when someone's grooming a child. Get out of my face. Literally, get out of my face. I'm not the one to mush. You can mush your husband, but don't mush me. Okay? Really sick of this. I'm getting really sick of Brigitte Macron and the BS here that has just been flying everywhere from France to America, protecting what I view to be a sadistic syndicate. I said what I meant. And I want to be also clear, I think you're a man. I think it's beyond obvious that we're born a man. You may want to split hairs about, well, I'm really...
It's beyond obvious, but it takes an 8-part miniseries to reiterate this point for some reason.
A woman, I feel on the inside, I'm a woman. An insulting wig that you're wearing. It's ridiculous. It's like you're laughing at us, okay? You can try to split hairs.
I don't even know if this is a wig, but even if it were, that wouldn't be proof she's a fucking man.
And how you feel and how you've always felt like a woman. What I'm saying is that you were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point I'm
A woman wearing a wig must actually be a man.
Making. So give us a sample. I'll send my doctors to take your blood. We'll figure it out real quick, however you want to go about this. Hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up, raising your children? That would be...
Okay. Why does she keep saying this? You growing... Oh, okay. It's like a comma. It sounds like you growing up raising your kids. It sounds like it's one thing.
Fine. For whatever reason.
But again, last time she released those, they just said, oh, that's actually your brother, or like that her brother was her.
Tefone, by the way, on Father's Day, Tefone being her oldest daughter that normally defends her, but has been suspiciously quiet since her office got raided. I'll tell you about that another time. Tefone on Father's Day posted photos of her growing up with her dad. Why is nobody just posting those photos of the first lady raising her kids? Why doesn't Tefone ever post photos when it comes to the person that is sitting in the Elysee Palace? Her quote unquote mom. Wouldn't that be such an easy way to spell the rumors? You can post pictures of your dad, but you can't post pictures of your mom? It's not making sense. The math is not mathing, Brigitte. The math is not mathing. Like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it, right? That is what Discovery is for. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away and at least we'll say we sued her. We'll say we went after her. She'll probably file for this to get dismissed. I'd like to make it to Discovery. I think that we owe that to the world. Anyways, you guys, this is just, by the way, breaking in the Wall Street Journal. Where
then she moves on to the Epstein shit. Let's see. Let's get a little peek of this, and then we'll move on to fucking PBD.
To our points that we're making here about Epstein and what's been happening. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Justice Department told Trump back in May that
Candace is one of the good ones. She doesn't wear any weaves, can't transvestigate her. Okay, true. Candace Owens does just have like the silk pressed down.
His name is among many that are in the Epstein files. Now, this is interesting because we've been kind of remarking on the strange 180 that's been happening. Like they were very clear in communicating. And I'm talking about Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, the files, the photos. I think that was in February. And then now it's just like Operation Gaslight. Like, who cares about these files? And if it is true that in May 2025, they went to Trump and said, you're mentioning this, that could be a reason why. And to be clear, Trump has come back and said, well, tons of names, and I'm paraphrasing here, are mentioned in the files, right? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't accuse me of doing anything wrong necessarily.
Okay, this is true that it's not really breaking news that Trump's name is in the files. You would expect that. The thing that is strange is that Pam Bondi went out of her way to tell Trump and like warn him about that. That's the actual story.
And that is true, but it could be a motive for the 180. It could be that he just doesn't even want his name out there in the files within the context. So again, this report is just breaking, so we don't know too many details, but I do think it would have been incumbent upon the administration to at least inform us that back in 2025, back in May, the DOJ told them that Trump's name was mentioned, right? Because you're just allowing people to maybe arrive at the false conclusions by holding that close to your chest and instead playing the game of gaslighting. Everybody just needs better PR, I think is what we're getting at here. PR is failing, okay? It's just...
Yeah, this is a PR error from Trump.
The strategy...
This is like the PBD line as well. It's a strategic error. You don't insult your base or whatever.
And thinking that the public is not going to see past it. Maybe that worked in the old world. This is the new world, and it's not working anymore. So let's switch it up, guys. Anyway...
This is the new world where I get to baselessly accuse someone of being a man, and I expect them to personally rebut that to my face. Okay, more right-wing slop. PBD. Hunter Biden's wild interview. Trump sues Wall Street Journal and Colbert fired with Sean Hannity. We saw parts of this, but it was just Sean Hannity yapping. I want to see when they talk about Hunter Biden at 103.14.
The next story. The next story I want to go to is somebody that may be indirectly announcing his 2028 presidency and campaign, and this is somebody that you may be very supportive of, very excited about. Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden just did a show this last week.
This tape is gold. Just spend the rest of the podcast and play it on a loop. Just keep playing
Rob, which one is this? This is which one?
So I have 4 clips. I have Hunter Biden talking about illegal immigrants and who's going to clean your hotel room and wash your dishes. I also have where he explains whose cocaine was found in the White House. There's also a clip of Hunter Biden talking about the differences between crack and crack cocaine.
Because it matters.
We also have Joe Biden's poor debate performance due to sleeping pills.
Can you go to the one that I put up on Twitter where he curses 15 times in a span of a minute 10?
I think that's this one, George Clooney.
Okay, that's supposed to look bad, apparently.
Tapper.
Go for it. Go for it.
But fuck him.
Hide your kids. Hide your
fuck
kids.
him and everybody around him. Or not to be fucking nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. Fucking George Clooney.
This is over like George Clooney. This did come off like a crash out.
Fucking actor.
6.
He is a fucking
7.
I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And
8.
by the way, and God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como. And he's great friends with Barack Obama. Fuck you. What do you have to do with fucking anything? Why do I have to fucking listen to you?
This part is funny.
What right do you have to step on a man who's given 52 years of his fucking life to the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the fucking New York Times to me and James Carville, who hasn't run a race in 40 fucking years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama. And that was because of Barack Obama, not because of fucking
Ryan Grimm and Emily both thought he cooked. Maybe we'll look at that next. Like the breaking points reaction. Let's see. Because there were some moments where he was spitting. What I can respect is that he seems authentic in those moments when he's like being scathing of Clooney or whatever. There are other points where I do feel like he is like self-pathologizing. This is Sagar and Ryan Grimm.
David Axelrod and David Plouffe and all of these guys and the Pod Save America guys who were junior fucking speech.
I agree with Quentin Tarantino finally explained the laptop feet pics. Apparently, if you bring that up to Quentin Tarantino, he gets really mad.
Writers in
I also didn't know that Quentin Tarantino lived in Israel until this year. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. His wife is from there. Oh, yeah. On June 30th, Tarantino became engaged to Israeli singer Daniela Pick. They're all born in Israel. I don't know how I didn't know that he lived there, though.
You know, on Barack Obama's Senate staff who have been dining out on the relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40, $50 million off the Democratic Party. They're all going to insert their judgment over a man who has figured out, unlike anybody else, how to get elected to the United States Senate over 7 times, how to pass more legislation than any president in history, how to have a better midterm election than anybody in history, and how to garner...
This is a different clip than the one on Twitter.
Hunter Biden.
It's a different one. But, Tom, how do you process this? Like... You know, how do you process a guy that has been quiet, all of a sudden comes out, drops F-bomb? It's as if like his dad finally gave him permission to be himself, and he no longer has to worry about dad saying, don't curse that much, don't do crack, don't do cocaine, be careful, don't sleep with your brother's wife. These are bad things to do, son. These are not good things to do. And he finally feels free. How do you process this yourself?
I don't know how anybody processes Hunter Biden, although I'd like to see the clip where he's a drug sommelier. That's sort of interesting. I think that's sort of on brand and believable. No, you know what's funny? Not under the influence of drugs, apparently sober, he comes out as like this angry independent. It's kind of shocking. It's like, wait a minute, this is such a, it's like your brain's trying to process 7 non sequiturs in a row. It's like, wait a minute, do you really feel that way? Or are you just angry? He sounds like...
It was very clear what he was saying.
A sobered up, angry, bitter guy that says, how dare do all
like, this is the sharpest that he sounded. There's not going to try to spin it as like, oh, he sounds insane. He's just like a lunatic ranting or whatever. It's like, dude, I mean, I get it. Like, if you don't agree with him, it's going to sound like a crash out. But he doesn't sound unclear. He doesn't sound like he's lost a train of thought. If I put like secular talk, Hunter Biden. Like, there was one interview that I remember watching through Kyle Kalinske where Hunter Biden did not look good. 4 years ago, Hunter Biden face plants an interview. This was uploaded April 5th, 2021. And see, this is why I don't think he could have been part of like a media strategy for the Bidens for a while.
Biden broke his silence. I think he broke his silence. I don't know. Maybe he's done a few interviews before this. I don't really keep up to date on what Hunter Biden is doing every day. But here he is. He just gave an interview.
His suit is like drowning Kyle Kalinske. Is it just me?
Now, he's going to talk about pretty much everything. He's going to talk about his personal life, his struggles with addiction. He's going to get into the sketchy jobs that he took, his father. So let's take a look, and then I'm going to respond.
You would wake up some mornings, I shouldn't even say some mornings because you slept for like 15 minutes at a time, and be looking for crack and just smoke whatever was there?
Yeah, I spent more time on my hands and knees picking through rugs, smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. I probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone that you know, I'm sure, Tracy.
Because there'd be crumbs mixed in? And
I mean, I went one time for 13 days without sleeping and smoking crack and drinking vodka.
How is that possible? You would... The longest recorded instance of somebody not sleeping is like 11 days. 13, you would die. There's no way you could be awake for that long and not die. He slept, he just wouldn't remember. Yeah.
Exclusively throughout that entire time.
Hunter Biden's struggle with his personal demons is a big part of his new book from an imprint of Simon & Schuster, a Viacom CBS company. The title, Beautiful Things, is a phrase he and his brother shared to remind each other of the good in life.
It was the last thing that he said to me
was
beautiful things. And I held his hand, and he took his last breath.
Beau's death shook the entire Biden family, but the way Hunter dealt with his grief made headlines when he began dating his
Hunter Biden started dating brother's widow right after crack binge. Beau Biden's widow having an affair with his married brother. Yeah, that was the thing, is like Hunter was still married.
Brother's widow. After Beau died, you started a romantic relationship with Hallie, his widow.
Yep.
When the news of that broke, how did people look at you?
I think people were confused by it. And I understand that. I mean, I really do. To me, it's not something that is difficult to explain because it came out of a real overwhelming grief that we both shared. And we were together and trying to do the right thing. And that grief turned into a hope for a love that maybe could replace what we lost. And it didn't work. It didn't work.
I mean, you said you lost clients over this, you lost business over this?
Yeah.
See, this is the thing, is like being part of a media strategy or whatever, you have to assume that they are going to front load the majority of the actually not just front load, but the majority of the interview will be dedicated to asking you the most salacious questions.
You had to step down?
It's going to be related to like, you know, him in the throes of addiction, the affair and stuff like that.
The World Food Program?
Yeah. Well, I made a lot of
Did they have an affair? Like, she was recently widowed, but he was still married.
Decisions that I probably shouldn't have made. There was a lot more compassion and understanding for the people that knew me, but it was a horrible time too.
And then there's this. In 2014, the younger Biden took a job on the board of a Ukrainian energy company, Burisma Holdings, at a time when his father, who was then vice president, had an active role in U.S. policy toward Ukraine. It raised eyebrows at the time, but by the 2020 elections, Hunter Biden was the center of a political firestorm.
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true.
For
it wasn't
cocaine use, and he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
that is simply
and various
not
other places.
True.
Looking back, did you make a mistake taking a spot on that board?
No, I don't think I made a mistake in taking the spot on the board. I think I made a mistake in terms of underestimating the way in which it would be used against me. And
but you must have seen the optics. Even back then, you must have, I mean, how could you not have foreseen that this was going to look bad?
Because I really didn't. I'm being as honest with you as I possibly can. All I know is that not one investigative body, not one serious journalist has ever come to the conclusion that I did anything wrong or that my father did anything wrong.
But the rumors lived on. In October 2020, a New York Post article said that emails purportedly showing shady dealings in Ukraine by Hunter Biden were found on a laptop computer that he supposedly left in a Delaware repair shop in 2019.
Transformative content coming from Kyle here. I was going to say, where is Kyle's, like, there's more of this interview, okay? So let's see where he gives the analysis.
There's a lot of things we have to kind of separate.
Because we mostly know about this stuff.
Out and break down here. First, let's start with the early parts of the clip. This is him talking about his personal struggles, issues with addiction. And, it is kind of gross because people on the right are conflating the latter part of that clip with the earlier part of that clip. The whole thing, I mean, the fact that he's admitting that I would be on my hands and knees all day trying to find crack rocks in the rug to smoke because I was that addicted, or, he basically went 13 days without sleeping or just getting little winks of sleep, and he was smoking crack and drinking vodka the entire time. That's nothing to attack him over, That's a dude who's severely addicted to something and really needs help. And when I hear that, I think he's actually being remarkably honest about how terrible he was and the dark place he was in. And even the thing about, like, he got with his brother's widow, that definitely is sketchy and eyebrow-raising. And, like, you did what? But he does say there, and I sort of believe him, that the widow and he were both in extreme pain over the exact same thing, losing Beau. And so that ended up coming out of that, where they felt like they could rely on each other, confide in each other, and so they ended up getting together. He said it didn't really work out. They couldn't fill the Beau void in their lives, but, so they fucked over it. Why people would judge him over that, but after hearing his description of it, I'm not even going to hold that against him. I was going to say that the description is exactly what I assumed would be the circumstances under which they even had an affair with one another. Listen, is anybody actually under the impression that if they had not both suffered this loss, that they would have gotten together? That seems highly unlikely. Lives are messy. Everybody's done something that they look back on and they might cringe a little bit or whatever. Probably nothing to this extent. This is kind of extreme what he did, but even that, whatever the personal life stuff is, just put it aside. Because that's not the heart of the story. And many people on the right are using that as the heart of the story. It's just not the heart of the story. And if you're conflating those things, you're doing yourself no favors. From there, everything he said is complete trash. So he says, I didn't make a mistake taking a spot on the Ukrainian Energy Board. See, it's stuff like that just makes everybody roll their eyes and makes everybody sick to their stomach. Because this is the way Washington functions. The way Washington functions is this open, disgusting, pay-to-play corruption and bribery. And Hunter, doesn't matter how many times you say things like, not one serious journalist said I or my father did anything wrong. Doesn't matter how many times you say that. You're not going to get past people's common sense here. You don't know anything about energy. You don't know anything about Ukraine. But when your father's in charge of Ukraine policy, you get sent to sit on a board to make hundreds of thousands of dollars for doing Dickie McGee's acts. But he acknowledges this. I don't know if at the time he was acknowledging quite so much that he had obviously benefited from nepotism. Could have been something that would have mitigated the idea, like the assumptions that people were making surrounding this. But who are you kidding, dog? But like the bigger thing is that they established that and then tried to say that Biden got favors because of that. But that just never seemed to have ever happened. Who are you kidding? They were attempting to pay for access to your father to get. This is so minimal. Compared to the brazen shit coming out of the Republicans right now. 4 years ago, it was a different world 4 years ago. Favorable treatment. Now, he could say... I mean, not even just now. This isn't even compared to, like, the incestuous corruption that was happening in the first Trump term with Jared and Ivanka being part of, like, Trump's cabinet and their own business interests being deeply entrenched and tied to ongoing deals that the United States was making with foreign countries. Okay, that's what they were trying to get, but they didn't get it. They didn't get anything favorable from my father, so didn't work. You could make that argument if you wanted to, but he doesn't. He tries to nip it all in the bud and say, nope, there's nothing even weird going on here. There's nothing. I didn't even make a mistake sitting on that board. It wasn't corruption. It wasn't bribery. Shut up, because that is remarkably dishonest. As honest as he was about being on his hands and knees smoking crack out of the rug, deeply embarrassing and sad thing. He gets equally dishonest when talking about Ukraine. And there's nothing I hate more. There's nothing more abused than when people say, like, debunked conspiracy theory. It's just a way, it's like a catch-all thing that you throw out there to sort of try to swat aside all questions on a given issue. It's already a debunked conspiracy theory. Not one serious journalist said I or my father anything wrong. Well, the journalists in mainstream media are barely journalists. They're paid propagandists for the Democratic Party, so I don't really care what those so-called journalists are saying. And then the laptop thing. See, again... Kyle's always gone this hard on corporate media. I don't know if that's my laptop. Not to my knowledge. Did I drop one off? I don't think so. I'm being as honest with you as I possibly can. I don't know if it was my laptop. Come on, man. And then trying to hide behind the Russia hacked us and maybe it's Russia. There's zero evidence for that at all. Zero. He doesn't claim that in the new interview, though. He just says that it has like he doesn't claim it, but he does still keep alluding to it, that he does think that it has like the markings of like a Russian op or something like that. Evidence. Zero evidence. And the real scandal here, by the way, is that social media censored those things which were real leaks, which were, it was actual newsworthy stuff. But since then it was like, but why was it censored?
I think people did not like that they were invoking that they like the hacked materials policy that they have to prevent the story from circulating, but it only lasted for a day.
Stuff nominally could have hurt Biden's campaign for president and helped Trump.
The laptop shit is so funny, though. How are you so negligent with your computers? That is the weirdest part of the story.
Social media banned it. A lot of, a lot of outlets decided don't run the story or actively try to debunk the story, and it was just a partisan hit job. And that sets a terrible precedent to have social media ban the topic. And, I think Jack came out and apologized for it later on. He was like, that was totally wrong. We shouldn't have done that. But I think Facebook stands by what they did, and all these media outlets trying to cover it up.
And there's no way, and Facebook, like Mark Zuckerberg, does not stand by that anymore. And if anything, has used that as a launching point to ingratiate himself with right-wing podcast bros and like Joe Rogan.
Just like with the WikiLeaks stuff in 2016, where we learned that Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party effectively rigged the primary against Bernie Sanders, and the media ran into...
Ooh, had to be fucking seeing red if you heard this.
Run cover for Hillary mode, and don't let that out there and say it's Julian Assange is a Russian asset, and if you run it, you're helping the Russian government or whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's not really a mystery when he's like making fun of him, like, how did they get the laptop? I don't know. It's like, dude, he just told you. You just covered him saying that he would get at his lowest point when he was like in the deepest pits of his addiction. He was so desperate to abuse substances that he was literally on his hands and knees attempting to get a high. Is it really that inconceivable that this is not somebody who had their life in order?
It's remarkably dishonest, and it's gross. And he clearly knows it was his laptop, and he's tap dancing around it because he's a bullshitter. So that's the real scandal. For fuck's sake, guys, get with it. Wake up. The real scandal here, I don't care about the crack thing. I don't care about the personal life stuff. That's totally separate, What I care about is the pay-to-play corruption, the bribery, the fact that is a big deal, that sort of soft corruption that's just allowed in Washington. We make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to do dick so that the Ukrainian government can, buy.
And this is the other thing, is that like he I don't know what Hunter Biden knows about like lawyers or whatever, but he does claim in that interview that he felt he was qualified because he was like he's like a Yale graduate and a corporate lawyer. And he's like sat on different boards before. If that just depends on whether or not you think that qualifies him for that position. But it's obviously nepotism that influenced his ability to even, or like their desire to even put him in that position in the first place.
Influence and favor with my vice president dad. That's the problem. That's the problem. The problem is the corruption. The problem is the media covering up genuine leaks because they want Biden over Trump. I mean, that's the real problem. And that was your fucking laptop, you goddamn liar. So there's a lot to say here, man. There's a lot to say here. I give him a full pass on all the personal stuff. I don't even think anybody should really be talking about that. It's like when the pictures were leaked,
But the point is that I only showed this to show that like Joe was saying, aka the silly serious, that we should have Hunter Biden needed to be front and center. And I do think that there is still a way where he was part of the story and like narrative crafting or whatever to try to spin it as not as bad, or like to try to communicate to the public that a lot of this is just right-wing lies or distortions or exaggerations that start from kernels of truth, but then they just kind of go off into like fucking crazy land. This was not even being received well by like left-wing, liberal, progressive pundits, this interview. So I'm not surprised that they saw the reception to that and were like, yeah, we just need to hide Hunter because it's just always going to be a thorn in the side of Biden. Why on earth would he do an interview? Do him and Prince Andrew have the same PR manager? Let he who hasn't accidentally snorted Parmesan cheese at least once cast the first crack rock. Jesus Christ. Imagine working your entire life to have a career in the White House. You got fired for smoking weed 5 years ago, and the president's son admits to smoking crack in an interview. Oh yeah, there was a White House admin or like intern that was let go because they've been like smoking marijuana or something. Marrying your brother's widow is a very biblical decision, very Old Testament. I will not invalidate Hunter's addiction struggles. I will blame him for using it as an excuse for his stuff in Ukraine. This is like a liberal, like left audience, populist audience, And this was like that's the reaction that you get to that interview clip. So I don't know.
These people undermine my dad because the whole point gets down to it to won this many Senate elections, and then I did this and passed this much legislation and got this through the midterm. That's what I see. I see an angry son who manages to sober up, sit down with a podcaster out in the yard, and just kind of cut loose. That's what I see.
I wouldn't. By the way, he's saying he's sober. I would pay money and bet a lot of money that he definitely
doesn't look like he's on drugs. He just looks like he drinks a lot of water with vitamin C. That's
exactly. Very healthy.
Oh my God. Why did I think PBD was actually about to defend him for 2 seconds? Why did I think that?
But Sean, when I
more
see
sober than we've seen him in other clips. Let's leave it there.
Yeah, but you know what I see when I see this, Sean? I see a guy whose daddy pardoned him for crimes going back how long? How many years? You actually tweeted something like that, right? Yeah. That's a guy that says, you know what? I can do what I want. I can say what I want. And who's going to do it? The party's
2014, I think, is
2014.
the year.
The party's done. Okay, this is just an example of what the hell is going on. And for all the kids out there, this is what doing drugs and doing crack does to your freaking brain. He looks very, very rough. But when you know you have a get out of jail free card, he can say anything. He can say literally, I did this with my father. I did all this with China. I smoked the drugs. All the footage of all the girls and all the stuff that I did, weighing crack cocaine, I did it. And what are you going to do about it? That's his attitude.
How do you see it?
You know, it's he's a very angry man. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
He should be the happiest guy on earth because I think he was in deep trouble. I spent a lot of time dealing with him. Zero experience Hunter. That's my nickname for him. I mean, when he went on Good Morning America.
Wow, 10 of 10 nickname, dude. Come on. I actually would like that is so bad. Zero experience Hunter.
And they say, well, do you have any experience in energy? No. Oil? No. Gas? No. Okay.
His excuse in the Channel 5 interview was that everyone has a laptop. Made it seem like it was a sophisticated attack to get into his laptop. We all have laptops. We all have, again, like videos of our foot jobs in there, us doing crack in the middle of like a bender. And you're always going to have a hater that wants to get that laptop. That's the moral of the story.
You're getting paid, millions and millions of dollars with no experience. Then the CEFC, the Chinese energy conglomerate, and the WhatsApp message, all of this money. James Comer says it's $20 to $30 million that they got in. No experience, problem. They got away with it to me, and from my liking, I'm not too happy about it. But preemptive pardon or not, I don't think it's going to matter. Here's the interesting part, though, is that even though he got that pardon, he can be brought in before the House Oversight Committee, and he could be put under oath.
What is on Pisco's laptop? The typed out detailed instructions on how he preps for dinner. Top secret stuff. Because he wouldn't even discuss it with me on stream.
He can't plead the fifth because he got the pardon. So now we'd have to talk.
Wait.
I'd like that.
You can't plead the fifth because you got the pardon?
Correct.
Is that the exchange you make?
That's it. Yeah.
Or is that the law?
That he cannot go before that committee and plead the fifth.
Why is
anybody that got the pardon? I don't know why. I mean, James Comer confirmed it to me on my show.
Oh, wow. Really? That's very interesting.
Comer? James Comer? An American politician from Kentucky who represents the state's first congressional district in the U.S. House of Reps and a Republican. Sean Hannity? Ugh, it's on Facebook.
All right, the scandal around Joe Biden's decline and the left-wing cover-up is growing worse by the day. Earlier today, former Jill Biden aide Anthony Bernal appeared before the House Oversight Committee, where he followed Biden's former doctor's lead. He pled the fifth when asked question after question after question about the cover-up. Take a look.
Mr. Bernal, did you ever advise President Joe Biden to pardon his son, Hunter Biden?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Mr. Bernal, was President Joe Biden fit to exercise the duties of the president?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Mr. Bernal, did any unelected official or family member of President
Anthony Bernal, former First Lady Joe Biden's chief of staff,
Joe Biden, execute the duties of the presidency?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Mr. Bernal, did President Joe Biden ever instruct you to lie regarding his health at any time, including but not limited in your testimony to Congress today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
All right, following this refusal to answer questions, Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer called this a, quote, historic scandal before promising to continue the investigation. Chairman Comer also did not rule out having Joe and Jill Biden come before the committee to answer these questions. Be interesting to see if they plead the fifth. Of course, as Congress will continue their investigation. The White House is now investigating the use of the auto pen by Joe Biden. One senior official telling Fox News they are already reviewing reviewing thousands of documents. And meanwhile, the troubled former first son, Hunter Biden, he's back in the headlines, this time telling Democrats they lost the election because they were not, quote, loyal to his dad. In other words, the big guy. Here with the latest, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett. Those are pretty simple questions to answer, but we all know that Joe was a...
Why the fuck were they expecting somebody to go in front of the public hearing and talk about someone's private health info? Because Republicans actually know how to manipulate public opinion and know that will always look bad anytime anybody's pleading the fifth on what seems like it ought to be a public interest or public concern. They know that it's very unlikely that those questions were going to be answered in a way that wasn't, if at all, was not going to be extremely diplomatic and measured and almost like a non-answer, which also looks bad. My favorite thing about Hannity is he does the slight whistle whenever he has to pronounce an S. Why did you say that? Now I'm not going to be able to unhear that.
A cognitive mess, and correct me if I'm wrong, Congressman, but if the answer was, I never saw the decline, I would believe anybody that says that is lying, so probably...
And I'm watching this to see this representative's explanation as to why they're actually not allowed to plead the fifth.
It was good advice of counsel to say plead the fifth.
Of course, you plead the fifth to avoid self-incrimination. If he said under oath that Joe Biden was not in mental decline, then there's a very good likelihood that he's lying, and he knows he's lying, and that can be proven in a court of law that he's lying. That's why.
Okay, so that's what they're extrapolating from him refusing to answer that question. But obviously, it comes off like that guy is not looking out for Joe Biden. He's looking out for himself. He doesn't want to say anything that could potentially contradict somebody else's account and leave him vulnerable to being held liable for something. I don't even know what the charges are surrounding this.
The fifth, we asked the doctor simple questions. Were you ever told to lie about Joe Biden's health? And he pled the fifth. Look, this isn't getting any better for the Bidens. This isn't going to go away for the Bidens. What's at stake here, Sean, is all of these executive orders and all of these pardons that were signed.
Like, I'm not saying you can't make news out of a former head of state or president when they're not in office, and like surrounding corruption scandals. Obviously, like Democrats attempted to do that. And not nearly as aggressively as they should have, because Republicans got right to it as soon as they have a majority in Congress and the Senate. But like, this is not any, like, this is just like cute compared to the shit that's going on right now with the Trump administration and the Epstein thing alone. Him being like, this is not going away. It's like, yeah, but only your Fox News viewers give a shit about this.
Using an auto pen, there's no evidence that Joe Biden knew anything about these executives.
Okay, now apply the standard to Trump pleading the fifth. Yep, apply the standard to Jeffrey Epstein, declining to say whether he and Trump had been like hanging around underage girls.
Executive orders and pardons, and there's no evidence that he was even capable of understanding what the pardons and executive orders would have been if he had been involved in the decision-making process. So it's unfortunate that Jill Biden's chief of staff, and who she often referred to as her work husband, Anthony Bernal, had an opportunity today to go in and tell the truth and defend the Bidens and say, yeah, he's in great health. No one ever lied about his health. But instead of saying that, he pled the Fifth Amendment.
How damning was the information in the New York Times piece where they acknowledged that Joe Biden laid out standards and conditions and parameters for his staff to issue either a commutation or a pardon?
It's very damaging. Look, he incriminated himself there. That's not the way the pardon process is supposed to work. The pardon process is the last tool in the toolbox in the checks and.
Okay, this dude is gonna whine about Trump or about Biden not like using the pardons for corrupt ends or whatever. Fine, the Hunter Biden pardon is corrupt, but we're not gonna say anything about Trump pardoning 1,500 J6ers. This is not fucking serious. So what did he say?
Here's the interesting part, though, is that even though he got that pardon, he can be brought in before the, House Oversight Committee, and he could be put under oath. He can't plead the fifth because he got the pardon. So now we'd have to talk.
Wow. Wait.
I'd like that.
Okay, so that's what he says he claims in this.
balances of the justice system. You're supposed to have a pardon issued by the President of the United States that he's reviewed and that he signed with an ink pen. And Joe Biden admitted in the New York Times article he didn't know about a lot of those pardons. He just delegated it to staff. No, that's not the way it works. And we think that's what was going on with the auto pen on a majority of the pardons and many of the executive orders. And if that's the case, then those executive orders and those pardons, in my opinion, can be ruled void in a court of law.
All right. Let me ask you, from a legal standpoint, would this render any pardon or commutation if Joe Biden only laid out parameters or circumstances under which his staff could use the auto pen to issue a commutation or a pardon? Would that render them invalid in your view legally? Greg Jarrett.
Oh, absolutely. If unelected people commandeered Biden's presidency, usurped his authority, it's not just wrongful and scandalous conduct, Sean, but it crosses the line into criminality if they fraudulently
These videos that they show of Biden just looking like this doddering old man.
executed documents in his name without his knowledge or consent by essentially hijacking the auto pen. Biden recently admitted unwittingly that he did not approve each individual pardon. His chief of staff signed off on them and actually sent final approval in writing. Well, under law, a president cannot delegate that decision of when to use the auto pen. And yet we heard from White House aide Neera Tanden reportedly testifying she had no idea who in Biden's inner circle gave her permission to use the auto pen. It wasn't Joe Biden. She rarely saw him. So any document that he did not directly approve for signature is null and void. It's invalid. And not only that, it's potential fraud and forgery. And if there is this underlying plot to hide Biden's mental condition so that others could arrogate his power in that way, that's a conspiracy crime. So it's no wonder two people have already taken the fifth. They know they're facing some legal jeopardy here.
Right. Last question, Congressman Comer. Do you plan on calling Jill and Joe Biden in as witnesses?
Well, I think the odds of calling in Jill Biden increased significantly today. We had her chief of staff and her self-proclaimed work husband there for what we planned to be an 8-hour deposition, and he kept
Thank you for subscribing, Cactus Domesticus.
invoking the Fifth Amendment, and his lawyer finally said, you can ask all the questions you want. We're going to invoke the Fifth Amendment on every question. So we need to know, was Jill Biden the one calling the shots while Joe Biden was incapacitated? Anthony Bernal had an opportunity to answer those questions today. He chose to invoke the Fifth Amendment. So I would say her odds significantly increased, Sean.
All right, Congressman Comer, thank you. And
Okay, why did he claim... Okay. Why would he claim that he confirmed that, like, Hunter Biden would have to do that? Or, like, wouldn't be able to plead the fifth? This is the same thing. James, if I put Hunter Biden Fifth Amendment, that just seems like a total fabrication. This never happened.
He can be brought. I don't think it's going to matter. I'm not too happy about it. But preemptive pardon or not, I don't think it's going to matter. Here's the interesting part, though, is that even though he got that pardon, he can be brought in before the, House Oversight Committee, and he could be put under oath. He can't plead the fifth because he got the pardon. So now we'd have to talk.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'd like that.
You can't plead the fifth because you got the pardon?
Correct.
Is that the exchange you make?
That's it. Yeah.
Or is that the law?
That he cannot go.
Can someone who has been granted a presidential pardon plead the fifth if subpoenaed? But this might be true, but why did he even cite that? A Reddit thread. Joe Biden pardons give allies potential Fifth Amendment headache. Granted pardons to General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, as well as those who served on and testified before the House Select Committee established to investigate the January 6th Capitol attack. These public servants have served our nation with honor, blah, blah, blah. Some have highlighted that the pardons would remove the individual's ability to invoke their Fifth Amendment rights, most notably those protecting against self-incriminating testimony, if subpoenaed to testify before Congress in the future. If a pardon has been accepted, a recipient would not be able to plead the fifth because there would be no threat of incrimination, a law professor told Newsweek. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, but you could also then they could take the stand and lie because they don't have there's no penalty that they could threaten unless you could be perjured even after. Can you face perjury even after you've been pardoned? Since many actions could also be violations of state laws, wouldn't he still be able to assert Fifth Amendment rights for that reason? Yes. A particular act would also place him in violation of a state's law. Presidential pardons offers no protection. This is, he could assert his Fifth Amendment rights in a state case, not a federal case. It's notable that admission of guilt in the federal context would be prosecutable in a state context if, in fact, it violates state law. But this is from amateurs in a Reddit thread, so take that with a grain of salt.
Before that committee and plead the fifth.
Why is
anybody that got the pardon? I don't know why. I mean, James Comer confirmed it to me on my show.
Really? That's very interesting.
Because
Isn't
the
it?
Fifth Amendment says I am not compelled or required to incriminate myself by stating these things. And so because you don't have to in our justice system to be a witness against yourself. You don't have to. That's part of what the Fifth Amendment is. So the founding fathers envisioned, let's use a hypothetical example, that the British would come over here and still be really pissed off, just hypothetically, and start putting you in leg irons and chains and squeezing your bones and breaking your fingers to get you to testify because the king was upset. And
torture.
When they put all this together, that's where torture, unreasonable imprisonment and torture clause in our Constitution, and that's where the Fifth came from. It all came from, sitting back and saying, we're not going to live in a criminal justice system where you are tortured to confess or you have to, testify against yourself. That's what the Fifth is. But now you've been given a pardon. Okay, we've been given a pardon, so there is no self-incrimination here, Pat. None. Who told you that door was unlocked, and who told you that box of papers was there? You can't now take the Fifth on that. You say, well, those documents were... You got to talk.
Here's one. You want to throw another?
If it's a blanket immunity such that they have no legal exposure, they can't plead the Fifth.
Monkey in the wrench there?
But they can still plead the Fifth as long as it's for things that might not be covered by the pardon.
Please.
Here's the interesting part. If you read the New York Times piece on the auto pen issue, and basically we learned that Biden only set down criteria for commutation and pardons, but didn't make the specific decision. And then the decision to put it through the auto pen was not made by him, which, if is all true, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that too. Again, all these issues we talk about, we want answers tomorrow, but it'll take an investigation. But it might invalidate commutations and pardons. That would be interesting.
That would be extremely interesting. So, Rob, can you play the next clip on the one on Twitter that I had where he's talking about if I was the president? There's a clip of he actually says. That's
the framers of the game.
If I run in 2 years, 3 years, I don't know, 5 years. That's the clip right there, Rob. Just play that clip.
And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the fucking criminals. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a fucking violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm.
How the fuck are they going to debunk this? That is just true.
Fucking Emmanuel. So fucking smart, Rahm Emanuel. He said, we got to understand.
One of the most annoying podcasts out. True. That's why I cover it religiously. I am always fascinated by the shit that they say on this one.
That these people are really mad.
This is gold.
We got to appeal to these white voters.
Gold.
Ron, the only people that fucking appealed to those fucking white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old, and he got 81 million votes, and he did not because he appeased their fucking Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from fucking Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. And then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's going to turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, fuck you. How are we getting those people back from fucking El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the fucking president of El Salvador and say, you either fucking send them back or I'm going to fucking invade.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
They actually think he's crazy for saying that. Like, there's no extensive history of Republicans swinging their dick around when it comes to foreign, like, pressuring and exerting leverage over foreign countries to extract concessions or things that are beneficial to the United States. You're supposed to be like, oh my God, this guy, isn't he crazy or whatever? And it's like, it was insane to send that man with no charges to what is effectively a fucking gulag.
Dictator Doug.
Bukele or Trump?
Wow.
Both.
Both. Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna
Let me tell you
invade.
something. Let me tell you something about this mother effing guy. This guy effing needs his own effing podcast immediately.
Oh.
I can't look away. This is a train wreck, wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in a crackhead. And we're gonna need a little bit more of this, Hannity. What I also am reading from this situation right here is he's clinging and defending his father's legacy. It's very clear here when he says Rahm Emanuel, where it says George Clooney, where he says fucking David Axelrod, this piece of shit. Biden didn't want to leave. And we all think that it's Jill Biden who's basically saying, no, honey, you did.
Yeah, Biden didn't want to leave. Yeah, Biden is the one that said he never lost an election. He's the one who tried to get his VP to overturn the results of that election. He's the one who tried to run a fake elector scheme. Oh, wait.
Great. Don't you think Hunter would have been like, you fucking get in there, Joe Biden, and you fucking keep killing it for this country, and you fucking... Like, he's angry here, clearly.
And again, facing pressure from the party. They weren't like pulling out any sort of legal anything. He steps down. He steps aside as the Democratic Party's nomination. Way too fucking late. And yeah, that's an indictment, obviously. But this idea that like Biden's immovable, who are you fooling, dude?
They took the rug out of his family.
What
and they
about
put
the
Kamala in
bullshit
there.
over Ambien?
Yeah.
My father.
Hunter probably has a higher IQ than any of these guys. What he doesn't have is their work ethic. Maybe.
Took an Ambien. Now,
Seems like he'd done a lot of shit.
it just so happens.
Yeah, before the debate.
Yeah, before the
I'm about to start this podcast. Good night. What are you doing?
Is this it, Rob?
Yes, sir.
This was just pure gold. Go ahead, Rob.
It's all
I'll
gold.
tell you what, I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically, the mileage that he could have flown around the world 3 times.
Yeah.
He's 81 years old. He's tired as shit. They give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights. And it feeds into every fucking story that anybody wants to tell. And Jake
that's what
Tapper,
it was,
with
yeah.
literally how many anonymous sources. If this was a conspiracy, Andrew, you know this, somehow the entirety of a White House in which you literally living on top of each other has kept their mouth shut about, like what? And what's conspiracy?
Yeah.
That Joe Biden got old? Yeah, he got old. He got old before our eyes.
And by the way, you know why he's full of it? Do you remember before the debate, there was a 1-week vacation, right, Sean, that Joe Biden was literally laying on the beach. He wasn't taking Ambien. He was rested. Exactly, he was rested.
Bro, I will not sit here and have you slander.
Like that part that we just saw from Hunter Biden, that's the part I'm like excited to react to with Pisco on the next episode of Just Let's Play. Because this whole like cut him some slack, he's just like the 81-year-old tired president. It's like, dude, the Democrats called for that debate to even take place. They didn't have to set the time so late. I don't even know why they would agree to have Biden have a debate with Trump at like 9:30 p.m. And if he can't even do that, then he really shouldn't be the fucking president.
Hunter Biden.
Like the president should be healthy enough to be able to manage one late night debate.
Tell a lie in his life.
Never. He's the truth. He's a truth teller.
Have you ever interviewed Hunter Biden?
You think work ethic is a bad thing? No, I never said that. You said that these people have a greater work ethic than Hunter Biden. I said I'm not so sure, because Hunter Biden, like, even though the reason why he has all of his accomplishments is because of like the connections that were afforded to him, money, his last name, he still had to do the work to like actually become like a Yale graduate.
No, but I offered him last night an hour on TV and 3 hours on radio. I'd give him 10.
Of course.
You go home.
I could just play that on
Did
a
he
loop for the
respond?
next week. I think it'll
Did he
ring.
respond?
You could take the summer off
Not
and
yet.
just run clips.
Okay.
You know, what infuriates me, though, on a serious note about this is the most preventable national security disaster happened because of his father. And he's talking about all these people.
National security disaster? We could be referring to a number of things here. I'm going to assume it's the assassination attempts.
That do all these work for all these Americans. Okay, for people that do have money. And I spent the early part of my adult life with no money and living paycheck to paycheck. And during that time of my life, I was cutting my own lawn, washing my own dishes, cleaning my own clothes. And I would argue that's what most of the country does. So, you know, this idea that, we're taking away jobs. What the left never does on the issue of immigration, which infuriates me, the most preventable national security disaster ever. We have known terrorists, assassination squads in the country. We got murderers, rapists, other violent criminals, cartel members, gang members. How come they never talk about that on the left? How come they never talk about...
Okay, so we're just completely ignoring the stats that Hunter Biden threw out there showing that domestically Americans, and like white men in particular, are going to be far more likely to commit these sorts of violent crimes. And now he's turning around and being like, how come the far left doesn't talk about these instances, these low probability events that don't happen nearly as much as these other types of crime that are more substantial in this country.
You know, Laken Riley, how you don't have a heart, a conscience, or a soul, in my view. If you're at a joint session speech of a president and Democrats can't stand for the family of Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungary, I interviewed Jocelyn Nungary's mother. I know Rachel Morin's mother of 5. But you think of all of these people, they never talk about it, ever. 12, 20 million, we don't actually know the real number. All I know is they did it, they lied about it, just like they lied about his cognitive state, like they lied about the economy. You know, you go back, yeah, okay, I want to talk about Epstein, I want to talk about all these other issues, but man, what's happened in 6 months as of Sunday compared to where we were a year ago, and it was about a year ago when Trump, you know, nearly got assassinated, came within a millimeter of losing his life. What a difference 6 months makes.
Thank God for the brave sacrifice of that firefighter, right?
What a difference a year makes. So it's infuriating that part does not get talked about.
They won't address it because it'll ruin the narrative. Why would you mess up my opinions with facts, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Why would you do something like that?
Was it the State of the Union, Sean?
I mean, Adam saying this when he's been the one leading the charge on PBD to get them to stop talking about the Epstein shit, not just because he doesn't like that it contributes to anti-Semitism, but also because he is like a proud Trump supporter. So if it's outed that Trump is actually covering for all of the people he said he would be exposing, along with the whole fucking deep state, then he's a moron and you got duped and you supported a fucking charlatan.
It was the same one where, you know, Lincoln O'Reilly's family and all them. And then the real testament, besides that, which I've been speaking about that forever, DJ Daniel, the little black kid, the 13-year-old black kid that had cancer 6 times, not one of them could stand for this. I'm bawling and they're just sitting there like this, not clapping for that kid.
Oh my God. I wish Pisco was reacting to this with me. Because these sorts of like, the things that they try to frame as like disrespect is just like these nothing burgers.
To stand, just clap.
Clap for the kid.
Give a snap. How cool is that when Sean Curran made him a Secret Service agent?
Oh my God.
Because that's his dream.
Oh my God.
I want to know the sad part of this? Yeah. Up to that point, he had beat cancer. Apparently, he had a recurrence.
He has another one.
Pray for this kid.
Yeah.
Wow.
He has cancer again.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next story. So Tulsi Gabbard calls for Obama to be prosecuted over 2016 election claims. This is DNI. Obviously, we know Tulsi and what she's done. Here's what she had to say on Fox. Go ahead, Rob. Play the clip.
This over 100 documents that you're referencing that I released, declassified and released, spells out in great detail exactly what happens when you have...
I don't know why they use these like video filters or they produce videos this way. It looks so... It almost looks like AI generated.
Some of the most powerful people in our country directly at leading...
Democrats caused his cancer to come back. I mean, if they could claim that, they would.
Helm, President Obama, and his senior-most national security cabinet, James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, and Susan Rice, and others, essentially making a very intentional decision to create this manufactured, politicized piece of intelligence with the objective of subverting the will of the American people, who in November of 2016 delivered a historic victory to President Trump, defeating Hillary Clinton. And President Obama and his team, their goal was to essentially not accept the decision of the American people and to use this manufactured, politicized intelligence as a means to enact what would become essentially a years-long coup against President Trump. You have gone into great detail over these years of what the effects of this document and this decision have resulted in. Obviously, a years-long Mueller.
Oh, I was like, how does this narrative even make sense? Because all of the details of this case go exactly against this narrative making any sense. It's only if you assume that all of the Russia stuff was completely fake, so it's manufactured by Democrats to say that Trump won illegitimately. Okay, now I understand it. I was like having a difficult time. It was like wrapping my head around it. I was like, how does this even work? They'll allege this, but they'll never charge Obama with treason. Like, I dare you to fucking do that.
Investigation that cost taxpayers almost $40 million, 2 congressional impeachments. And
it was like the Democrats have the ability to cook this up, but they don't have the ability to just win the election, or like they don't have the ability to just rig the election in their favor. What?
Smears and attacks against not only President Trump, but his family. He had senior members of his team who were investigated, some arrested and jailed. We had heightened.
So, Sham, what is new about this that we don't already know? What's the big deal about this?
Okay, so everybody wants documents that were, deeply buried and hidden. Here you got it. And if you do a deep dive into it, and I have, and I'm very familiar with the issue because that goes to the Russia hoax. It goes to the double standard when it comes to top secret classified documents. It goes to Hillary Clinton's bought and paid for dirty Russian disinformation dossier, which they knew was phony. Comey signed 3 of the 4 FISA warrants. The bulk of information came from that. So what these documents show, and I think the most intriguing thing and what Tulsi was communicating to me in that interview, is that rank and file career intelligence people made assessments about 2016 and Russia's involvement in the election and whether they tried to influence it. Their conclusion was no. And it was clear-cut, specific quotes you can pull out, you can extrapolate out.
That's not the conclusion of the Mueller report, but okay.
And you'll find it. And then as it made its way up the chain, and we talk a lot about a deep state, as we make our way to Clapper and to Brennan and to others, Comey, they actually took what documents that said one thing, they polluted it, they corrupted it, they turned it on its head to come up with this whole phony Russia collusion narrative, right? Now, we know that in December of 2016, that they had already determined that the Hillary Clinton dossier was no good. They got rid of Christopher Steele, pushed him out, although they kind of kept him in some ways. But even as early as August of 2016, Bruce Orr, interestingly enough, because his wife Nellie, was part of this, said, don't use this information because it's...
James Comey is a Republican. Haven't you heard he's a rhino? What's funny is that James Comey clearly ended up already tipping the scales in favor of Trump by opening up the indictment against Hillary Clinton not long before Election Day. And then I guess I don't know how they don't just see him as like, and he didn't just do that. Like according to Pisco, he was telling me that James Comey didn't just make this unprecedented move, but him announcing it in the way that he did may have been illegal. So, and that obviously already came off like an explicitly partisan act. So to act like James Comey isn't a committed Republican is just fucking stupid.
It's political in nature. So where this is headed towards, and we got information last week, it does get a little deep in the weeds, but where I think this is headed is you have this grand conspiracy investigation that Kash Patel announced that he was getting involved in. What does that mean? Okay, so did they purposefully, knowingly use a Russian dirty dossier to ruin the life of...
They're talking about the Steele Commission or the Steele report, but the Steele report the Mueller report is actually what led to the firm conclusions that he's trying to refute now, and it uses some of the things that the Steele thing alleges, but it's not the factual basis for it.
Guy named Carter Page, but also backdoor spy on candidate Trump, later transition team Trump, later President Trump. That would have gone on for a year. Comey already knew, Mr. Higher Honor himself, Comey already knew that he shouldn't be using it, but he signed 3 of the 4 FISA warrants, okay, because you have to renew it every 3 months. Then it's the issue of what he said in July of 2016.
The report is literally just oppositional research. Everyone uses it, but they try to frame it as something fair. Yeah, exactly. And the shortcomings of the Steele report are not something that is hidden or whatever. If you search it and look through the Wikipedia page, which I have, it tells you all of the different limitations of it, how it was leaked, how it was not meant to be taken as fact. They were it even says there's supposed to be starting points for investigation.
No reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. Then you have Joe Biden later in 2020, and then that issue comes up. He has 4 locations, top secret classified information, but only Mar-a-Lago gets raided. So in 2016, you're looking at whether they specifically used phony information as a means of creating a narrative to hurt Donald Trump, also favoring Hillary Clinton on information that probably would have gotten Donald Trump indicted, and then what they did with that information, how they corrupted it. And then you could take it after Trump wins in 16. Then there's this meeting in January, early January of 2017, before Donald Trump becomes president. And in that meeting is Comey and Brennan, I believe Clapper, Joe Biden, and Barack Obama. Susan Rice, in the final minutes as the national security advisor at the time, in the final minutes before Donald Trump is about to be sworn in, she writes a memo about a meeting weeks earlier. And she says, Barack Obama said, do everything by the book. Comey said, do everything by the book. It was obviously, to me, a CYA memo.
That's right.
Okay, so that's the grand conspiracy. Now, all right, now move to 2020. So they knew, everybody knew in March of 2020 that the Hunter Biden laptop was very real.
Hunter Biden
They
laptop.
corroborated its authenticity. This is the timeline. Now, interestingly, through the summer of 2020, they were meeting weekly with every big tech company, and I would argue pre-bunking. They were telling them, be on the lookout for Russian disinformation. It may be about Hunter. It may be about Burisma. It might be about Joe Biden. And so they're meeting weekly with all of these companies, Twitter and Facebook at the time, now Meta, and they're meeting all these big tech
Very important to get Hunter's dick pics. This isn't like they were convinced that if the American public just saw more photos of Hunter Biden's cock, Hunter Biden doing crack, that they were going to turn against Joe Biden. I don't even know why his son ended up being like the huge attack vector and not just Joe Biden's age, and hammering that over and over and over.
companies. So, but they knew also that Rudy Giuliani's attorney, Bob Costello, had a copy of the laptop. He had gotten a copy. They knew he had a copy. They had validated its authenticity in March of 2020. So again, they're pre-bunking it all throughout the summer. Boom, October. New York Post drops the story. It came from Bob Costello, Rudy's attorney. They knew it was going to happen. Here's the most interesting part to me, and that is that I know for a fact Mark Zuckerberg, I know for a fact Jack Dorsey at the time who was running Twitter, they called the FBI and they were asking, is this what you
This is like Twitter file shit.
Warning us about, or was it true? They knew the answer. They knew it was authentic. They knew it was very real, and they just flat out wouldn't tell them. Then in comes, before a debate with Donald Trump, Joe Biden needs a talking point. This is huge news, the laptop from hell. And then in comes, the 51 former Intel officials, and they just know nothing, absolutely nothing about that laptop. They didn't examine the laptop. And they all say the same thing. By the way, organized by Wink and Tony Blinken. So Blinken then becomes Secretary of State. This is the deep state stuff that people don't think is real. It is so real. And they organize them. Not one person examines the laptop. Now, a story that would have crushed Joe Biden in 2020. If they validated, the FBI did its job. They had already successfully pre-bunked it. But when it came out, if they would have said, we have, it's authentic. We authenticated it back in March of 2020. So the grand...
It's the definition of motivated reasoning. The most innocent thing will be seen as an insidious plot. It's like religious nut job, seeing the Virgin Mary and burnt toast or a water spot. Hey, that really was Jesus Christ burned into my toast that one fateful morning.
Conspiracy is what they did in 16, what they did in 20, and what they did in 2024 in terms of all of the lawfare and weaponization against Donald Trump. Look, take the case of Alvin Bragg. If you have a legal non-disclosure agreement, I know you have many. I'm kidding. All right. But you take a legal, I guarantee you the DA's office in Manhattan probably has more than we could ever count. Right? Okay. Very common companies, common practice, legal NDA, put together by a lawyer, labeled a legal expense, becomes a novel legal theory, which results in, even though the statute of limitations had passed, 34 counts against Donald Trump, federal counts. Okay. Never should have happened. Never. So what...
Like, if your starting premise is that it should have never happened, then everything from there is obviously just going to be in service of that. If you think it's illegitimate, of course, then why would you ever throw a bone to anything that it follows it up from there? You think the cause for it is unjust or illegal?
Cash is doing, he's looking at 2016, 2020, 2024. Now, in a lot of these cases, the statute of limitations have passed. You listen to the legal experts, Greg Jarrett, other people that will tell you that because of it's a grand conspiracy, statute of limitations don't apply. And if they don't apply, it's going to be whether or not these people at the highest level of government, knowing all of the secrets, purposely manipulated the American people to get an electoral outcome that they wanted. That's where the investigation is going.
Will anything happen to Obama?
Don't know. I have no idea.
No, nothing is happening to Obama. If they would have done it already. If they had anything, they absolutely would have done it already. Even Obama's press secretary is like, this is a joke. This is stupid. There's nothing to address. They don't have anything.
I do. Listen, Susan Rice's memo is pretty revealing. Barack Obama said, do everything by the book. You're on your way out the door.
Again, Obama is the mastermind behind this treasonous plot to try to sow dissent within the American public that the election was illegitimate and orchestrated by Russia. one, again, how come they couldn't just tip the scales for Hillary? I don't understand how you could have that level of like public manipulation power, but you can't just fabricate results of an election, for one. For two, how is that not ample evidence to charge him with anything? So they're just coping about like, you're supposed to assume this is true, even though they're never going to even bother prosecuting him.
Or you got a minute and a half to do it to get out.
It's just a story you believe because you want to believe it.
Before Trump is now president and you're done. Why would you do it when that meeting took place weeks ago? The only reason I can think of is you
Like,
want
why don't Democrats turn it? They should like be daring them to arrest Obama. Like, do it. For if you really think that Obama is this treasonous Russian spy, then why would you cover for him? Why wouldn't you arrest him? For shame that you're covering for like a Russian double agent, a Kremlin operative.
cover your ass. And it never made sense at the time. I reported it at the time, and I thought it was a bizarre thing. Now, some people might say, if I didn't spend 3 long years on Russia, if I didn't spend so much time on the dirty dossier, if I didn't spend so much time, doing deep dives into the FISA applications, Hunter Biden's laptop, if, all the weaponization that took place against Trump. Listen, this is the amazing story of Trump, and then I'll shut up. I feel like I'm talking too much. The amazing thing is, as we were heading into this election, you had a guy nearly lost his life.
Exactly what I said, mostly because I think arresting Obama would be hilarious. It would be. Again, this is like when I said that there's a leftist case for them pardoning Derek Chauvin, because Derek Chauvin, only his federal conviction would be overturned. He would be sent to a higher security prison at the state level. He'd still have to carry out that sentence. He wouldn't just be getting out. And then there would be so much backlash to Republicans for doing it that, yeah, Trump should fucking do it. Or I dare them to do it. And like similarly, yeah, arrest Obama. Okay, this is not Hillary Clinton. This is not Biden. This is Obama. He's probably the most popular Democratic figure that still exists. I'd like to see them try and see if that, like, how well that works out for them.
It put everything he had on the line, and it was either going to be the White House or it was going to be the big house.
Trump would lose his shit if Obama had a better mugshot, and you know he would.
No option. Those were his choices. Yeah. And he decided to, quote, fight, fight, fight. He did. The American people, and this is why I say legacy media, this is great for you guys.
Dude, like you are, whatever.
This is great for new media.
Like Fox News should not be considered legacy media. It's a propaganda outlet and always has been. But it is, I was about to say, like, it basically is considered legacy media because it's certainly not just like independent.
This is great for anybody that tells their audience truth. This is great for people, the criteria that you laid out.
I mean, he's not wrong. This is great for right-wing grifters, yeah.
For successful people in media, which I thought mostly was pretty dead on, is that for those people that do news, information, opinion, tell the truth, get it right, take chances, are courageous, all those adjectives you used, those are things that will lead to success. The reason I say that I said in 2007, journalism's dead. I said after this election, the legacy media, they are dead. It's gone. Wow. They're never coming back. I'll give you an example. I'm on for 2 hours the night of the attack on the nuclear facilities in Iran. We beat ABC, CBS, NBC, MSDNC, and fake news CNN.
MSDNC, get it, guys?
Combined. Wow. I was on 2 hours that night. Combined. We beat them all. Smoked them.
Wow.
And on a regular basis, Fox News primetime, my biggest challenge at the 9 o'clock hours, my audience also likes sports. Don't watch sports if I'm on. You can DVR the rest of the game. Although I love my Florida Panthers. I'm a big Florida Panthers.
We went to one of the games. Yeah, we went to one of the games. Yeah.
All right. Well, you're going to go on me because I have seasons tickets.
We're going to go with you.
Really?
Let's go with you.
Oh, okay. Seriously? Oh, okay.
At the Amarin Arena.
Oh, very cool.
And
we're going in the
Sunrise, Florida.
ladies
a good
and
friend of
It's
ours,
Hockey Town.
Felix, is a sponsor. You'll see finally. Shout out to those guys. Great family. And so we went to the game and we had a chance. A bunch of people were there.
Did you go
Gretzky? We saw Gretzky.
Oh, we got the food. We saw Gretzky.
Kids went downstairs and we saw the players.
Amazing.
Vince Vaughn.
Yeah.
Hello.
Right there. Vince Vaughn comes up.
Okay, enough of this shit. I want to see. What is this? Okay, so they have an update on the Obamagate stuff. Not just this one where they talked about it. This was streamed a day ago. Candace Owens sued Obama exposed, even though this, again, there is not more evidence to suggest that Obama is going to be like charged with treason or that he's done anything. Hulk Hogan dead and Trump and Epstein files. So let's see. Obama exposed, you guys.
First, Obama office responds to Trump's accusation of treason outrageous. Let me read this to you. And Thomas Ellsworth, I'm coming to you first, so please be prepared with all your notes.
Ready.
Obama's office spokesperson, Patrick Rodenbush, great first name, rejected the office of the Director of National Intelligence. Reports claim that senior Obama administration officials orchestrated the Russia collusion hoax, stating, out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. And he called the allegations outrageous and ridiculous, a weak attempt of distraction. He said, nothing in the document issues last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election but did not successfully manipulate any votes. The ODNI report released by Tulsi Gabbard on Friday found overwhelming evidence that after Trump won in 2016 election against Hillary Clinton, President Obama and his national security cabinet members manufactured and politicized intelligence to lay groundwork for a years-long coup against Trump. Tom, what's your thoughts on this story?
So there are three things hiding in plain sight here. The first that's hiding in plain sight was that
Tom is so fucking goofy, man. I can't.
Obama was nowhere in sight. He didn't come to a podium. He didn't do one of those impromptu interviews. The media that follows him around.
Okay, so because Obama didn't do a fucking dignify these allegations with a fucking press conference, and that means he's guilty, or this is already being used against him, okay?
Where he goes for his foundation or things he does, didn't come up behind him. He didn't go on the podcast with his wife where he was talking about young men and things and needing gay friends a week ago to come back and says, I don't need any of this crap. No.
He didn't say he needs gay friends. He said he had like a gay professor that he looks up to.
Nothing. Obama was silent. Why?
Could have released this in season 1. That is another good thing to point out. That like is another good thing to point out. That why were they sitting on this for 4 years? I guess they'd say like, well, that's when he was being framed and investigated, so he couldn't expose it until after it came out. But still, that had concluded years. But I just know that would be the cope already, even though, like, again, it had concluded in, like, 2017 or 2018.
Why is Obama silent? Ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen.
He's above this.
Or
my brain is slowly melting down. My ear from listening in background. Yeah, the PBD podcast, that's a known side effect of listening to this shit.
Maybe he's deep in it. Maybe he's not above it. He's deep in it. And so he sends a spokesperson, Patrick Rodenbush, which is what Obama does. He's never Rodenbush, is got an issue here.
What was that about?
Now he goes, the office of the presidency and the office. So they're speaking in third person. Whenever you have people in Washington that are cornered, they speak in third person. I think this issue is not something that will be dignified by a statement. Now, I'm not even making a statement. See, I'm referring to the issue in third person. So Obama is his office, from the office of Obama, and then if it hits the fan.
So now, like the perspective and like the parts of speech that somebody uses to rebut a baseless allegation is being leveraged against them as proof that the allegations are true.
Those politicians always do.
They will do anything but point to more evidence that they have for this shit.
That statement from my office may have been premature. So now it's a statement by your office. It's not you. And then lastly, in plain sight, Vinny, look at these words. Nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the
He's such a boomer. Why is he highlighting this thing that they're not showing?
Widely accepted conclusion. Hang on. Now they're going to state the widely accepted conclusion. Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. Wait a minute. That wasn't the conclusion. The conclusions the Dems say wasn't that Russia worked to influence it, but did not successfully vote. They said this is an illegitimate president in 2016. They worked to influence votes. So now they're restating it. So whenever you don't want to answer the question, restate the question. Were you home by 11 o'clock last night, Tom? Dad, you always tell me to be home by midnight. I don't know what the problem is here. Did I answer the question?
No, you didn't.
No, I restated it. I restated it as if I'm trying to, talk to my dad and be cool. And I said, son, that wasn't the question. Were you home by 11 p.m. last night? Dad, I don't know why this is a question. That's how politicians work. So all in here, this is here. And you want to know why this is happening? Myself and many other people think this is happening, Pat, because the treason word was used, and that diagram presented by Tulsi Gabbard had what they don't like, backup and evidence.
By the way, here's Tulsi. If you want to play the clip of Tulsi Gabbard while she's talking about this entire issue. Is this the one, Rob, from the clip?
So I have two. Yes, this is her announcing some of the indictments.
This dude is smarter and that he's older and has an average IQ. Tom probably is like the smartest person on the panel. That's saying something.
Against Obama, and then I also have her talking about the media being complicit in the Russiagate hoax.
Go for it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination of the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified...
We've superimposed an image of Obama, like we were all going to forget if this wasn't here who we're talking about.
Oversight Majority Staff Report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with...
And again, they're trying to imply that the claim at any point was that Russia interfered to the point that it would have had a substantive it would have actually changed the outcome of the election. That was never the allegation. It was just that there was Russian interference through these bot farms, through coordination between them and the Trump campaign, through the WikiLeaks. They try to act like it had overturned the election.
Partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a year's...
Russia did convince the communists to not vote, and that is how Trump won. It's not illegal, but it's clearly a psyop. I'm not convinced that if none of this had happened, that Hillary Clinton would have won, to be honest, for one. And for two, the reason why that those Russian bot farms were so effective is because they're not fabricating social ills and then just giving people complete bullshit. They were actually sophisticated in that they were speaking to real social divisions and issues within the United States that people were primed to listen to, but they were funneling them to away from the Democratic Party after pointing them out.
Long coup against him and his administration.
Yep. There you go. So that's that. So this is something real that happened. If this gets proven and people see it, the question then becomes, which is where Vinny always goes to, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen to Obama. But they are saying that Obama may be asked to be subpoenaed. Okay, House Speaker Mike Johnson says Congress might subpoena Obama over Russia conspiracies. Is this it, Rob? Can you play this clip?
I think we have a responsibility to follow the truth where it leads and to do it in an unbiased fashion.
Oh, I'm talking about this recent presidential election. Mehdi Hassan demonstrated Jill Stein, who was leading the protest vote, was a Russian spy. Wait, can you link me that? That I don't know what you're referring to.
To do effectively the opposite of what that other team did. They're engaged in a partisan political plot to take down their foe in the other party. We need to be about the rule of law and bringing order to the chaos and searching out the truth, because the American people are owed those answers. So we have some very bright, very capable, very strong leaders at Judiciary and Oversight.
Rob,
Chairman Jim Jordan, Chairman Jamie Comer, and the other committees that would be involved. And I do expect that...
God, they have the attention span of a fucking fly. You just heard PBD in the background go, are they going to say anything? It's like, dude, he's answering right now, dipshit. And he's helping cover for Trump.
Special counsel appointed, which some are suggesting, and or in conjunction with the House investigations, that we will get the answers, and there will be accountability to the extent that we're able to do that, referring people to the DOJ for prosecution and any other measure that is appropriate as we begin to uncover more of the facts.
Does it get tricky at all with the former president, President Obama, looking at what his role in this is and bringing him in for some sort of deposition, potential subpoena?
Well, listen, I mean, we have no concern about that. If it's uncomfortable for him, he shouldn't have been involved in overseeing this, which is what...
Using bots to sway public opinion through social media seems like fair play to me. It's a fair playing field. Either side could use it. It's fair in the sense that it's nonpartisan in the sense that anybody could weaponize it. But no, I think that people should be... I think you're entitled to know whether you're communicating with a fucking robot or with an actual human being. And if that robot is even funded by some domestic org or by a foreign entity.
What it appears to us has happened.
Okay. So
whether a Republican or Democrat does it, I do think that undermines... That's not something that people should have to be subjected to.
Does he say
without adequate disclosures?
Well, I think that was that was just him, Pat, saying basically what about Obama? That's him going, well, if he's involved, then it is what it is.
That's not how I hear it. I'm reading an article here that says Mike Johnson says that he might be subpoenaed. Okay, he might not be. Now, the reaction by the media, Rob, that Tulsi says what she says, that's the one I want to see. Go for it.
CNN shut it
we
up,
have
by the way.
members of the media who were complicit in this from the very beginning, who were leaked early copies of this, or at least lines from this January 2017 Obama manufactured intelligence assessment. They printed what they were fed. People like Ellen Nakashima from the Washington Post, who, by the way, went on to win a Pulitzer Prize because for years she was so good at lying and not telling the truth to the American people that they gave her an award for it.
Okay, so that is scary. This frame that it landed on. So this woman's Pulitzer Prize is supposed to be evidence of her corruption, not her journalistic abilities.
These people are still here. Ellen Nakashima is still harassing people who work within the intelligence community who are calling up and reporting her, using burner phones to try to ask them harassing questions.
Okay, who is this person she's talking about? Can you pull up the profile? Let's find out who she's talking about. Tom, do you know that person?
Yeah, she is a Washington Post reporter, and what she does is she basically is a regurgitator, and then she presents herself as a Washington insider.
Zero lack of self-awareness saying that.
I've got all these contacts, got all this stuff going on, but she gets fed by the DNC. So she is their mouthpiece in the media. That's what she is. And they arrange for her to get a Pulitzer.
And I mean, like, the thing is that there are examples of journalists doing this. There was this guy named, like, Ken Delanian or Ken DeLorean, who was straight up contacting the CIA and would send them drafts of the articles he intended to publish about the CIA and was like, are you guys cool with this? Meanwhile, they're trying to, like, bring it, like, this random woman or whatever I've never heard of and say that, like, indict her record, her record on the factuality of her articles. What was she even called?
Surprise in the media. Got all this stuff.
Burner phones within the intelligence community.
Ellen Nakashima or something?
By the DNC. So she is their mouthpiece in the media. That's what she is. And they arrange for her to get a Pulitzer Prize in investigative journalism where all she's doing is regurgitating.
Can you Google who she is?
Yep.
And just go to her.
Oh, wow. They were going to grok it for me. I didn't even need to do it.
Is. How do you say your name, Tom?
Nakashima.
Nakashima? What do you mean Nakashima? Are you being sarcastic? This is a sensitive topic, Tom. What do you mean Nakashima?
It's really Nakashima? You better knock it off, Tom. Nakashima before I knock it off.
Here it is.
Ellen Nakashima.
Okay, go to Ellen Nakashima.
Let's go look where she went to school, ladies and gentlemen.
Could I guess? Harvard?
A little bit.
Harvard?
WAPO,
Berkeley.
Pulitzer.
Berkeley.
It doesn't get worse than that. So she went to Berkeley, London, University of Berkeley for journalism, London. She began her journalism career at Hartford Courant and in Quincy Patriot Ledger before joining WAPO as a reporter in 1990. She was reported as a White House reporter since South Asia. She won a series of awards. Okay.
Covering national security since 2009.
One of the ones that was guest invited to state dinner hosted by U.S. President Joe Biden in honor of Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the White House. Okay. So that's what our friend...
she's a Washington insider.
Yeah, that's what our friend Tulsi's talking about on information that's going on. Now, listen, as this is going, is this a method of overshadowing something else that may be taking place? Because just yesterday, when it comes down to the Epstein story, let me go to that. So we were told that they're going to ask a judge to do what? To release the files and let the people see the files, right? Is that what they promised us, Tom?
Yep, called unsealing testimony.
Perfect. And then what happens when we're told that? Judge denies request to unseal Epstein grand jury transcripts in Florida. So why would he do that?
I feel like I'm cheating on Pisco. Why? You'd only be cheating on Pisco if Pisco were live and you were watching me over him.
Why would this judge...
But also, you should be cheating on Pisco. My stream is better.
Do that, okay? Federal judge in Florida, Judge Robert...
Okay, they're talking about the story that Candace Owens also thinks is weird, but the federal judge doesn't seem to think that there's even a legal basis for the DOJ to subpoena these and unseal these court transcripts.
Rosenberg denied the...
Then that's really on the DOJ for not providing a more substantive case to present to the judge to unseal the records, which they don't even want.
Administration's request on Wednesday to unseal grand jury transcripts. Rob, it says you have a video here from 2005 to 2007 investigation into the Epstein, citing the Justice Department's concession that laws on criminal procedure generally forbid unsealing grand jury testimony except in narrow circumstances, stating in her 12-page order, the court's hands are tied, and Justice Department requests driven by special circumstances and historical interest by the public aim to bolster claims that it had left no stone unturned, and noting since July 6, 2025, There has been extensive public interest and a basis for the memorandum conclusions. The decision frustrates the administration's efforts to address the pressure from the right-wing supporters demanding more Epstein-related disclosures. Is this a clip, Rob, about...
Yes, this is Caroline Leavitt was asked if the Trump administration is going to appeal the judge's ruling.
Go for it.
A Florida federal judge refused to allow the Epstein grand jury materials to be released. Does the president want the administration or Department of Justice to appeal that ruling?
That was just breaking as the director and I were coming out here, so I haven't had a chance to talk to the president about it. I understand there are 2 other requests from the Department of Justice that are ongoing, but I'll let this president speak to whether he wants to see an appeal in the Department of Justice. I'm sure can give you a statement on that as well.
And is he supportive of the effort to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell? I know that Todd Blanchard mentioned that earlier this week.
The president spoke to this yesterday, and he said he thinks it's an appropriate idea.
You know, obviously the development of the Epstein case with the judge, but I wonder, has the White House counsel, the DOJ explored any other documents that could be released to the public that don't have to do with that grand jury testimony?
To my knowledge, the Department of Justice has moved forward with a request to unseal that grand jury testimony, and as you know, they have also moved forward with interviewing Ms. Maxwell, which I believe will be taking place very soon.
I feel bad for Caroline Leavitt because she has no clue what's going on, meaning she has to get out there and sort of put on the charade as if she's involved. She has to sort of...
Well, I'm pretty sure she's briefed.
Let's stay on the topic here. So instead of you being concerned for her, she's
we all
married,
are.
bro. So,
We all
all right, Roy Black, legendary defense attorney for Epstein, Justin Bieber, and Kennedy family, dies at 80. So Epstein's former lawyer just died. Obviously, he's 80 years old, but the story that comes out. At the same time, you know, you hear some other stories releasing. That Bill Clinton wrote a letter also to Epstein for his 50th Daily Mail drops. Warm and gushing letter to Epstein as Trump sues over claim. He also wrote a body note of pedophile half-century. This is Daily Mail story. And then on top of that, while this is going on, House panel votes to subpoena Bill and Hillary Clinton over possible links to Ghislaine Maxwell. All of these stories with Epstein are...
Why not Bill Clinton? Why Hillary Clinton?
...coming out. A lot of people are quiet about it. And then a BBC story drops. I don't know if you saw this BBC story that just dropped. White House pushes back after reports that Trump is named in the Epstein files. Did you see this one, Vinny?
I did not.
Okay, so this is from BBC. White House, through spokesman Stephen Chung, dismissed reports that President Trump was informed in May by Attorney General Pam Bondi that the names appeared in the document as fake news story, with Chung stating nothing more than a constitution of the fake news story concocted by the Democrats and the liberal media. Just like the Obama Russiagate scandal with President Trump was right about, the Wall Street Journal reported Bondi.
So we're just reading some like screed from somebody. Okay. What was the other part of this that I wanted to see? Because it's not the Obamagate. I want to see what they have to say about Candace Owens. Sued by Macron.
Macron decides to file a law. All right, so let's
Why
get to
does PBD have a pink Stanley knockoff? Because if you're the type of idiot that watches this show, then you're probably also the type of idiot to give these people a bunch of money.
the next story here. Let's get to the next story. So Macron decides to file
And it's like it's their merch that they sell.
lawsuit over claims France's first lady was born male. Okay. And Rob, is this the one with Candace Owens? This is the one with Candace. Can you go to my Twitter, please?
Yes, sir.
If you go to the Twitter last tweet I have, which breaking story right there. Let's just read Nick Sorder's content, and then you can show mine. Can you show more on his tweet, Rob? Okay, there you go. Breaking news: they have filed suit against Candace Owens, saying his wife's a man. The discovery in this case is going wild. Macron accuses Owens of publishing outlandish, defamatory, and far-fetched fictions that fueled campaign of global humiliation and relentless bullying. The 215-page suit was just filed in Delaware. No response from Owens yet. Then, go back to my tweet, and I said, this is a terrible move by Macron. They better be 100% right. I can only imagine what Discovery face of the lawsuit.
Oh, God, I might actually agree with Paul Bett Davidson here. This is a terrible move. It's like, it depends on what your goal is, but generally speaking, I don't think that this is going to do anything but like fuel the fire.
It will look like. They may find something.
They're not going to find anything. It's like it's on Candace to substantiate it to fucking begin with.
All right. And is this Candace responding to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go for it.
You were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point I'm making.
We saw this earlier.
So give us a sample. I'll send my doctor to take your blood. We'll figure it out real quick. However you want to go about this. Hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up, raising your children? That would be fine. For whatever reason, to phone, by the way, like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it, right? That is what Discovery is for. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away, and at least we'll say we sued her. We'll say we went after her.
Like if your solid factual claim is something that you like that requires you being able to extract discovery materials from the person that you're making the allegation against in order to substantiate the claim that you say is rock solid. Maybe it wasn't that rock solid to begin with. No? Because you'd probably be able to just source it using stuff that existed already.
She'll probably file for this to get dismissed. I'd like to make it to discovery. I think that we owe that to the world. Anyways, you guys, we are revolting against this. We're revolting against the perverts that run the world. And I want to be very clear here. I count you among them. I think you're sick. I think you're disgusting. And I am fully prepared to take on this battle on behalf of the entire world. Okay? That's what I'm going to say. On behalf of the entire world, I will see you in court.
You can pause it right there. What a dumb move by Macron. Absolutely what a dumb move by Macron. There's nothing about this move. Adam,
it does make me want to defend it, though, because him being like, how dare, it's so stupid that he would actually try to hold her accountable.
Thoughts on this story here? You had your name. You wanted to talk about
you want me to start with these guys first? I'll go. Count me in, coach. And here's the thing that nobody's talking about. Her team didn't get the lawsuit. Like, whoever the PR, Brock, can you find out who the PR team is? It's a PR team from here that deals with crisis management.
Yeah.
They're crisis management, Pat. So they went to the Financial Times with the story, Tommy, and they released it there. You know how Candace found out? The same way we found out. Online. So that's what they found out from Financial Times.
Yeah, apparently she hadn't been served yet. It had been already released to the public before she'd actually received documentation that she was being sued.
And that tells you everything. This was never about truth. It's about headlines. Like, let's go back. What Candace did, the research, what we learned about her is, bro, when she wants a topic.
The fucking research.
She figures it out. Remember when she first started talking about this? Me and
Does Aaron do Collins? Yeah, I do, but I'm going to be heading off soon, so not tonight.
And she's just bouncing around in the back. And I'm like, Candace, we hug, we give each other love. And then she's like, you're not going to believe this. And me and her sat there for 1 hour. And I was like, and Pat's talking to everybody. I forgot who was there. And then Pat looks at me and goes, what's wrong? And I go, Cohen's wife is a dude. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? So she does the research. They hit the bee's nest.
Going to dinner. Yeah, I have to prep for dinner, you guys.
And they pissed off the wrong person. So they hired the American crisis firm. And that's the move. That's what you do when you just want people to like look like, oh, look what I'm doing. I'm pressing charges. But like this is the first time ever a sitting world leader is suing a podcaster, a content creator.
I mean, it is kind of absurd, but she commands a not insignificant amount of traffic online.
From a different country.
From a different country, but like it's not. This is, you nailed it. This is the problem. They're gonna have to show documents. They're gonna have to show medical.
Again, this is also kind of what Candace was saying, where it's like, oh, they're just going after this little cancer victim, this woman that was like going out of her way to propagate the same lies about her, and it's like, is your size supposed to really be relevant? It's not, as far as certain defamatory claims go.
Records.
Although I don't know where this would fall into it, to be honest. I really don't. Because there are some things that it's like defamation per se, where it really doesn't matter what your reach is. If you are propagating a lie about somebody's character, or you're intentionally going out of your way to not engage with sources that would contradict you, then you can get in trouble just for that. You say somebody's a thief when they're like, not a thief, or like, you say somebody's like a pedophile and there's no evidence they're a pedophile, it could that could count, right? But with this, saying someone's transgender, or that they're lying about their sex or gender when they're not, I don't know if that would be considered defamation per se.
She nailed it. Like,
wait, you skipped a step. Go back.
What?
Tell everybody what they offered her originally. They wanted her to be quiet. And they sent an emissary, and they offered.
What, Trump hasn't? He not go after podcasters yet? I mean, he's gone after CNN. He's gone after CBS, like legacy media, right? Well, like, there's no reason to think he wouldn't go after somebody. Trump is a very litigious individual.
Candace a bunch of money.
Yeah, they offered her cash first.
Yep,
Shut the hell up. And a lot of cash. Annuity.
An annuity.
An annuity.
Or a settlement.
Or a settlement.
Paid like an annuity.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
They did that.
Exactly.
Why would you do that?
And here's the thing, guys. It's so simple. It's so simple. All you have to do to shut the world up, they're making it bigger, do a blood test. Have an outside entity, but you can't just say, okay, give us a blood test. They're going to put a dude's. Have a blood test. Show it.
You just disproved yourself, Vinny. You literally just proved how, like, there is no evidence that these people would accept. Every single thing only ends up being used to further the initial conspiracy theory. She does a blood test. Oh, you swapped it out with a man. You show photos. Oh, those are photoshopped. If you show like her when she was younger, that's not her brother. That's her. There's no winning.
Prove it. You want to shut her up? Prove it. Which, when it comes down to it, this is what, and she nailed. That's a great point that was overlooked when she said, when it comes to elite, to hell with the boys and the girls. Okay, I don't even give a shit. Male, female, whatever. It's the pedophilia part that people aren't talking about. Okay, that's the real point. I don't give a damn, boy or girl. Live your truth or false, whatever the hell. The fact that the media and the power structures are more focused on the gender accusations.
Vinny is such an ally, you guys. Live your truth or whatever.
These guys, this apparently her teacher groomed Macron when he was 14, allegedly. And it was so bad that Macron's parents, Rob, fact check me, took him out of that class, man. They were like, no, this guy's a freaking girl, whatever the hell he was. She was a pervert. They're obsessed with covering up pedophilia. That's the pattern. From Epstein to this, to Macron's wife, husband, or whatever. It's the same playbook every single time. And it's like they always get away with it. And I'm happy that she's staying on to it. Them suing her is the biggest mistake they're ever going to make, because now we're going to find out the truth.
But they fell for her trap, though.
That's the beauty of it.
They fell for her trap.
Good.
They fell for her trap. And it's such a...
Is her trap that you... So you're admitting that she was really just... Her claims were not nearly as solid as she was pretending that like they were. And that, again, it does require that they have to get involved in the scheme for her to even be able to substantiate this.
Amateur trap. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? She got exactly what she wanted from you.
Yep.
She wanted you to sue her. Mm-hmm. She wanted you to do this.
Yes, she won.
Because now that you're doing that, okay, and story comes out, and she does. Or, whatever, he does.
Tom is the awkward beta office guy. Yeah, that's why he's the best.
The blood work. And it comes out you're a female. Guess what? Done with.
You win.
That's right. It's done. It's a very easy thing to do. But if you, you have two choices. Do the blood work.
Is Streamlabs not working? I don't know. Why do you ask that? Because I use OBS.
Don't do the blood work. Let's go through both of it. You don't do the blood work. You're a man.
Yes.
You do the blood work. You're either a man or a woman. So if you do the blood work, you're a woman. Bad look for Candace. But you do the blood work and you're a man. Game over.
It's a wrap.
So what's the chances she will agree to do the
So
blood?
it's game. So when Candace is disproven, it's like, oh, well, she was wrong. But when they're wrong, it's game over?
Absolutely.
Zero.
Absolutely not. I'm with Tommy. That exposes everything.
Yep. It happens.
At all.
Tom.
And what's funny is Macron wants us all to believe that this marriage is like Hawaii.
Why?
Okay, warning, dad joke coming.
Thanks, Pat.
Think about it. Coke, no nuts.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, guys. We'll be right back.
And anybody's doubting if Tom is the best, he is the best.
Adam, tell us.
So Bridget Macron is a man. She's a woman. She's a man. I could just imagine Trump on his daily activities. All right, Mr. Trump, Susie Wiles here. We're going to go over the top 5 things we got to cover today. Right now, we got tariffs. We got China. We see what's going on with the EU, India. We just struck a deal with Japan. Cool. We got wars, Russia, Ukraine. Got it. Israel. We're going to see what's happening with Taiwan. Immigration, the border shut down. Terrorism. We're stopping a lot of things out there. We see what's going on. But the biggest thing, we got to locate Bridget Macron's dangalang. We got to figure this thing out.
Yeah.
The world wants to know what's going on. Candace did a whole thing about this. It's one of the highest viewed shows going on there. We got to find that dig.
Again, if something has views, not only is it news, but it's true.
We got to do it. And I feel like there's a lot of people who genuinely put that at the top of their list. Kind of like my Epstein thing. Is it important to know? Is it relevant?
Oh, yeah, it did. Thank you for the $3 to Mikek138. If you sent a message with it didn't seem to give it to me, though, because I didn't get an alert.
Sure. How does this change your life if they find out the truth or not? How does it change your life? Because in my opinion, there's people who are just not following this whatsoever. There's people who are interested.
Yep.
There's people who are focused. And there's people who are completely obsessed with this.
Yeah.
They've watched every single episode. They know everything that's going on here.
Are they losers?
There are a lot of losers out there. There's a lot of losers out there. And here, let me say one thing. We just talked about the people not buying a house, whatever. I guarantee you, there's people out there 50 pounds overweight, broke, struggling to figure out their life, who are like, I'll tell you everything you want to know about Bridget Macron's dangling. I know everything.
Yeah.
And those people are losers.
But ready for this, Adam? This isn't like a Jersey Shore episode and Snooki.
This is
and
Tiger
the
King,
situation.
Dahmer, all mixed up.
But there's a difference
in
between
a French penis.
Those people are just a reality TV, whatever. Why people are worried is, Adam, if it's true, if this is true, this dude groomed a 14-year-old boy who became the president.
He decided to marry her.
Now it's worse because it was a boy. It was a guy who did it instead of a woman.
him. Oh no, hold up. Yeah, but Adam, go bring him back. The grooming. Same thing with Epstein.
I'll ask you one I'm going to ask you one specific question.
Yeah.
They find out the truth here. No hyperbole. How does this affect or change your life at all?
No, I want accountability.
Does it change your life at all?
Adam, it does.
Oh my God. Now, I was about to say, how does Adam reconcile him being excited about this with the fact that he said the people that are interested in Epstein, they're fucking losers, man. They don't know anything about what they're talking. Like, you know, I spend my time, I wake up and I fucking grind and make money. That's what he said. And then he was making fun of people that gave a shit about any of this stuff. So now he has to take it back to like, oh, the people that care about Candace Owens and this thing with like Bridget McCrum being a woman or a man, like you're a loser.
Does it help you at all?
Actually, it changes the global, like, Adam, think about what happens to the world.
It changes the what?
First of all, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should be laser focused on this. Go ahead.
You realize we're running a podcast, and you realize it's reacting to a story. If you don't give a shit about the story, say I don't give a shit about the story. I'm not coming to you. So let's stay on the story. And to you, this is a nothing burger.
Oh, PBD's mad. He's annoyed. Because you could make this argument with the majority of the topics that they talk about on the show. Like if you actually think it's a waste of time, then stop commenting. Stop coming on the show. You don't have to be a co-host of the show because the majority of what they talk about is pointless bullshit.
Let's go to some people that actually care and want to know opinions, not facts. It's a podcast.
I know
this is not that big of a deal. We're talking about it. So
I love the emphasis that these are opinions, not facts.
Let's stay on that.
What's your opinion?
My opinion on this is embarrassing for a world leader of a country like France if this is exposed in the EU with the relationship that he has. It's an absolute.
You're kind of a loser if you listen to this. I think you mean a guy who's on the Sigma grind set. I don't even know who. I assume their audience is like majority divorced dads, that demographic.
Embarrassment if the story comes out that have you and I met other girls that are married? What do you think about when you hear stories of a man married to a girl that's 20 years older? How old is he? About what's the age difference?
I'm not going to comment on this.
Rob, the age gap between the two of these guys?
He was 14 and she was. He was 14, and he was 39.
What is
25 years?
So, what do you think about a man who is a leader of a nation marrying somebody 25 years older?
Completely weird.
24 years older.
It's against nature.
That's a very weird age gap.
And this is a world leader.
Like,
okay, what fucking age gap does Trump have with Melania? Do they actually think that there's going to be, like, it's going to be significantly different? The bad thing is not the age gap. It's the fact that they met when he was a fucking student and she was in a position of power over him.
You're a player. It's not like a desperate man.
Correct.
A 25-year-old marrying a 49-year-old.
So why did the losers in France vote for him?
So, but where I'm going with this is, if this gets leaked, there's a couple things here. Okay, credit to where credit's due.
Age gap discourse on PBD.
I had Hannity on Tuesday.
Is this like the soy right that they're always talking about, or is this wokeness, or what is this?
And then we talked about Tucker and all this other stuff, and this person and that person and this person, all the.
Also, the idea that any of these men would be opposed to fucking a woman that's 20 years their junior is laughable. Give me a fucking break.
Names were coming up. And one of the things was, you know, why do you now regret offering Tucker $100 million? I think you asked me that question, right? And what did I tell you? I said, to me, when you look at people that are content creators, journalists, whatever you want to take it, podcasters, there is a few things that makes a talent get eyeballs. One, high level of trust, where they feel like they're reasonable. Two, they're entertaining. Like, for example, Joe seems like a guy you trust.
He thinks trustworthiness and views correlate. But I guess he's saying maybe if they appear that way.
Trust. People believe him.
24 years is the Trump-Melania age gap. And what was that they said just a few minutes ago? That's fucking disgusting. That goes against nature. Not like no one even thought to bring that up, or like anybody like, oh shit, I shouldn't say this because like Trump has that age gap with Melania. Nothing.
What does Rogan think about it? It's a very high score for him. Entertaining. You're funny. You're a good storyteller. You're entertaining to watch, right? 3, you bring constant value to me. 4 is people want to know your perspective. I wonder what he thinks about it. I wonder what she thinks about it. Oh my God, emergency podcast. What does PBD Podcast crew think about it? What does XYZ think about it, right? You know what the other one is? Somebody that's willing to take a risk on a story. And that risk could do what? Destroy them, or for people to say, respect. Guess what? This girl goes up And look, we just did a podcast 2 months ago disagreeing with, I would never have my son serve the military and all this other stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not with it. I'm proud to be an American.
You're saying when Candace said
that. I'm not with it. And we talked about this. And what did you say? You said something about, was it that one or was it another position?
It was just a conversation. Even if you talk to the president, they gave you the okay. My thing was just in secrecy, like when we talk, I don't share it with anybody.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah,
that's just me.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
President Trump called and said this. Okay, great. But in this case here, if this comes out to be true, you know why this is massive? Because it means podcasters are getting the attention of presidents and prime ministers.
Bingo.
To come out, something that the BBC...
That is true. They actually are going to be creating some bad incentives because if you tell a lie big enough, you could potentially get the attention of these people. And so long as you don't ever leave a paper trail that you didn't genuinely believe the lie that you were saying, it's going to be hard for them to prove the malice standard because it's possible you could be propagating those lies in good faith.
Seas of the world couldn't do.
Yep.
And
Candace is going to go the way of Alex Jones by bitch. She's already there. She's already there. She's just more polished than he is.
Guess what? You got to respect that. Period.
But there have been times where she's gone off on like crazy religious rants that I've seen from her content.
If somebody does that. That's why this is important, if it happens or not. Do I really care? No. Do I care whether he's married to a guy or not? I think it's weird. Do I tell my guys, my kids?
I just think it's weird. I don't give a shit. I'll just, scold Adam for saying that anybody who cares about it is a loser. Now I feel the need to emphasize that I really don't give a shit at all.
Hey, he's a great example of a man. Absolutely not.
No.
Do I go up there and say, hey, look, you can also one day marry somebody 24 years older. When you were 14 years old, your teacher was 38. You can one day marry him or her or whatever you want to call it, right? We're going to find that here soon. That's kind of weird. But in this context, oof, this thing just got spicier. And I mean, again, another one of those things, if you're double dumb and you want a story to continue, do exactly what Macron did to Candace. Congratulations, dummies. You officially extended the story for, you know how long? Do you know how long they extended the story? You think this is going to go for a week? You think it's going to go for a month? You think it's going to go for a year? This is going to be extended for 24 months to 36 months is what they just did. Double dumb.
I mean, it will be extended, but I don't know how much. He's like assuming a lot that, like he said, the person at the center of this is just a podcaster, even though, again, she has a lot of attention online. The idea that the updates on this are going to be like frequently in the news, that's not even played out when you've had more notable celebrity cases. The only thing that matters is the initial launch of the lawsuit and then the verdict. In between there, people usually don't give a shit, except the people that were already following the story.
On them. Double dumb on them of what they did.
They're 100% right.
If they're 100% right, then like I said,
yes.
Good. And if they are 100% right, guess whose credibility gets this
Candace goes into the garbage.
If they're 100% right. If they're 100% right. But by the way, here's the thing, though. If somebody right now accused you of being a girl before, okay, but hear me out.
There's a lot of people that accuse me
if somebody accused Adam of being not gay, but somebody says you were born a woman. Somebody says you're born a woman.
Yep.
Somebody says the truth is out. Vinny's born a woman. Those are all implants, the hair. Tom's a woman. Okay?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
If you know for a fact that you're a man, how do you actually react to that? I actually want to be honest with you. If somebody says...
Actually trying to put themselves in the shoes of this person.
How do you react to... And let's just say, let's choose a podcaster. Okay. Every single week, this podcaster, he or she, keeps saying, Vinny's a woman. Vinny's a woman. Vinny, come out and say it. We all know you're a girl. Your voice cracks every once in a while. Hey, Adam, we know you're a girl. Why don't you show the picture of you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What are you going to do?
Time for discovery, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I asked to go on their podcast, and I, on camera, go behind the towel, and I'll flash them and be like, what is that?
There is absolutely no way you would do this. There's absolutely no fucking way you would do this. You would get pissed if they would even accuse you of that. You wouldn't be interested in like actually dignifying those people with a fucking interview, let alone flashing them to prove it. Why? You're like debasing yourself in for what?
Number one.
All right, so then you're definitely a small man.
One. That's number one. I'll prove the proof is in the pudding. And number two, bring a blood test. Draw me right there. Show me right there.
There's one about.
Did we just discover that Vinny's like an exhibitionist? Because why else would he be so fucking happy to do that?
Both of that. You know what it is?
Your birth certificate?
Birth certificate?
No. There's one above all of it.
Adam's apple.
No.
Aaron, is it different for a man to do than a woman? The fuck are you talking about, Male Rights USA? I don't know what you're talking about most of the time.
There's one above all of it. What the are you talking about? Like, there's not even a need to respond.
Yeah. Okay.
Nothing.
Good point. Yeah.
There's like, what do you mean?
Okay, exactly. There's not even a need to respond. So even PBD is acknowledging, why the fuck should Bridget McCrone have to do anything to appease these people? They're the ones basically accusing her of this. It's on them to make the claim anyway. It's not on her to disprove it.
Mean like I'm a woman. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying to you right now. Like when somebody says something, let me tell you, they're getting their money from this and that. They're getting.
We have a real life case study for this. Elizabeth Warren was browbeaten into taking an identity test just to prove that she had Native American ancestry. Didn't change a thing. I know, but I'm sure Male Rights USA would be like, yeah, but was she forced to flash her fucking pussy to have to show Candace Owens that she's actually a woman or whatever? Even then, she could do that, okay? She could go full frontal in front of Candace, literally prove it, and Candace Owens would just say, she's probably had surgery. She's probably had SRS, and she did a really good job.
Getting the money from. Yeah, say it. Like, what am I talking? One month, we're getting money from Qatar. We're getting money from Assad. Who the hell are we getting money from?
Yeah. Clients.
If we get up there, it's like, let me tell you what's going on. Pump the brakes, buddy. The fact that you sued, you freaking double dumb community, what the hell are you thinking?
Just say French.
You just validated your point. What a double dumb move, guys.
Well,
I mean, I don't even know what else to tell you.
Imagine the conversations.
Who the hell was the advisor that said, let's sue?
It's the PR. I'm pretty sure it's the PR team.
If you came to me and I said, you came to me, you're at the house, 10 o'clock at night, you're crying, you're like, Pat, this girl won't stop saying I'm a girl. What should I do?
Yeah.
Impregnate her?
No, like, what do you think I'm going to say? You better sue her. I mean, what are you talking about? Like,
but it's not like
now.
You're making a fantastic
Can you imagine
point.
them arguing
about?
But it's not like Candace did a podcast or two about this. She did a full-on Netflix series about Bridget McCrone's alleged penis.
If you know it's like such a dumb thing to want to sue. But bro,
unless you're right,
24 years older, you made out 14 years old. That's criminal.
That's very weird.
Criminal.
That's criminal. I mean, I don't care if you're a girl or a guy. What are you talking about?
This says a lot about the French,
though. What are you talking about?
Says a lot about that society.
This is some of the stuff that...
This is far more about Americans than it does with anything, and the fact that, like, the First Amendment will probably protect them, and they're absolutely shameless with getting clicks and views.
What the hell is in your ear? Who is in your ear? But
how did we get from child assault to trans people? Simple. We are watching a right-wing reactionary podcast that sims for MAGA.
Anyways, it doesn't help that there was that video of him getting smacked upside the head.
These men converse like children. There's a thing in communication that's called collective monologuing, and it's an observation that's made of like kindergartners, pretty much like very, very young children, and that they don't actually communicate with each other that in a way that actually resembles a back and forth conversation. They kind of just say things to each other. Like, I have a mom. Oh, I also have a mom. It's raining outside. I don't like when it rains. They're not really like responding, but they're both talking about the same subject. And this show, more than any other podcast, resembles that speaking pattern.
Or her on the what do you call it, plane.
Nothing get off the plane.
Nothing. What is? We just got a kinky thing that we've been doing. I mean, he's been punching me since I was a 14-year-old student after class when I would get detention. I mean, you're giving us such easy jokes that elementary kids can make jokes about this.
That reaction when he got
the flipping on.
Oh, Bridget McCrone, I know that you thought you had a slam dunk case of defamation against Candace Owens, but you did not see or anticipate, like, why didn't you factor this in, that you're giving the PBD podcast really, really good jokes?
On. Double dumb. What a double dumb thing to do.
A reaction when he got slapped in the face.
This like double dumb thing is like his new thing, because I've not heard him like say this as much like in any other episode, and he's like can't stop repeating it here.
What a dumb thing. Okay, Vinny, I'm coming to the next story. Jacksonville, Florida police investigating viral.
Okay. Is there anything else? Hold on. I'll have to do the Laura Loomer interview tomorrow. Okay, you guys. We did a lot of value statement today. Okay, if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already, and subscribe to me. That way you can get access to cute emotes and an ad-free experience. And you can also gift subs throughout the chat if you're interested in sharing the love. Ending already? Already? I've been live for 5.5 hours. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already. That way you can catch up on all my, whenever I'm live, or my past VODs, which are timestamped, so you can easily skip around in it and see when I cover each segment. You should also like the stream if you haven't already. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade on everything, including my Instagram, which I finally got on after like several months. I'm gonna start using my Instagram again, I swear. So I can try to grow. I need to like take my friend up on their offer to like edit my shit, so I can have stuff to put on Instagram. But okay, where am I sending you guys? All these promises. I'm feeling very ambitious about this stuff. Okay, we're definitely, let's see. Kid Not Kin's live. And I think I'm going to send you there on YouTube as well. Oh, wait. He's going to do Queeman, but he's probably about to go offline soon. Oh, actually, let me see. Do it now. I will set up YouTube Premium, I swear to God. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to check how long like Queeman's been going. I don't even think he's live anymore. Okay. Kid Not Kin. And then same thing with Twitch. I might be back tomorrow. We'll see. We will see. All right. Thanks to everybody who spent their Friday with me. I will see you guys later covering PBD Laura Loomer. That will be fun. So good night and bye.
West, Tennessee, and